Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Wiebe Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the head beer coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
It is time to eat some lunch and talk some sports. Welcome into this Thursday edition of Sports Scene as you listen on ESPN and WRUF. Jessica is our producer today, and we appreciate all of her efforts. And we appreciate you for tuning in. We broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light studio. Gator Trim Light, invisible by day, beautiful by night, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. And of course, we are powered and fueled by Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. If you are looking for the best in late model, low mileage vehicles, go to the place I've been going for years. Driven a ton of them. You'll be happy with them. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. If all goes well today, don't know if you saw this. If you're a regular listener of the show, and you've been listening to me over the years, you have heard me say that I believed it was time for Vernon Maxwell to have his records restored after they were expunged a bunch of years ago. Well, that's happened. Scott Strickland, the Gator Athletic Director, basically saying it's about time, and that's happened. If all goes well today, Vernon Maxwell will join us live today at the bottom of the hour. That is our hope. Also today, the coach, Herm Edwards, will talk a little National Football League with you. Bob Nightingale from USA Today will talk some Major League Baseball and the pennant races. And one high school coach today, Eastside's Gator Hoskins, will join us to talk about a Rams team that's doing very, very well. I got a big game with Bradford coming up, so I wanted to get him on because that might be the game of the week. While we're doing this today, I also want to ask this question. And it really crystallized for me with what Dabo Swinney had to say. Look at his record. Look at his record at Clemson. And there are people who are grumbling about the 1-2 start to the year. And Janet Jackson had it right. What have you done for me lately? Because it's true. It's true, right? So let me ask this. As a Gator fan, okay, what do you expect from the coach? What would satisfy you that whoever it is, Coach X, would do what over, a period of time? Because I believe this. I don't, and I want to get your opinion on this too. I don't think winning an SEC championship is as important as it used to be. It's a stepping stone. If you win that, well, you're going to be in the playoff. I mean, let's face it. But I don't know that it has the cachet it had in the past. So if you're disgruntled with Billy Napier, if you're unhappy with Billy Napier, tell me what would make you happy with the next coach, whoever that could be. Okay? All right. If you have Facebook Live questions, brought to you by Ruse Ogra State Farm. State Farm agent Ruse Ogra, your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. Any YouTube questions? They're brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union, where Coach Spurrier does his banking. Campus USA, founded at the University of Florida, serving our Gator community for 90 years. All of our phone calls today, courtesy of Titan MRI and Imaging, now with 3 locations in Gainesville, 1 in Lake City to serve you better. Same-day scheduling always available. Call them up, start feeling better today, TitanMRI.com. The email, srussell@WRUF.com. Love hearing from you that way. International Diamond Center brings you those. Don't settle for a knockoff diamond. You can get the best diamonds at the best prices for quality, selection, and value. International Diamond Center, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law. With 54 years of experience, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators, Meldon Law won't back down. I want to thank our friends at Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of Sports Scene. When you need a quality plumber, rely on the same company that Gainesville's trusted since 1984, Quality Plumbing. Their name says it all. And don't forget, check out our daily clip of the day on WRUF, Facebook, and YouTube at WRUF Home of the Gators. Brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. And right here at the top of the show, again, I want to thank all of our sponsors. We really appreciate you being part of the show. And if you would like to be a sponsor of the show, we'd love to have you. You can contact Freddie, 352-284-3733. All right, let's go to Woody here. Woody will lead us off. Hi, Woody.
Yeah, hey, Steve. 2 topics that I really like, Dabo Swinney and Vernon Maxwell.
Okay,
I'd like to start with Vernon. My first experience, my first semester at the University of Florida was fall '83. My first football game, first week on campus, was when we beat the eventual national champion Miami Hurricanes. I'd never been in a town that had 85,000 people in it. And so I was hooked for life. And then I started going to basketball games. And, I remember the M&M boys, Maxwell and Moten.
Yep.
And that was wild. Made a basketball fan out of me. And a college basketball fan, I should say, because I was a Celtics fan since the early 70s. But I got to tell you, I was saddened and bothered when Vernon got into trouble. I got to admit that, because he was one of my guys, and I held it against him for a little while, that he got into trouble and that kind of stuff. But I never thought his record should have been taken away, because I watched that guy, And I'm glad to hear that
people don't realize this. Woody, people don't realize this. When he left here, even now, he's officially the 3rd all-time leading scorer in SEC hoops history.
Didn't he have like 120 consecutive games with double-digit scoring?
I don't know.
Something like that.
But, I mean, think of that, right? Think of that. Maravich, obviously, and then I believe either John Stroud or Allen Houston is number 2. But Vernon's number 3.
Yeah, and those guys played with fire, man. They got after it and shared the ball, and I'm just glad to hear that this episode is about to be over, And I'm glad you're having him on. I think that's going to be cool to hear. I sometimes when I hear his name, I wonder if he still lives in the area or if he's
he's not in the area. He was on. It's been a while now. Buchholz had done something with him, and Vernon came back, and I had him on, and went over to the school to see him. Twice first-team All-SEC player, and remember, Maxwell's team became the first in UF history to reach the NCAA tournament. He was part of that.
Yeah.
So a lot of things. Now, I'm not saying he was an altar boy, because he certainly wasn't. And he's had his share of, troubles. But I'm glad at least his records, which everybody saw him put points on the board, have been restored.
Yeah, yeah. And real quick about Dabo Swinney. I'm, a couple years ago, some guy called in and went off on him on his coach's show. Clark from something, I think is his name. But anyway, I agree with Dabo. He asked rhetorically, isn't 8 out of 10 conference championships good?
Right.
And I had heard just like the day before this disagreement happened, I had heard someone propose him as a possible replacement for Billy Napier should Billy get fired. And when I hear Coach Swinney say, hey, I'm 55, I can go someplace else and win, I'm thinking, yeah, I like the sound of that, you know?
All right, Woody. Appreciate your call, man. Thank you a lot. Steven says, happy for Vernon Maxwell. My dad and I had season tickets when he was playing for Florida. Loved watching him play. A talented player. Yes, indeed, he was. Greg from YouTube, and again, our YouTube questions brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. Congrats to Vernon Hawk Maxwell, best athlete Gainesville's ever produced, in my opinion. I played Little League football with him, and his talent was next level. Deserves his numbers back. Nico on YouTube, Urban Meyer was on the Buddy Martin show last night. Urban was talking how the play calling is a full-time job now, morning till evening. Billy calling the plays and being head coach way over his head. Duke on YouTube, to be competitive in the SEC and the conversation by the end of the year. That at least makes the season enjoyable to watch into November. I would argue competing in the SEC championship or being in the conversation every year should be the main goal, at least to me. Okay? Oh, yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just don't, in other words, it's been how many years since Florida won an SEC championship? A lot, right? And winning that, I don't think it's a stepping stone now. It isn't. When Coach Spurrier was here, because Florida hadn't won a whole lot of them, there was a lot of pride in winning an SEC championship. Byron, hello.
Hey, Steve. Kind of just turning you on, but I was going to get to that, man. Steve, you remember those 80s, I'm sure, but and shout out to UF and Scott Strickland for doing that, man. And I'm so happy, Steve, even with the M's, Moulton, Mike Montgomery and those guys, and Leap, and I'm forgetting the guy from Cross City, but just keep moving. But, Steve, I'm so happy about that, man. And Gator basketball fan, and just shout out to Vernon. And, Steve, I would like to say this. I think they said one of his quotes was, what would the 60-year-old Maxwell tell the 20? And it was do the opposite. So to all your kids out there, man, y'all stay safe out there. And remember what you do at 20 could affect you. Steve, thank you for your show, and God bless everybody. Go Gators!
Byron, thank you. CJ says somebody needs to inform Napier Gator fans are fed up with his missionary savoir-type explanations for failure. What in the world does that mean? He needs to go now. Maybe get a position with the Pope in Rome. I wonder how long it took CJ to come up with that one. But thank you, CJ. I read them. I get them. I read them. Malik, could UF make a go at Dabo? Sure they could. Why not? Evan, at bare minimum, I'd like whoever replaces Napier to just get back to the Gators' standard national prominence, consistently ranked in the top 25, and a culture of sportsmanship and school pride. We'll come back. Stay with us as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Abigail Dressback. Gator fans are wanting to turn the page on Billy Napier, but his players, including Ada Mizell, keep emphasizing how Napier is a great head coach.
I just feel like it's a lot of things just outside of football. I feel like he's just a good guy. And then you add all the football aspects to it, it just makes him like the great head coach that he is. And we need to rally behind him and prove him right.
This weekend, Gators football travels to face the number 2 ranked Miami Hurricanes. The last time the Gators beat them in Miami was 1985. This matchup will take place at 7:30 on Saturday. Florida soccer is on the road to Norman, Oklahoma to face the number 24 Sooners tonight at 7 p.m. The Gators are currently 4-4. This is the second of 4 straight games against ranked opponents for the Gators.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
The most important thing I learned from my father was work ethic and integrity. Never veer away from integrity, even if it costs you money.
International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
The core value for IDC is to protect the customer.
That means offering the largest selection, uncompromising quality, the strongest warranties, and honest guidance from experts who are not paid on commission. International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Online, shopidc.com.
Transform your home with Gator trim lights. Professionally installed, permanent outdoor lighting that disappears by day and dazzles by night. Our patented color-matched channel blends seamlessly with your roof line. No clips, no wires, just a clean, custom look. Use the easy app to light up the holidays, birthdays, game days, any day. Energy efficient, built to last, and backed by a lifetime product warranty. Schedule your free estimate today at GatorTrimLight.com.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
Everyone's invited to this party. Hey, it's Steve Russell. Doesn't matter who you are, your name's on the list to Hard Rock Bet's season-long celebration. Sign up today and bet $5 on any game. If it wins, you'll also score $150 in bonus bets. A winning bet plus a boosted bankroll, that's how you get the party started on Hard Rock Bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida, must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling, call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Weekdays at 4, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Good stuff. Welcome back as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio. Sports scene fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency. Back to the Titan MRI and Imaging phone line. D in South Florida is going to talk to us. What's up, D?
Hey, what's up, Steve?
Hey.
3 quick things. On Vernon, good for him, man. I kind of caught his career on the tail end. I think I started watching Gator basketball in '89, and actually I started following the game they lost against Alabama in the SEC championship game. So, again, good for him, long overdue. So he will always be the top 5 Gator basketball player in my eyes. So, like I said, good for him. Number 2, Steve, as far as Dabo goes, Steve, look, I don't think anyone's asking him to be replaced or they're asking Clemson fans to fire him or whatever. Look, man, he's 1-2, and he pulled this against after they lost to LSU. Or you guys going to doubt us now, count us out now, or see what's going to happen? It's like he thinks he's beyond reproach. And when you're 1-2, you lost your home opener against LSU, who many thought you would win that game, and then you lost the game at Georgia Tech. So he's getting real, antsy with the media and snippy with the media when, they're just questioning about what's going on right now, not about what he's accomplished.
I don't think he's getting testy with the media. I think he's getting testy with the fan base. I think he's 100% right. Because let me flip what you just said, D. Okay? Right. Yes, you're 1-2. okay? But I'm a big believer in history. History shows he wins. He wins. He has a proven track record of winning. So if you want to say, hey, we're off to a slow start, and question why they're off to a slow start, what's not going right, what's wrong with Klubnik, we're supposed to be, okay, those are legitimate questions he or any other coach should answer. But I get his point that, look, here's my track record, people, and if you don't think I can do this, well, then fine, run me out. I'll go somewhere else and do it, because his track record speaks for itself.
I got you. Like I said, Steve, I just think he's been going off the last, 2 of the first 3 weeks, and I like I said, I don't listen to Clemson radio, so I don't know what they're saying, but
right.
I think it's a little too early for that. Last thing, Steve, on the Miami game, I'm not going to be able to get in tomorrow probably. I'm looking for one stat here. The Gators got to be +2 in the turnover battle to win, not to compete, not to play hard, to win, and that's the object. So if they're +2 or above, we got a shot.
I'm glad you said that, because I'm in agreement with that. And I think the way they get that is through the air. If Carson Beck has an Achilles heel, he throws the ball to the other team. He threw 2 picks last week, I believe 3 against Florida last year when Florida played Georgia. So he is prone to making a mistake. And I think, let me add to what you just said, D, not only +2, but what do you do with it, right? Yep. You got to capitalize and get points off those turnovers. If you don't, then I don't think that's going to help. But I'm with you. Get some turnovers and then get some points off those turnovers.
Yep, have a good weekend, Steve.
Appreciate you, D. Thank you. Jim says, pleased Maxwell's being welcomed back into the Gator fold. If Gator fans want a treat, look up the All Smoke podcast and listen to Vernon tell stories about his years in the NBA. Informative and at times hilarious. Yeah, he's pretty funny at times. Dustin, on our email here, brought to you by International Diamond Center. Waldrop got another win, and Brandon Sproat, the Mets, going to face the Nationals too. Yeah, they are both doing well. And if anybody knows them, I have reached out to them to get them on this show, and they don't respond. So, Mr. and Mrs. Sproat or Mr. and Mrs. Waldrop, if you're listening, have your son respond, because I want him to talk to Gainesville about the success they are having. And let me tell you something. The Braves aren't going anywhere, but Brandon Sproat is going to be a really important cog if the Mets are going to make the playoffs, which right now they're hanging on by a thread to do that. Patrick goes way back here. I used to have a caller named Crazy Walter. And Crazy Walter, huge Hurricane fan. He says Crazy Walter has 45-10 Canes. He's got 45-10 Miami. Boy, Patrick. And then Brian, in my opinion, in a 4-year span, which should be afforded to any hire, you should see 3 things as head coach at the University of Florida. Year 1, top 25 recruiting class. Years 2 to 4, consistently top 15 combined between both the portal and high school. Competitive games, especially conference rivals in year 1, hopefully making a bowl game. Years 2 to 4, competitive games while making a viable run for a conference championship and possible playoff, and beating at least 1 out of 3 conference rivals. 3, beat FSU. Unfortunately, I know we will get beat every once in a while. That does define your season. With the above stated, has Napier done this in his tenure here? I'd have to go back and look, because I'm not sure what the recruiting rankings were if I go back 3 years or whatever. But I think he's recruited pretty well. I mean, look, would you not say there's talent on this team through the portal or through high school recruiting? I mean, Jaden Baugh, Miles Graham, some of those kinds of players, Sturdivant coming here. I mean, I think that's happened. Lagway, okay? So there's talent, but it all boils down, ladies and gentlemen, to wins and losses. What it boils down to. Elias says, I'm not saying this would be good or bad for the program, but I find it interesting to consider Lagway's camp potential. Current thinking. A transfer out of UF could make sense if changes aren't made, whether OC head coach, as opposed to if changes are made. Certainly their focus is unlikely to be consumed by NIL money. is unlikely to be consumed by NIL money? In this day and age, Elias? Potential NFL career needs evidence of development and progress. Unclear what that looks like under this staff. The Carson Beck situation could be relevant here, especially if the quarterback OC staff at Florida is retained intact. I do think, Elias, and great observations, but I do think the NIL piece is important. It just is now. Look, good, bad, wrong, right, how it is. Peyton, any fan base who runs a coach out every 3 to 4 years and acts like football didn't exist until 1990 can't consider their school of blue blood to be able to reel in some big-name coach. Temper your expectations. That leads into my next conversation that we will have after we get our guests here. Because I think if you look at the history of the University of Florida, football, arguably, the coach that they got that had pedigree at the time was Doug Dickey. Because Doug Dickey had come off winning an SEC championship at Tennessee before he came to Florida. Spurrier won an ACC. Okay. Mullen had Mississippi State #1 for a while. But Dickey and Urban Meyer, you know where he came from, right? Jim McElwain, Will Muschamp, right? You see where I'm going? So once again, I'm a big history guy. I was my minor in college. I look at history. Where has Florida gone and hired a big-time dude to come coach here? Answer, never. Never. Now, flip side of that coin is they're hard to pry away. Oh, let's just go get Nick Saban. Let's just go get, Ryan Day. Let's just go get, whatever. Come on. That's hard to do. But if you're all that in a slice of bread, you get one of those dudes because it's a great place to coach, blah, blah, blah. We'll continue this. Hopefully next, Vernon Maxwell is going to join us live as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Your home for Thursday Night Football all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
The best conversations happen with Los Linderos tequila, like this recent conversation between two Gator legends.
Coach, it always impressed me how you beat Florida State to win the 1996 national championship.
And I was really impressed with your 06, 08, and 09 Gator teams.
And the way you coached Danny to the Heisman Trophy.
A lot like what you did with Tim Tebow.
To the Swamp and the Gators, with the best beverage served at Spur's Gridiron Grill. 100% agave Los Linderos tequila, aged in bourbon barrels for a smoother taste.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
I love the ocean.
Me? I love a slow winding river. I love the lake. Slick as glass.
But nothing compares to what you love inside the boat.
My family.
My child.
My best friend from first grade.
If you're behind the wheel of a boat, pay attention. That way your favorite water will always be safe water. Learn more about boating safety at myfwc.com. Brought to you by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Broadcasting from the Gator Trim Light Studio, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. Welcome back to Sports Scene. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law, with 54 years of experience, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law won't back down. Well, we told you at the top of the show that Vernon Maxwell, who had his records expunged here after he played at the University of Florida, played hoops here, those records have been restored now, and we're going to bring Vernon Maxwell on here live with us. Vernon, welcome. Thanks for doing this. I guess the logical question, when did you first find out about your records being restored?
It probably was about when they were saying it probably was about a month ago. And then, but they really let me know on like Tuesday, like, okay, this is really going to happen. And then shit, I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I fell on the floor. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Just help me.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry about that.
I guess the next logical question, Vernon, is, when you were told, what was your reaction? What was going through your mind? What were your feelings like when you were told?
Well, it was a lot of emotion. I mean, like I said, I fell on the floor and I couldn't believe it and I know I had a lot of people behind my, had my back at the University of Florida, was trying to make this thing happen for me, like Bill Koss and Feinberg, and and we got a new regime over there too now. We got the new head coach. Not saying that Billy Donovan wasn't like advocating for me or nothing like that. I love Billy Donovan. But I'm just saying this is in the new athletic director. So it just means a lot, man, to the Maxwell family. Just for my mom, she's 82 now. Just to have her be able to see what I've done at the University of Florida get reinstated. So that means a lot to me, and I'm so blessed for that.
When you were actually playing here, Vernon, first SEC, all of that, on the court, what are your memories of playing at Florida?
Just me being a killer, like I was. I've been a killer all my life. I've been so just me being a killer. And I mean, like I say, ain't nobody I thought could stop me. When I played basketball, I thought I was the best. I think I was the best thing since sliced bread. So, I mean, ain't nobody could stop me. I ain't think so. But just remembering and my teammates, my teammates shared a good part in everything that I like. All these points and the steals and all the other stuff that I did. My teammates were so instrumental to everything that I did over at the University of Florida, man. It means so much to me because I got to show them homage because, you know, if it wasn't for them, there's no Vernon. You know what I mean? So I got to show my teammates. It's all about, like, with this weekend, like, it's me showing homage to, like, the athletic director, the head coach, my guy, and the University of Florida, man. I'm so blessed, man, just to be able to just come back because I hadn't been on the campus in a long time. So it's a blessing just for me to think about the orange and blue, you know, like that's I'm back home now again.
That's really cool. For those who don't know, Vernon went to Buchholz High School here locally and then, you know, played at the University of Florida. Before I forget, you're doing a podcast now. How'd you get into that?
Well, you know, I like to talk a lot of stuff. And, you know.
You do.
I like to,
That's true. You do.
And then it's a guy named Cameron Carter. Cameron Carter is a guy, he came to me one day at my son's basketball game, and he was like saying, like, man, I think you'll be a good podcaster. And I was like, I don't know about that young fellow. I said, how much money is that going to cost me? Because I ain't going to put my money. He said, no, just let me. And then he worked for a month, and then long story short, he made it happen. And then and that's where I took off at because I'm a great storyteller, I guess. So everybody keep telling me that. So I just continued doing it, and I growed, and now with all the smoke, and I'm with a lot of platforms now that everything is wonderful for me in my life, and I'm just like I said again, I'm a blessed man.
I'm going to end with this, Vernon, because I watched you play not only basketball, but football at Buchholz too, and I thought you were a tremendous player. You could have played college football. I know that, and you know that. When did you make the decision to stick with basketball?
My junior year in high school, I said that I would probably be – I know I could have played in the NFL. I would have played in the NFL at cornerback or safety. I know I could have did. I had 16 interceptions in one season at Buchholz High School. So I don't think nobody's going to break that record either. So, but to my – like I'm saying that, yeah, University of Florida, they came to me about playing football at one point. They want me to be a dual sport guy, basketball and football. But me and God bless him, Norm Sloan, we beg to differ about me going out there on the football field. So I just stayed in a comfortable place where I was at because I know I was a great football player. I don't like to boast up myself, and I would think I was better at football than I was at basketball. I tell everybody that all the time.
I watched you. I know how good you were doing that. Vernon, thank you for coming back and talking to Gainesville here. I've been one for a long time that advocated for this as well because I watched you play. A lot of people watched you play. We saw you put the ball in the basket. So congratulations on this, man. And again, appreciate you talking back to Gainesville.
No, it means a lot. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, Vernon. Thank you. Vernon Maxwell live with us here as he comes and gets his just due. And I'm going to tell you, he ain't bragging when he talked about how well he could have played in the NFL. He was a tremendous defensive back. He's one of the best athletes I've ever seen play, period. He was that good. All right, let's go back to our International Diamond Center email. Andrew says, does it seem like the competition in the SEC is great? Then you look at the Big Ten, it just looks top-heavy. Fans of the bottom teams have checked out. It's created 3 really good teams just average to below average for the rest. The games on CBS are like blowouts. ESPN games are incredible. Well, yes, I think top to bottom, the SEC is the best conference, Andrew. And that's why you're going to get better games. It's that simple. And then Joe emails too. He said, wow, great interview with Vernon. Thanks for getting him on. I, too, watched him play. I know he did stuff wrong and should have been punished for the stuff that he did wrong, but no one can take away what you and I saw from him playing not only in college but in the NBA as well. Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, later in the show, we're going to talk to Eastside's football coach, Gator Hoskins. They got a big game with Bradford coming up. Then the coach, Herm Edwards, will talk a little National Football League, top of the hour. And then Bob Nightingale, USA Today, covers Major League Baseball. We'll talk about the pennant races. Tomorrow, it is Prognostication Friday. And we will have Max Chadwick, Pro Football Focus, here, talk a little college football with you. And David Lake, who covers the Miami Hurricanes for 24/7 Sports, will talk to you about the Hurricanes. So that's all coming up tomorrow and the rest of today on Sports Scene. Is this okay? Let's get your phone calls here on the Titan MRI Imaging phone line, 392-8255. And again, International Diamond Center email, srussell@wruf.com. I want to thank our friends at Quality Plumbing for sponsoring our first hour. Quality Plumbing, their name says it all. And again, really appreciate all of the sponsors here who are with us and being part of the show. You are very, very much appreciated. All right, let's get to JD here. JD, hello.
Hey, Steve, I wanted to go with you. You were talking about never hiring a big splash as head coach, and never in history, and I'm a history major also. But I go back a little further than you, Steve. I was in college at UF when we had our favorite, one of my favorites, and I know Coach Spurrier's favorite, Gator Ray Graves. Gator Ray was Bobby Dodd's defensive coordinator. So there you go. There's another guy that was not a big splash at that point in time. And I don't know at college football how splashy that was at the time, but that was not a big splash hire. But Gator Ray Graves, and he was just a little bit short. We had some really good teams back in the day, but they always were just a little bit short. Steve, I want to talk a little bit about fan fatigue. Okay. And I'm one of them. Been a season ticket holder since 1981 when I got out of the military. And anyway, I heard Scott. Might have been your show a while back. He said, things are about to get fun here, and no, they're not, Scott. They're not fun. This is not fun, and I don't know that I was hopeful, and I think I'm still hopeful that Billy Napier can do this, but I don't think in the current configuration with the two offensive line coaches, no offensive coordinator other than the play caller that we have, I don't see it. I don't see it happening. I feel like our quarterback's lost, and I like to say fan fatigue, but I'm just looking at this team, maybe 4, maybe 5 wins. I don't know where the rest of them are coming from, and how much can you rely on this defense, Steve? I mean, they played lights out last week, but here they go again. And at some point, when you do that, and on the other side of the ball, they don't produce, and they do stupid things. I don't care. It's just being human. So I guess I'm down in the dumps, Steve. Anyway, that's my take today. Fan fatigue, and yeah, we never hired a big splash. And I don't know. How do you feel about hiring a big splash? Maybe I'll hang up with that. Thank you, Steve.
All right, JD. Thank you. I think what you have to do, and look, I'm going to say an obvious thing here. You have to hire the coach that you think is going to do the job. And there's not a school in the United States of America that's always gotten it right. Or they've lasted for, 4, 5, 6 years, and maybe in the 60th. So, I mean, it's a crapshoot. It always is. How many Steve Spurriers are there? How many Nick Sabans are there? There's not a whole lot of them just walking down the street, plucking off from the tree. We'll take a break, come back. We'll talk some high school football with Gator Hoskins, the Eastside football coach, next as you listen on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Will Ivester. Gator football gets ready to face another top team with strong quarterback play in Miami's Carson Beck. The Gators defense shut down LSU's Garrett Nussmeier for a good portion of the game in their loss last week. Head coach Billy Napier gives credit to Beck's on-field experience.
Yeah, no, I think Carson is one of the better quarterbacks in the country. Obviously, has played a ton of football, not only in the game setting, but in the practice setting at Georgia. And you can tell the guy has good football intelligence.
Florida volleyball prepares for a road trip this weekend at Marquette on Friday and at number 7 Wisconsin on Sunday. The Gators are coming off a win against number 20 Baylor 3-2 last Sunday. Marquette is coming off a 3-0 loss to Wisconsin yesterday. This will mark the Gators' last games before SEC play starts next Friday.
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zizania Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zizania Farms.
Everyone's invited to this party. Hey, it's Steve Russell. Doesn't matter who you are, your name's on the list to Hard Rock Bet's season-long celebration. Sign up today and bet $5 on any game. If it wins, you'll also score $150 in bonus bets. A winning bet plus a boosted bankroll, that's how you get the party started on Hard Rock Bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Thankfully, we haven't had any strong rains or winds this storm season. But it's not over yet. Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Meaning, fix it now before it's a problem. If you have broken, dead, or compromising limbs, shallow roots, or deceased trunks, call Daughtry Tree for a free risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Local, trusted, and fully insured. Be safe and make your appointment today. Visit DaughtryTree.com. Daughtry Tree, your tree service people.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Temperatures on this Thursday making it into the lower 90s, just a little bit above average. 92 your forecasted high for the Gainesville metro area. Skies mostly sunny to partly cloudy. A breeze from the east-northeast gusting to about 15 miles an hour. Although the chance is low, I can't rule out a stray afternoon shower west of the I-75 corridor. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gators football, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
Thank you, Sean Kelly. Don't forget tonight, Gator Talk with Sean Kelly. Make sure and tune in for that as well with the head coach, Billy Napier. All right, going to talk a little high school football. Shapes up being a really good game this week. The 3-1 Eastside Rams, 3-1 Bradford will tussle. And with us is Eastside's coach, Gator Hoskins. Gator, thanks for doing this, man. Boy, two good teams here, 3-1, 3-1. What do you see with Bradford on tape?
They're a really well-coached football team, tough, physical. They got some great players out there, and they got a great defense.
I was just going to say, I looked at the first four games, and they haven't given up a lot of points at all defensively. What makes them so good?
They're well coached. They do their job. They're physical. They're fast. They communicate really well out there. You can see the guys communicating on film. They fly around, and they're having fun out there.
Looking at your team, you guys have been pretty consistent offensively. I think the lowest point total you had was 19 against Buchholz. Are you satisfied with the way your offense has played so far?
No, not really. I think we could play a lot better. I still don't think we've played 4 quarters of great football yet. We put together halves and quarters, but against a good football team like Bradford, you're going to have to play 4 quarters of great football.
What's kind of held you back, Gator? Has it been penalties or just, what sort of things held you back a little bit?
I think penalties is a little bit of it. We'll get a drive going against some penalty, get a flag here and there, and just getting 11 guys to execute at all times. Sometimes somebody may miss an assignment or miss a block. It's just getting those 11 guys to execute all together on every single play.
One of the things though, I watched you play against Buchholz, and there were some mistakes there, but I think you guys play hard. Have you been satisfied with that aspect of it?
I think we're picking it up. I challenged those guys around that Buchholz time. I think we had played really sloppy against Bellevue the first game of the season. I think we played sloppy against Rickers that first half. And I just challenged those guys coming into that Buchholz week to play better. I think we played okay. Had too many mistakes, though, on special teams, threw a pick six, kind of shot ourselves in the foot. But overall, I did think we played a lot better that game.
Gator Hoskins, our coach, the Eastside football coach. They'll take on Bradford this weekend here coming up. Okay, I'm going to ask you the cliche question here. Watching them on tape and what you do, Gator, if you beat them, what's got to go right for you?
We had to play 4 quarters of clean football, got to capitalize on our opportunities. They got to play great defense. I think this game is going to come down to who wants it more and who defense plays better.
I'm going to end with this because having you on here 2 or 3 times now, maybe you're making mistakes, but you've never mentioned effort. This seems like a good group to coach, is it?
Yeah. This being my 4th year, these guys, we kind of groomed them, got them in as freshmen, and they've been with us the whole time. It's a great group of seniors, honestly. This team is led by seniors so far, and they love football. They love flying around, having fun. We just got to clean up the mistakes.
All right. Good luck to you against Bradford. I appreciate you. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You got it, Coach. Gator Hoskins, coaching the place I coached once upon a time, Eastside High School, a long time ago. It's funny. I just heard, I was doing the Extra Point postgame show, and I heard from one of my former players. That was so cool. He's an attorney now. It was really cool. All right. Again, next hour, the coach, Herm Edwards. If you have a question for him, we've already gotten 2 email questions for Herm Edwards. He'll talk a little NFL, of course. And then we'll have some baseball talk. Imagine that. We're going to actually talk MLB and the pennant races. Yeah. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, is going to do that. Evan says, at the time, Urban was the biggest name available. the way he coached that huge team was a winner, or into a winner, was undeniable. Oh, I don't dispute that. I'm just saying, historically, Florida's not, and it's not a knock. I'm just stating a fact. Florida's not hired. Doug Dickey was the coach that had previously won an SEC championship when he got hired here. Greg, wasn't Urban a splash hire? No. He came from Utah, right? He was the next big thing. In hindsight, it's easy to say that. At the time, though, was it a good hire? Yes. I'm just saying he wasn't coming from Ohio State or, someplace like that. That's where I'm headed with that. All right. Thanks this hour to Vernon Maxwell for joining us live after his records were reinstated by Florida Athletic Director Scott Strickland, and enjoyed him being live with us. Hope you enjoyed that too. He's an interesting dude, Vernon is, and glad to have him here. We are broadcasting live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, and of course, we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue in Gainesville. Drop by and see the Cousins boys because they do it right. They've been doing the same thing for 40-plus years, the best in late model, low-mileage vehicles. Herm Edwards will join us top of the hour, and then we will get Bob Nightingale here at the bottom of the hour. Between that, your questions, your calls, your comments. I hope we can talk some sport. This happens. Monday and Tuesday, if Florida loses, everybody's fired up, fire the coach, I hate him, whatever. And then after that, I hope that's not what sports talk has gone to. Yeah, or you can't talk sports, right? Let's hope we can do that. Hour 2 coming up. I'm Steve Russell. You're listening to WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Your home for Sunday Night Football, all season long. WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Attention local and regional CDL-A drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at PritchettTrucking.com.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
Silverback Concrete is a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists that builds commercial structures for contractors who expect unrivaled quality, including the head ball coach's restaurant, Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. You only have one chance to make a building that holds up to the highest standards through all kinds of weather. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to see why they're the #1 choice in the Southeast. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete's got your back.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
Hi there, this is Coach Steve Spurrier, and I want to let you know that Spurrier's Gridiron Grill's delicious brunch is now served in a premium buffet. And we're now serving Gainesville's only elevated buffet, complete with an omelet station, ginger sage chicken sausage, shredded short rib, and of course our chicken and waffles. Plus, you can enjoy bottomless, mimosas, and Bloody Marys. So join us every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 3 for the best brunch in town.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
He's back! The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by Titan MRI and Imaging, Gator Trim Lights, Meldon Law, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Silverback Concrete, Quality Plumbing, Crystal Air, Ruse Ogra Insurance, Fairlife Milk, Radware, Comfort Temp, Miapa Latin Cafe, International Diamond Center, Los Senderos Tequila, Doreen Weeby Realtor, Caldwell Banker, and the head beer coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
Welcome into Hour 2 of Sports Scene for this Thursday. I'm Steve Russell. Thanks for taking part of your day to join us and talk some sports. We appreciate it. Jessica is the producer, as she always is. Does a great job for us, and we thank you for tuning in. We are broadcasting live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, invisible by day, beautiful by night, locally owned and operated here in Gainesville. I want to thank Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of Sports Scene, and want to thank Crystal Air and Water for sponsoring Hour 2. Family-owned and operated Crystal Air and Water services air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and nearby areas. We're not comfortable until you are. Well, always a pleasure to start out any hour talking to the coach, Herm Edwards. Of course, you see him talking NFL on ESPN. And Herm, let me start by congratulations on the extension you just signed with ESPN. So we'll get to talk and see you a little more. I like that.
Yeah, my wife likes that too. She keeps me working. So it's all good right now, as they say.
I hear you, man. I had a couple of questions here for email. Sam wanted to ask you, should the Browns bench Flacco and start Dylan Gabriel moving forward?
Well, it's funny. I just talked to a Cleveland radio station this morning, and I think what will happen there in Cleveland, the season will kind of dictate where if they want to turn the page or not, right? And you know, they sit in a pretty tough division, as you know, and right now when you start off the way they started out. Obviously, with Joe Flacco, not blaming Joe, but like I always said, quarterbacks and the head coach always have the record by their name. Nobody else does, except the head coach and the quarterback, right?
Yes.
So when you're 0-2, obviously, it's you know, the red flags come up. Oh boy, what's wrong? You know, I look at it this way. When you look at where they're at, they got Green Bay next, I believe it is, right? And then they got Detroit. So I would think after a month of football, if things don't change, they would probably look in putting in the young guy.
Yeah. Another email here from Philip. He says, I'm a big Chiefs fan. What's wrong with them?
They're just inconsistent offensively. I was talking about Patrick Mahomes earlier today, and, you know, when you watch Patrick Mahomes right now, he's such a fantastic talent, and he's made a lot of throws off platform. A lot of these quarterbacks, that's kind of the way they like playing off platform, where their feet are going one way, and you know they're throwing across their body the other way, and it all looks good until you start not completing passes. And you got to get back to the basics. And I think if you're Andy, he's a fine coach. He's going to tell Patrick, hey, look, let's just play from the pocket a little some, and let's just get our footwork and all those things in order. I watched one pass that he threw. The guy was behind the defense about 20 yards, and he overthrew the guy by 10 yards.
Yeah, I saw that.
Patrick Mahomes, right? I mean, the guy was wide open. I mean, he could almost fell down and caught the ball. But I think that's what happens to a lot of these guys. I see that with and I got to go back to college football, but because I pay tuition there in Texas because I got my two girls there. But Archie Manning's doing the same thing.
Yes.
His legs are going one way, his body is going the other way, and he's trying to throw these sidearm throws. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? Just come over the top and throw it like you throw it. But that's the nature of freelancing with a quarterback that wants to make all these throws rather than just complete the ball, man.
Yeah. The other side of that coin is Indianapolis. Daniel Jones looks like the second coming. And, we all know how he struggled. So I guess, Coach, if you get in the right system, you get with a good play caller, it's just 2 games. I get it. But what are your thoughts on what he's done with Indy?
This is correct. And I mentioned that today on the show. I said, you see a lot of these quarterbacks in today's world, they've resurrected their career. One of them is in Tampa.
Yep. I
was talking to Cleveland, and they were talking about the quarterback situation. I said, well, remember the guy you guys used to have, that guy Baker Mayfield? And they ran him out of town. And all of a sudden, he threw 41 touchdown passes last year. And he's 2-0 this year. And you're right. Sometimes it is the play caller. And it's not the system so much. Coaches sometimes get caught up in the system. Well, it ain't the system. The system's the quarterback. What can the quarterback do good? Okay, he can do that. Well, that's the system now. I'm going to have to massage my system a little bit. And you see this with guys, and you're right. They call it Danny Dimes. And right now, if you'd have told me the Colts would be in first place, 2-0, they are actually leading the division, right? Because the Texans are 0-2. The Colts, the Indianapolis Colts, no, I'm not talking about Peyton Manning being the quarterback. No,
Right.
Danny Dimes is the quarterback. They are 2-0.
Yeah, amazing. A lot of heat in Miami. That first game, Herm, was I mean, I don't care if you're a Dolphins fan or not. That was tough to just watch. Is that fixable?
Oh boy, I don't know. This is a little bit coming from last year too, right? I mean, they were kind of up and down last year a little bit, and you just all of a sudden this offense doesn't look like it's in sync for some reason. And they have some talented players. We know that, but all of a sudden, they find themselves, when they lost. I mean, look, they scored 8 points against Indy. Okay, so then the next week they come back against New England. Okay, and it's they score 27 and lose. So you got to feel like, okay, the offense is got going again. Now, can they do it again back to back? But the problem is that they're going to Buffalo. Well, good luck. They're going to Buffalo.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those deals where it doesn't look good when you watch it, right? It just, if you look at the eye test, you go, what's wrong here? Why is this like this, right? And that's what I kind of, when I'm looking at it, I go, something's not wrong. Something's not clicking here. So we'll see. I mean, they'll hopefully, they can fix it. They have talented players. Tua was a talented guy. They've got some receivers in Hill and Waddle, and they can run the ball when they like, and we'll see what happens.
The Coach Herm Edwards joining us here on Sports Scene, talking National Football League. Herm, walk me off the ledge about the Jets. I mean, they were bad last week. But look, new coach, because there's some players there that have talent. Yeah. And on the defensive side of the ball, it looked like they didn't know what they were doing. Is this just, them getting to know a new coach and a new system? You've been there. Tell me what this is.
Well, Justin Fields is a guy that he plays hot and cold, and you thought the first game of the season when they played and, they scored 32 points against their former quarterback, you went, wow, look at this offense. I even said it. I said, man, Justin Fields, he played his tail off. And then all of a sudden, last week it's 30-10.
Right.
And I'm going, whoa, that's not good, right? And so you trying to figure it out. Aaron played for me the 1 year that I was with the Jets. I mean, he comes from a place where, he knows what he wants. He's a good football coach, but this team just, for some reason, it just the last couple years. I mean, it just can't find their way. And you're right, it has a lot of talent on both sides of the ball. I mean, they've got all-star players, and you would just, I mean, to lose like that, it's like, really? And I get it's against Buffalo, but still, Buffalo's in your division. You shouldn't. You got to be more competitive than that, and hopefully they can find their way this week where they go to Tampa. But
yeah,
now you got to play that other guy, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. Last thing, Herm. 2 games obviously is not a sample size, but Buffalo as a franchise intrigues me. The 4 straight Super Bowls with Marv Levy and, didn't win one.
Right.
And now that same vibe. They've been good. The regular seasons are good, but they can't win. Is that pressure real in a locker room or in an organization when that sort of thing happens?
Well, the locker room changes, and you're right. I mean, back when they went all those, that's when I was with Kansas City, actually, when they had that run of 4 years, I think it was.
Yep.
And Levy was the coach, and they had Bruce Smith and all those guys. And I can remember we had Joe Montana when I was at Kansas City as an assistant coach, and we had a good team. And we thought we had Joe Montana, Marcus Allen, and we beat them in the regular season. And we had to go play them in the playoffs up in Buffalo, and they hit Joe about the second quarter. And Bruce Smith come around and hit him in his head, hit the turf, and I went up. Game done. And they beat us and went on into the Super Bowl. It's an organization that I think they got a great fan base. Their problem has been everything went through Kansas City the last 3 or 4 years, right?
Yeah.
You had to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson's dealing with the same deal, right? You got to beat the Chiefs. Now the Chiefs are a little bit wounded. I mean, who would ever thunk AFC West, okay? I said the Chargers are going to be better, but the Chargers are in first place. They're 2-0. The Chiefs are last in the division.
Right. Yeah.
You wouldn't think that, right? But now, I think everybody needs to take a deep breath because there's 10 teams that are 2-0, 10 teams that are 0-2, and then 12 teams that are 1-1. That's what makes the National Football League so great.
Yeah, it does.
As soon as you think you figured it out, we ain't figured it out. There's a lot of football there.
Herm, always a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for taking the time. We will get you back soon. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
You got it, Coach. The coach, Herm Edwards, joining us here on Sports Scene. All right. Sometimes, there's all the years I've done this, you think that you're done being surprised. I was just surprised. And you'll hear why I was surprised coming up. So stay with us as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Abigail Dressback. Gator great Vernon Maxwell's title as the all-time top scorer for Florida basketball has been restored. He is now the 3rd highest scorer in all SEC basketball history. Florida's football team is traveling to Miami this weekend to face the number 2 Miami Hurricanes. This rivalry started in 1938 and has only gotten more intense as time progressed. Miami quarterback Carson Beck is used to playing the Gators as he was a Georgia Bulldog. Billy Napier gave Beck his flowers when he said that he's a smart player.
Yeah, no, I think Carson is, one of the better quarterbacks in the country. Obviously, has played a ton of football, not only in the game setting, but in the practice setting at Georgia. You can tell the guy has good football intelligence.
You can catch coverage of the game here on WRUF this Saturday starting at 4:30 p.m.
Transform your home with Gator Trim Lights. Professionally installed, permanent outdoor lighting that disappears by day and dazzles by night. Our patented color-matched channel blends seamlessly with your roof line. No clips, no wires, just a clean, custom look. Use the easy app to light up the holidays, birthdays, game days, any day. Energy efficient, built to last, and backed by a lifetime product warranty. Schedule your free estimate today at GatorTrimLight.com.
Hey, folks, it's Steve Russell for my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. They've been in business for over 45 years. That in itself says a whole lot. Take a look around you when you drive. Take a look at the car in front of you, alongside of you. There's a really good chance it'll have a Southeast Car Agency tag, just like my vehicle does, and many vehicles before that have as well. When you go see them in person, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you to the good people at Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
The most important thing I learned from my father was work ethic and integrity. Never veer away from integrity, even if it costs you money.
International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
The core value for IDC is to protect the customer.
That means offering the largest selection, uncompromising quality, the strongest warranties, and honest guidance from experts who are not paid on commission. International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Online, shopidc.com.
It's no fun being injured. The last thing you want to deal with is long wait times or high costs. Well, guess what? You don't have to, thanks to Titan MRI and Imaging. The experience at Titan MRI and Imaging is much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. And they accept insurance. So if you need a scan, save time and money and call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
You're listening to Sports Scene with Steve Russell, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Welcome back to Sports Scene. As we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue for the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Go see Southeast Car Agency today. Well, I mentioned I was surprised. First of all, getting Vernon Maxwell here today was a surprise, and we got him. And then doing the show, and I look outside here, and that can't be who I'm thinking it is. It was who I thought it was. Chuck Cooperstein, a classmate of mine, went to school together, play-by-play voice of the Dallas Mavericks, is here. And you're here, though, for a pretty special reason.
Yeah, first things first. Who are you, Roberto Duran or something like that? I mean, I thought you were, or it's like Pacino in The Godfather. Every time I try to get out, they pull me back in.
That's correct. That's correct. You just can't put him down.
We just can't put him down.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. I was a student manager my first 2 years at Florida for the basketball team. And this weekend, tomorrow and Saturday, they're having their first ever Florida basketball reunion. And Bill Koss, who has always been involved with the basketball program as long as I was here. He played the ultimate practical joke on me when I started in the program and just got me terrified of everybody for doing it. But we've talked through the years, and he told me that they were doing this, and will you come? And heck yes, I'm going to come. So. He's been the main organizer. I think there are other people who are involved, but apparently, like a lot of people, even from the first Norm Sloan era in the '60s, are going to be there. So I'm super excited. Rick Clarkson, who played when I was a student manager, he lives in Dallas, and we're really good friends, and we play a lot of golf together. And he's a big part of it too. So it's going to be a blast. I can't wait to see certainly the people from my era, but obviously so much has happened since, in so many great things. And I've really not met Todd Golden, and I would really I saw him at the A&M football game last year. Can we all forget that weekend? But hopefully get to spend a little more time with them, and it's going to be great. It's just super.
What are some of the things planned for that?
So they're going to let us watch practice tomorrow, and then there's a reception. And then a dinner and ceremony. Hopefully it won't go too long, because I think as we have all learned, doing these things to the point is better, and that leads for the after the post game activity, which I don't know how long that'll go. And then I think Todd's going to do a chalk talk on Saturday morning with some players, and it'll end around noon. And some are going home, and some are going to hang around and watch the Gators. Hopefully, hang in there with Miami.
It's funny the way the calendar works, because the seasons in pro sports, I mean, they're long in college, but they can be really long in pro sports. It just seemed like the NBA stopped, and you're going to start up pretty soon.
Yeah, our media day is the 29th.
Yeah,
our first preseason game is October 6th, and opening night is the 22nd for us.
As you see the roster of Dallas now, what do you see?
I wish I knew. Everybody says, "Are you excited?" Yeah, I'm excited to see Cooper Flagg. I mean, it was the great recovery after the disaster of early February when the Mavericks traded Luka Doncic, and there are a lot of people in Dallas that have not recovered from that, and I don't know that they will ever recover from it. But it was the ultimate life jacket, and that was sent to the franchise. And so I'm excited to see him play. Just the little bit that we saw in summer league, that'll get me excited, I think. But the rest of the team, because Kyrie is not coming back probably until mid-February. He was hurt on March 3rd. So and then when he comes back, just how much is he? Is he Kyrie?
He's not young anymore.
Right, and he's not young anymore. But usually. It takes about a year after the surgery for you to get it right. It's the next season that you really that you get it right. So we got D'Angelo Russell in from Brooklyn, and who didn't play very well last year, but he's been a 17-point scorer and 6 assists. And we're huge. We're mastodonic. We will. Our defense around the rim is going to be incredible. The question is, are we going to be able to score enough? And we're not playing modern NBA basketball. When Anthony Davis came back from his injury right after the trade, we took 27 3-pointers a game, which was 3.5 per game fewer than the next lowest total. Ooh. And that was Denver. Now, Denver made a bunch of them. They could make a bunch of them. We didn't have guys that can make them. So, but the math was a problem. And so, how are they going to deal with the math? We've changed out our coaching staff. Frank Vogel is our top assistant now, and he and Jason were together Jason Kidd were together in Los Angeles. Now they've reversed the roles.
Yes.
Jay Triano has been in the NBA a long time. Was a Canadian national team head coach for quite some time. Head coach in Toronto, and Charlotte, I believe. He's been so many places I can't remember them all. And Popeye Jones, who of course played for the Mavericks back in the '90s, who's been in Denver for years. He's with us now. So the staff is good. Our players, if we're healthy, I think we're really interesting. But how does it look? I don't think anybody really knows what it's going to look like.
Chuck Cooperstein here with us. He's going to be here for the Gator basketball reunion. Chuck and I schooled together a couple of years ago. And,
couple of years.
Yeah, Chuck was a manager with the basketball team back then. Let me end with this. The NBA, some people, super teams, all of that, but you see the league, obviously, in the role that you have. Is the state of the NBA, or is the NBA in a good place now?
Well, I just came from New York. We had our broadcast meetings up there the last 2 days, and that pretty much was the theme that the NBA certainly wants to put out, that the commissioner clearly believes is the case. And I think for the most part it is. The talent level is incredible. The coaching is incredible. The playoffs were spectacularly competitive this year.
Yes.
And so from that standpoint, I think they are. I think, listen, there will always be naysayers and people saying, well, all they do is, run down and jack up threes and, nobody plays defense. And, those are the people who don't watch the NBA and then don't pay attention to the NBA because the coaching is at the highest level. The defense and just from that coaching, there's just so much that's going on out there, and it's happening so fast as compared even to the college game. But there are just so many great players in the league. I think I wonder if the narrative would be different if we had a truly great American face to the NBA, which we don't have right now. The top players, the very, very best players, are all international players. Although it's hard for me to count Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as an international player. I mean, he plays internationally for Canada, but he played at Kentucky,
right.
So
yeah.
he doesn't count. But when you're talking about Luka and you're talking about Jokic and you're talking about where's my mind? Giannis. I mean, if anybody spent any time watching the European Championship, which I spent way too much time on my computer the last couple of weeks watching. I mean, you see the greatness that's out there and how they are able to take teams really to levels that they probably shouldn't be at. So, I mean, I think it's in a great place. It's going to be the other interesting aspect, obviously, is the change in TV. There are going to be more over-the-air games, through NBC than ever before. But on the other hand, you've got more partners involved with Amazon as well, and NBC taking over the TNT package. ESPN is still there as well. Their goal is to have a national game every night. Well, I think for a lot of people that's going to be very hard initially to navigate. Where is the game?
Right,
and that's that's on the league and frankly us as franchise holders and whatnot to be able to tell you here's where the game is tonight.
Florida, Miami, what do you think?
Well, look, they should have won last week. They should have won that game last week. Everybody seems to love LSU. I don't know why they love LSU. I don't know why. Their defense is good. It's really good. But you know what? Clemson's offense is nothing to write home about. Clemson's offense looks like Florida's offense right now. So I don't know why people are so all in on them. Miami looks really good. Carson Beck looks really good. And really, talk about someone with a chip on his shoulder with something to prove after what happened last year, how last year ended. I mean, he looks great. And, I'll give Cristobal all the credit in the world. He had fantastic receivers. A bunch of them got drafted. And he's changed all that out. And they don't seem to have problems moving the ball and scoring points. If somehow, like I said last week with LSU, if we could, and I will use we as a 1981 graduate of the University of Florida.
Yep.
I will. If somehow we can keep them, in the low 20s. Maybe we have a chance. I can't imagine DJ is going to play as poorly as he played last week. I think if he has any pride, and I think he does, I think he'll be much better. I would just love to see Billy just totally open it up and just, well, on one level. His best player right now is Jaden Baugh. Jaden Baugh has to get the ball. Before the season, we all thought the offensive line was the strongest part of the team. The offensive line hadn't been very good yet, but offensive lines generally get better when they know that they're going to be running the football. They get excited about that. I'd like to see that, and the receiving core is really good. It's the best that Florida's had since Billy took over. Got to push the ball down the field. You got to try, and that's frankly last year when Florida played well in November. They pushed the ball down the field. They did. Got to push the ball down the field. I mean, our tight ends are really good, but our tight ends should not be our leading receivers. They should. That just shouldn't be. So listen, I'm always hopeful. I am always hopeful. But I mean, listen, if they somehow find a way to win tomorrow night, it'll without question be the best win of his tenure here. And hopefully, if he wins, it gets a few people off his back, because right now there's about 3 million tons of Gator fans who are on his back. And
Atlas.
Yes. Can we see the ripples?
Thanks for stopping by, man.
It's great seeing you.
Have
Thank you.
Have fun at the
I will.
That'll be
it's going to be awesome.
All right. Chuck Cooperstein with us here, play-by-play voice of the Dallas Mavericks. We'll come back, and then we'll have Bob Nightingale, USA Today, talking Major League Baseball as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF.
Where Gator Nation comes alive.
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
WRUF, your home for Gator sports.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water.
Call Crystal. For over 2 decades, Miapa has been a staple in Alachua County. Start your day right at Miapa, where fast and affordable authentic cuisine awaits.
We're known for serving the best Cuban coffee.
Our secret is in every sip and every bite, bringing the flavor of our culture straight to your palate. Everyone is welcome at Miapa Latin Cafe. Visit us at one of our locations and let us take you on a journey full of flavor. Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite is a taste of tradition.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for core power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
When you're ready to stop juggling high-interest credit cards,
When you're ready for one simple payment instead of 5? When you're ready to see the finish line on your debt, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Radiant's special low-interest personal loan can help you consolidate debt into one predictable monthly payment. With a fixed rate and term, no surprises, and fast approvals by our local lending team, you'll know exactly when you'll be debt-free. So when you're ready to take control, Radiant is ready to help. Visit radiantcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's Jeff Cardozo.
And Pat Dooley.
Join us today at 4 for the tailgate.
Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM and 850 AM, your home for Gator Sports.
Welcome back to Sports Scene, as we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency, coming to you from the Gator Trim Light Studio. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law. Don't forget, we still have time after we get Bob Nightingale here for a Facebook Live question brought to you by Ruzogra or a YouTube question brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. All right, let's bring in Bob Nightingale, USA Today, covering Major League Baseball, to join us here on Sports Scene. Bob, it's good to have you back. I'm a Mets fan, Bob, and I'm worried. I mean, they have really stumbled here. Do you think they hold on to that last wild card spot?
I think today's a huge game for him, Steve. Alonso just went deep, just a few minutes ago.
Yep.
4 straight home run. I think they have to win this game. If they don't, then their lead over Arizona shrinks to 1, and the Mets lose a tiebreaker. So then it gets hairy. I mean, you still got the Giants and Reds barely hanging on, although I don't take them seriously with the recent losses they had. But I guess today's a big game. I think if the Mets don't win it, it could go either way.
A lot's been talked about, Bob, about a salary cap. And as you know, players are adamantly opposed to it. And I don't know where this goes. I mean, that, as we know in the past, that's been historically where, players aren't going to take that. Do you think there'll be any movement towards that, or is the player dislike for this still the way it was?
It's still the way it was, Steve, and they still want no part of it. They'll say, "Hey, that's it's a TV part. You guys have to dress it on your own." And I think Rob Manfred wants to do that. I don't know how he gets the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Red Sox to chip in and have the same TV contract. That's the big problem. When you have a team like the Dodgers making $330 million a year local TV, and teams like, whether it's the Padres or Brewers, what have you, making 30, 35 is just such a huge discrepancy. So I think their big thing is, hey, you guys solve the problem yourself. We don't want a cap. Now we'll take a floor to it, but we don't want a cap to go along with it.
I had an email here, and they're courtesy of our local sponsor, International Diamond Center, for you. While we're talking MLB, the Rays are about to be purchased by a Jacksonville-based group. With the popularity of minor league and college baseball in North Florida, do you think Jacksonville would be a more successful market than St. Pete?
I don't. I think Orlando could be, but I've heard no rumblings at all of the stadium going anywhere but Tampa. I think, as the Rays discovered, it wasn't a good thing for St. Pete. But Tampa, I think they'll go great guns there. If they wanted to go to Orlando, I think it's an option if Tampa fell apart. But I don't see Jacksonville happening. I haven't heard Jacksonville at all.
Another email for you. Elias says, at the beginning of the season, everybody crowned the Dodgers entering the playoffs. Are they still the team to beat? If not, why not? What happened?
Yeah, they still are the team to beat. They kind of slow-played guys. The rotation was in shambles with injuries. And, I'm not saying they didn't take things seriously, but it's almost like it's been a dress rehearsal for October. Now you look at them, the bullpen is still a mess, but the rotation has been lights out. I think the Phillies, in those 3-game series, they only hit 056 against the Dodger rotation. So it looks like they found their way now. But, we'll see about the bullpen. The bullpen's been a mess, and they've had a ton of injuries, and that's why they didn't win the, 110, 120 games that people were fantasizing about. They're not even going to win 100 games. So it was kind of a disappointing regular season for them. But I still believe the World Series goes through L.A.
Bob Nightingale, USA Today, talking Major League Baseball with us here on Sports Scene. You know, Milwaukee's had a great year, and yet, you know, here's the Phillies, I believe, just 2.5 games behind them for the best record in the National League. Is there pressure on Milwaukee? They've done this, but not gotten to the World Series. They're a good franchise and maybe overachieved, Bob. Is there pressure on them to take the next step?
There is. I think the fan base gets really disgusted when they don't go past the first round. Obviously, they go past the first round this year because they have a first round bye. But then their next opponent could be the Cubs. Their big rival. If they lost to the Cubs in the division series, then I think the fans would, so the season's been a disaster, unfortunately. If they beat the Cubs and knock the Cubs out, then I think whatever happens, icing on the cake, and they say, you know what, we had a great season, won the division, knocked off the Cubs, great year no matter what.
I did not see Toronto at the start of the year. Maybe a playoff team, Bob, but not leading the division. Did you see them?
I mean, it's not as a playoff team, but they've kind of teased you, year after year, a lot like Seattle in many ways, where, how come this team isn't playing better? So no, I didn't think they'd win the division. Not shocked by it, but I didn't think they'd win it. And let's face it, the AL East is a little down this year. The Yankees aren't the same, Red Sox aren't the same. So they're a good team, and especially the American League, they got a good chance as anybody to get to that World Series.
Tampa is 3 or 4 games under 500. Playing in the Yankees minor league park. What kind of didn't go right for Tampa Bay?
Well, just with their payroll, they had a lot of key injuries. For them to win, everything's got to go right, and not everything went right for them. I think the injuries were just too big of a blow, and I do believe they'll bounce back. I think with the new ownership stepping in, it's good timing because usually every new ownership group wants to make their fans happy by spending. So I would think that the Rays would be much more aggressive than the past as far as spending some money here.
Last question for you. We have a lot of Braves fans, obviously, here. They're playing better toward the end of the year. I don't think they'll be as bad next year as they are this year. What do you see for the future of the Braves?
Oh, I'd be stunned if they're not back in the playoffs next year. I think it's just all those injuries caught up to them. Even with Acuna coming back, came back late. He wasn't quite the same guy. Now they're going to have everybody back next year. Sale will be back again, and I think they'll be a little aggressive in during the winter. So you know what, got to get some help here. Let's get this thing going again, and I think they will. I like the fact they picked up Kim from Tampa. Took the risk of that contract. I think they knew that he was going to not opt out and stay there, and he's showing what he can do. So. Right now, I would pencil the Braves right back into getting the playoffs.
All right, one more quick question. If you take away the division leaders, Bob, who is a team that would be a wild card team that you wouldn't want to face?
Well, I wouldn't want to face Seattle if they get in. Just with that rotation, they're scary. They've been scary for years, but haven't made the playoffs. That's a very good team. I don't think any American League teams wants to play that team, particularly at home. They're so powerful at home. So they would be my team, the American League and National League. I think just the Padres with that bullpen. If that rotation ever gets going and goes at least 5-6 innings, that bullpen is the best going into the postseason. I really want to face the Padres either.
Great stuff. Bob, where can people see your work?
Yeah, just at usatoday.com, or usually I'll tweet it out on B. Nightingale. Thanks so much, Steve.
I appreciate you, Bob. Thank you. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, talking Major League Baseball. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and then we'll wrap it up. Still plenty of time to hear from you as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
RUF Sports Center.
I'm Nick Abreu. Former Gator basketball great Vernon Maxwell had his stats at Florida reinstated by the UAA after having them revoked for NCAA sanctions. He's now the all-time leading scorer in Gators men's basketball history. He said he was emotional on Sports Scene with Steve Russell earlier today.
It was a lot of emotion. I mean, like I said, I fell on the floor, and I couldn't believe it.
Florida football is on the road to face number 4 Miami on Saturday. With Coach Billy Napier on the hot seat, he's excited for the opportunity to redeem himself in a historic rivalry game.
This game is full of marquee matchups. I think there's really good players on both sides, and it's going to be a fun one to watch, And I think these are the games you come to play in as a competitor. When you sign up to be a player here, these are the ones that you look forward to.
You can catch coverage of Saturday's game starting here on WRUF starting at 4:30 p.m.
From intimate weddings to big family reunions, corporate lunches to unforgettable celebrations, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your next event. UF, Shands, HCA, and everywhere else in Alachua County, we'll bring everything you love straight to your table. Established in 1991, Pomodoro Cafe has been Gainesville's go-to for rich, authentic Italian cuisine made with love. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com and let's start planning.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
The most important thing I learned from my father was work ethic and integrity. Never veer away from integrity, even if it costs you money.
International Diamond Center owner Keith LeClaire.
The core value for IDC is to protect the customer.
That means offering the largest selection, uncompromising quality, the strongest warranties, and honest guidance from experts who are not paid on commission. International Diamond Center at Celebration Point. Online, shopidc.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Looking for a weekend escape with unforgettable flavor? Just a short drive from Gainesville, discover Zizania Farms and Sofra in Newberry, a hidden culinary gem open every Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 9. Enjoy authentic Egyptian-inspired farm-to-table dishes made with pasture-raised meats, fresh produce, and bold, unforgettable flavors, all served on a peaceful farmstead patio. Excellent food from farm to table every Saturday and Sunday. Find them on Facebook. Just search Zizania Farms.
Attention local and regional CDLA drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at pritchettrucking.com.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Temperatures on this Thursday making it into the lower 90s, just a little bit above average. 92 your forecasted high for the Gainesville metro area. Skies mostly sunny to partly cloudy, a breeze from the east-northeast gusting to about 15 miles an hour. Although the chance is low, I can't rule out a stray afternoon shower west of the I-75 corridor. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is Jeff Cardozo, today at 4. Tune in for the tailgate with myself and Pat Dooley, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, your home for Gator Sports.
From the Gator Trim Light Studio, Sports Scene enters its final segment here. And again, we are fueled by our friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. If you have... Let's see, YouTube question. They're brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union, serving our gated community for 90 years. Stephen, over the years, did you ever interview anybody involved in the Florida flop? If so, what do they say? Yes, Carlos Alvarez, John Reeves, and they just the angle I gave in the interview was what was going through your minds, what to get Reeves the record. and then the reaction of that. But yes, Stephen, that was the case. Rod on YouTube, why don't we play the Canes every year? Great rivalry. Probably won't play them in another 20 years. Pulling for the Gators, that's a long story. But part of it is because of the SEC and number of games. Charles on YouTube, Dabo's a crybaby. He won. He got rewarded with a massive contract. Hasn't been relevant since before COVID. Criticism is fair. I disagree with that totally. They have been relevant. Weren't they just in the playoff? If I'm wrong, tell me. I think they were. Isn't that relevant? Adam, hello.
Hey, Steve, such a pleasure, honor to speak with you, and you're the best, man. I mean, you have the greatest interviews and stuff, and nobody's paying me for this. I just love me some Steve Russell. Thank God you're back.
Well, thank you. Your check's in the mail.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you so much. So you want to talk some sports. Let's talk some sports, buddy. So I'm kind of coming down a little bit. You know, I'm on that Gator line. I'm like, all right, we got another game going. Let's go. Spot the ball, right? So, all right. So I'm going to ask you some redundant questions. That just goes with to lead up to the keys to winning this Miami game. So the screen pass is an extension of the run. Is that the?
Yeah, I think you say that. Sure.
All right, and the objective is to get the defensive linemen, big boys, out moving in space, right, to make plays, entire amount. Is that correct?
Well, no, a screen, you want to let them come to the quarterback and get to the quarterback, and then get rid of the ball before they obviously, can sack the quarterback. That's behind the screen.
Yeah, but a secondary part of the screen, the whole screen play, is also get the defensive linemen moving laterally rather than vertically.
No, if they're running laterally, that's going to go against the screen. You want them going vertically toward the quarterback, going towards him, and then throw the ball out in the flat. You don't want them going sideways because that's where the ball is going to go unless it's a middle screen.
Okay, so when you're talking about top of the line elite defensive linemen, they're gonna be moving laterally to help with the screen and stop that play.
If they read it, sure. If they read it.
All right, so let's go back to the main point. It's an extension of the run. So if we have a back that's probably top 5 in the country that's averaging 6.6 yards a carry, why not simplify it? Dumb this thing down, power block, and let Jaden Ball run the ball. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And that's the thing about Billy's whole thing. He's like trying to outsmart, and he ends up outsmarting himself. Because you got offensive linemen that are also having to pull right on a screenplay. You got 320-pounders, offensive linemen, moving out towards the screen, and they're supposed to pick up these defensive backs. And obviously our wide receivers aren't blocking either. So, I mean, like, why not just run the ball?
Because no team in the United States of America just runs the ball.
Okay, come on now. Don't dumb down what I'm saying.
I understand, but I'm saying defenses get paid too. And if I know you're going to run the ball, well, then I'm going to adjust at some point.
It's good on good. We've got a couple All-Americans on this offensive line. They got Reuben Bain. They got these guys that are coming downhill. It's good on good because you got to run the ball to open up the pass, right?
Not necessarily. You can pass to open up the run.
Oh, come on. Now, what's the most dominant part of our offense is the run game. You cannot deny that.
Well, I don't agree because the other night, they averaged 2.9 a rush.
We threw the ball 49 times, Steve.
Maybe because they averaged 2.9 a rush, Adam.
Oh, jeez. All right, my keys.
Quickly, Adam. I got to go. Quick.
All right, my keys to the game is dumb the damn offensive down, run the ball to open up the pass. DJ's got to get his legs up underneath him, and defense show up. Go Gators.
Okay, Adam. Thank you. Dick, hello.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Good.
Thanks for taking my call. I'll make it real quick. Tell me if you think this might be accurate for tonight, for Saturday's game. I think it's going to come down to the trenches. I'm a little bit worried with Caleb Banks out. We're going to have to play some. 2 freshmen, probably McLeod and Mbachu that played against LSU. I'm a little worried about us putting pressure on
Beck.
Beck Saturday. I think if you get him off his spot, he's not as good. Like that's what we did against Georgia when he was up there. We put pressure on him. I think our defense is going to be a little creative this Saturday. I don't think we're going to be able to get to him with 4. And I think our offensive line is going to have to play better than they have. I think they've sort of underachieved to this point. What do you think?
Yeah, I can understand that. Because people thought that was going to be a strength of the team. It hasn't been awful, but the penalties have updated. I mean, have happened at the terrible times, and the run game has certainly been spotty. So yeah, I get that.
And do you think we're going to have to be a little creative on defense? Maybe some more blitzes, packages, and stuff like that? Because I'm not sure we can put pressure on them with our forward defensive front. Do you?
That could happen, yes. I would not be surprised if that were to happen. But,
Okay.
I think, everybody talks about line of scrimmage. This is a line of scrimmage game to me.
Right. Absolutely. Okay. Thanks, Dave.
Dick, thank you. Bernard, I got like 1 minute. Go.
Okay, Steve. I'll call you back tomorrow. Man.
Okay.
You have a good one.
Fair enough, Bernard. Do that. I don't want to have you not be able to do that. I want to give thanks before we go to all of our sponsors. Our Facebook Live sponsor, Ruzogre State Farm. Our YouTube sponsor, Campus USA Credit Union. Titan MRI and Imaging sponsoring all the phone calls that we get. Our clip of the day brought to you by our friends at Fairlife Milk. The emails, International Diamond Center presents you those, the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law. Meldon Law won't back down. Crystal Air and Water sponsoring Hour 2 of Sports Scene. We appreciate them doing that. And, of course, we appreciate all of you participating in the show. Thanks to all of our guests today. Don't forget, tomorrow, Prognostication Friday, your chance to call in and let us know who's going to win some of the key games in college football. That's going to do it for our show for today. But do not go away. Man, Jeremy's fired up. This week in Gator Sports, he's fired up, man. So don't go away. He's got it for you coming up next. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Steve Russell. Enjoy the rest of your day.
In Gator Nation,
you hear it on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Gator champions play here.
WRUF, powered by ESPN.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45-plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but, man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late-model, low-mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radwear even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radwear.com. That's radwear.com and let your brand shine. He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
Hey Gators, are you ready to rep your team in style? Head over to Alma Mater, the ultimate Florida Gator store right here in Gainesville, where you'll find everything you need to show off your Gator pride. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, we've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan. Whether you're gearing up for game day or just want to add some orange and blue to your wardrobe, we've got you covered. Everything designed and produced right here in the swamp. Visit us today at Alma Mater on the corner of 34th and University or almamaterdesign.com. Go Gators!
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. Gator Nation, it's go time. Welcome to This Week in Gator Sports with WRUF Sports Director Jeremy St. Louis. 1 hour of nonstop Gator updates, big plays, and swamp talk. This Week in Gator Sports starts now on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, ESPN, Gainesville.
Welcome into another edition of the program. Happy to have you along. It is week 38 of 2025. 14 weeks left to go in this beautiful year in one day. It's 52 weeks in one day this year, I found out. 366 days instead of 365. Interesting note for 2026. I know we're early on this, but it's going to have 53 weeks because we all want that extra week, right? Based on how everything's going right now, right? Every year, by the way, that has January 1st that falls on a Thursday has 53 weeks. Just a little factoid. A leap week, it's called. We get that next year. We're dealing with the 52 this year. It has been quite a week in Gator sports. How are we all feeling ahead of that game in Miami Gardens on Saturday night? We're going to find out how beat reporter Hunter DeLauder is feeling. And as we usually do, preview the game with him coming up. He's on his phone right now. He's doing business outside the studio on his phone. Or he's texting his mom. I don't know which one it is. First, let's get to some of the newsy bits before we start talking about football. And really good make good this morning on the basketball side of things here at the university. The University Athletic Association announcing that Mad Max, Vernon Maxwell, back atop the scoring charts. He was on Sports Scene with Steve Russell last hour. The UAA restoring Maxwell's statistics from his final 2 seasons after those stats were wiped out following an NCAA investigation from the late 80s and forced Florida to vacate 3 NCAA tournament wins. Athletic director at the time, Bill Arnsparger, stripped over 1,400 points from Maxwell, and only Maxwell at the time. But at the urging of the current AD, Scott Strickland, those stats have been restored, and it's vaulted him from 55th on this all-time scoring chart all the way to number 1, 2,450 points. Current men's head coach Todd Golden made a phone call to Maxwell to welcome him back to the family, and this is also great. They're going to be celebrating the news this weekend at a reunion for roundball players from the past 7 decades here in Gainesville. Yeah, the average height is going to increase a bit this coming weekend in the city. And he was not only one of the greatest Gators to ever wear the uniform. The now 60-year-old also did his thing in the NBA for a dozen years. He won 2 championships, of course, with the Houston Rockets. Said he fell to the floor when he got the news on Tuesday night. And as mentioned, he was on Sports Scene earlier today, and that was quite the interview. He is a very, very dynamic character, one of the best to ever suit up for your Florida Gators. Let's discuss another former Florida Gator, Wyatt Langford, who became the first former Gator to join Major League Baseball's 2020 club. Tuesday night, The former Florida All-American outfielder swiped his 20th bag of the season, paired that with his 21 home runs, and at 23 years and 305 days of age, he is the youngest member of the 2020 club in Texas Rangers history, and the first Gator to do it. In the midst of his breakout sophomore season in the show, Langford currently hitting almost 25% better than the league average. 25 doubles, 72 runs scored, and 61 RBI in addition to his 21 dingers and now 20 stolen bags. Oh, and he's also providing a little bit of Gold Glove caliber defense, logging a .993 fielding percentage with 4 outfield assists in center and left. And, of course, well remember during his time at UF, 746 career slugging percentage, second only to Jack Caglione. And during his time in Gator Orange and Blue, he made just one fielding error in 233 opportunities. So congrats to him. Wednesday afternoon, we got our first look at what the gymnastics team is going to be facing this coming season when they unveiled their 2026 schedule. They start tumbling towards another championship January 9th in Gainesville. They've got a quad meet against North Carolina, Temple, and West Virginia. That again, 9th of January. They then welcome SEC Power Alabama 5 days later before they head to Auburn. Defending NCAA champions Oklahoma will make their way to the O-Dome right before Valentine's Day. February 13th is the date for that meet. They close the home portion of the regular season on Sunday, March the 8th, taking on the defending SEC champions LSU. What a way to close out the home season. You can get your tickets via FloridaGators.com. They've sold out 20 of their last 27 regular season meets, so you're going to want to lock in those tickets ASAP. We don't get Gators lacrosse going until the springtime, but Amanda O'Leary's team is getting in a couple of fall balls. And those are this Saturday versus Stetson and Mercer. The first one is anyways. They're doing 2 30-minute halves, a running clock, and a 15-minute quarter. Then they're going to wait just over a month, and Florida State and Florida Tech are going to be on the slate in late October. The team went 20-3 this past spring. They made a second straight Final Four appearance. They're returning 28 players. They've got 11 transfers coming in, so expectations remain high for another big season. Action this weekend gets underway at 10 a.m. Friday night, Florida Volleyball closes out the non-conference portion of their schedule. They're in Wisconsin. First-year head coach Ryan Tice back in his home state to face Marquette. And then Sunday, they'll play number 7 Wisconsin. Both of those matches will be televised. Friday, they're on FS1, and Sunday, they go to the Big Ten Network. Gators are 3-1 versus the Golden Eagles all time, 6-2 versus the Badgers. But remember, the Badgers, 7th-ranked team in the nation. Florida's remaining schedule features 6 opponents that are currently in the top 25, including matches against number 2 Texas and number 6 Kentucky. First serve, 7 p.m. Friday night, and then again, 1 p.m. Sunday, as mentioned. FS1 Friday, Big Ten Network on Sunday. Also Friday, plays getting underway for the men's golf team. They're at the Fighting Illini Collegiate. That's at Olympia Fields Country Club. This field for this event is stacked. On top of your number 4 Florida Gators, number 1 Oklahoma State is there. Number 3 Texas is there. Number 6 Arizona State is there. All told, 10 top 20 teams in the field of 15, 11 that are receiving top 25 votes at this point. It's the first time the Gators have competed at this event since 2022, when current PGA Tour member Ricky Castillo finished runner-up in the individual portion for the Gators. Florida won the tournament back in 2010, and since they're returning 4 of their 5 starters from last season, expectations are high for another standout campaign from J.C. Deacon and company. Remember, they raised an SEC championship banner just a few weeks ago over at the Heavener Training Center and advanced all the way to the NCAA tournament semifinals this past spring. They will tee off on the par 70 Olympia Fields starting at 9 a.m. Friday and Saturday. 8:30 a.m. is when the final round gets going on Sunday. And lastly, Gator soccer on the pitch tonight. They visit a ranked Oklahoma, and then they are back at it Sunday at the Diz against a ranked South Carolina. So a couple of tough games here for the soccer team. They have 4 consecutive matches against top 25 teams to open SEC play. They had just 1 SEC win last year, trying to better that in 2025. They've been off to a pretty decent start. They opened SEC play with that 3-2 loss to then number 9 Arkansas last week. 2 late penalties made that result look better. They were down 3-0 at the half in that game, but almost completed the comeback in the second half, just falling 1 goal short. Their Sooners opponent tonight sitting at 7-1-1. But they're also 0-1 in SEC play. They lost 2-1 at Kentucky. Junior Naomi Clark is the worry spot for Florida. She's tied for 8th in the country with 7 goals, so they need to make sure she gets locked down. And then Sunday's opponent, South Carolina, also 7-1-1. They are 1-0 in SEC play, looking to make it 2. They beat Alabama in their league opener. They play Mississippi State tonight. Tough couple of games for Samantha Bohan's team to end this 38th week of the year. All right, so that does it for everything outside of football that is worth noting. We're going to talk football next for a couple of segments with beat reporter Hunter DeLauder. There is a lot to talk about as Miami gets ready to take on your Florida Gators. You're listening to This Week in Gator Sports. We call it TWIGS for short, here on WRUF 98.1, powered by ESPN.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Nick Abreu. Former Gator basketball great Vernon Maxwell had his stats at Florida reinstated by the UAA after having them revoked for NCAA sanctions. He's now the all-time leading scorer in Gator men's basketball history. He said he was emotional on sports team with Steve Russell earlier today.
It's a blessing just for me to think about the orange and blue. You know, like that. I'm back home now again.
Florida football is on the road to face number 4 Miami on Saturday. With Coach Billy Napier on the hot seat, he's excited for the opportunity to redeem himself in a historic rivalry game.
For us, this is a huge game for a lot of reasons that you just mentioned, but more importantly for that group that I just walked off the field with, and this staff and our fan base.
You can catch coverage of Saturday's game starting right here on WRUF starting at 4:30 p.m.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
25 years into this, they're still going to furthering education courses. And so that's one of the biggest reasons I keep coming back is I just know they know what they're doing. They know the latest techniques and procedures. They have all of the latest equipment. And and then you're treated super well. So it's just a win-win-win-win-win. Because you won't find, I think, a better, more caring office. And so, I mean, between the atmosphere, how they treat you, and then just that knowledge, I mean, that's what I tell other people. It's worth a try. You know, I don't think you'll go anywhere else once you go there once.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
Do you want to stay informed about your condo association? Visit condos.myfloridalicense.com today. Learn the latest updates on requirements and access resources designed just for you. Board members, you can enhance your knowledge with our online courses and webinars, focusing on governance and best practices. Unit owners, you can find resources to understand your rights and responsibilities. Stay informed and elevate your condo community. Visit condos.myfloridalicense.com now.
This message is brought to you by the Florida Department of Business and Professional Regulation and the Florida Association of Broadcasters.
This is Pat Dooley. Today at 4, tune into the tailgate with myself and Jeff Cardozo right here on WRUF 98.1 FM and 850 AM and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Welcome back to This Week in Gator Sports. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world, right? Don't Stop Believin'. It's a great song to lead us into this second segment as we get ready for your Florida Gators taking on the number 4 Miami Hurricanes this weekend. Welcome back. This Week in Gator Sports. I'm Jeremy St. Louis. Happy to have you along. WRUF's Kevin Winter has a great conversation in the Gators pregame show this week with wide receiver Aiden Mizell. And I just want to play a little bite from that for you. Here is Mizell discussing how he's trying to help his quarterback as they head into this week. Take a listen.
Like just being there, everyone deals with things differently, so I'm not too in his ear about it, but I just let him know, like, yo, if you need someone to talk to or anything like that, like, I'm here. Like, if you're trying to go out to eat, if you're trying, you feel me, socialize, you're trying to hop on a game. We some of the receivers went to a movie. We're inviting them to that. Just, you feel me, just little things.
Do you know what movie they went and saw?
It was The Long Walk.
It was The Long Walk, yeah, which, I mean, The Long Walk was Stephen King's very first novel. He actually wrote it when he was a freshman at the University of Maine.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is back 1966, I think, is when he wrote the book. And, I mean, I'm assuming that 90% of the audience has read something from Stephen King. And if you have read Stephen King, you know that Stephen King doesn't write happy stories. So you can imagine The Long Walk is probably not a happy story. But they took DJ to see The Long Walk, I guess, to cheer him up, I guess. Let's welcome in Hunter Delotti. You just heard his voice on here. Welcome.
Great to be
Here
back.
we are again.
We're back again.
Talking about a Gators team that hope springs eternal. Don't stop believing. That's a great song for Gator fans as we head into this week as it gets set to take on the Miami Hurricanes. How are we feeling?
Personally, or just been around in general?
I mean, you pick your preference, my guy.
I mean, there's certainly it just feels like two different, again, similar to last week with LSU, Florida. It just feels like two programs going in completely different directions. I mean, Miami feels like on top of the world right now, national title contenders, and they look great going into this game. And then you have Florida, who's just certainly it's been a struggle going in. I mean, just the offensive production just continues to lack on pretty much every big category that we can think of.
I've worked with Hurricanes throughout the course of my broadcast career when I was in South Florida, and every time Miami gets on a roll, right, we're back.
Oh, yeah.
We're back. The U is back.
They start to emerge back, and they fill up Hard Rock Stadium.
And then about midway through the season when the rails start to come off and the wheels start to go off the rails there a little bit, and all of a sudden that talk tends to quiet down. Defense, look, this defense has been playing some fantastic football, well enough to win. They've given up just 2 touchdowns in 3 games. It's funny because our questions coming into the season were surrounding this defense, when all along we should have been looking at
the offense,
looking at this offense. So the latest TWIGS poll, if you happen to have seen it on WRUF.com, what's the biggest reason for DJ Lagway's struggles? 53% say it's play calling. Look, last week we had the Napier question, and play calling was number 1 on that list. So it's 53% as the biggest reason for DJ struggles in terms of this week for play calling, and then 35% say it's rust, right? Which is a legitimate point because he hasn't had that time, and then 12% say, hey, maybe it's because he's just not that healthy. But are you surprised at just how good this defense has been?
It's been pretty good to watch. They've only allowed 2 touchdowns, which is one of the best. I think they rank among one of the best in the nation in that category, 28th overall in total defense. So, I mean, they've looked really good. And listen, they shut out an LSU team that whole second half, which, yes, the offense for LSU has been struggling a little bit. I mean, it came out late this week that Garrett Nussmeier was dealing with a torso injury.
Yep.
So he's playing through that a little bit. But they haven't looked super, world beaters this year either. But, again, you're holding an LSU team to no points in that second half on the road. I mean, that's pretty impressive. I still am concerned about the lack of production from these pass rushers, though. They have 2 sacks on the year. They did not get a single sack on Garrett Nussmeier a year after they had 7 sacks.
Yeah, they sacked him a lot last year.
They had 1 quarterback pressure on Saturday night. I get they're throwing the ball out fast. They're trying to get it out quickly to the perimeter guys. But, this was the most hyped up position group on this defense was those pass rushers with Tyreek Sapp, George Gumbs, Jaden Woods, Cameron James. And they're just not producing right now. And now you have the defensive line that is mixing in and out of guys, having to show their depth. Caleb Banks is going to be out probably for the remainder of the year. It hasn't been confirmed, but it's going to be long-term. So they're going to have to rely on guys like Jeremiah McLeod, Brendan Bett. Mbachu was another guy that got a lot of playing time Saturday. So they've got to be able to muster up some sort of pass rush. Otherwise, we've seen what Carson Beck can do when he's just given a free pocket all day.
Yeah, and Brendan Bett, I mean, we've obviously spent a lot of airtime talking about him. He's got a redemption arc that we all want to see him fulfill. Certainly getting in on that pass rush is something that we would love to certainly see. Put some pressure on Carson Beck, as you mentioned. I mean, we're all familiar with Carson Beck because what he was doing at Georgia, and now transfers to Miami, and now he remains a Heisman finalist.
Yeah, and I was rewatching the USF game earlier, and just, I mean, because it's a common opponent, so now you get to see both teams have played USF, and I mean, he just was able to just make every throw. It makes every throw look so effortless, it looks like, and he's a pro pocket passer sitting back there, and again, when you're given time behind that offensive line that they have, I mean, it's really hard to stop. Notre Dame had a hard time getting pressure on him. Now, Notre Dame's defense might have been taking a step back this year, but regardless, I mean, they're not getting pressure on him. USF couldn't get pressure on him, and USF was able to make Florida's offense look like a train wreck. So it's, again, going back to not being able to get pressure on Beck is going to be the biggest key, I think, in this one.
Well, and it looks like this is the scary part is as the weeks go on, it looks like he's just more and more comfortable with things, and that could really be a problem this week. On the other side of things, obviously, we've spent a ton of time on the airwaves here talking about DJ Lagway. He said last week's game was the worst game of his life, the 5 interceptions. Napier says he's not going to bench him. Why?
Says it's not his ideology. He's just not.
Does he not want to win?
Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But
I mean, I was surprised. I was surprised he kept him in there for all 5 interceptions.
I was a little surprised. I was texting one of my fellow reporters that was at the game, and I was just like, "Are you seeing any activity on the sidelines?" That, I mean, I'm not seeing the commercial breaks and stuff, but I'm seeing like Napier talking to him, even after like the first interception. Even like it just didn't feel like Lagway looked comfortable. He just looked like the moment was getting to him a little too much. And then it just progressively just got worse and worse and worse until you got the pick 4 where, he's having a long talk on the sideline after the, forcing one down the field when you're only down 10 in plus territory. You just need a field goal to cut it to a 1-score game, and you throw it into triple coverage. Again, Napier was pretty adamant about it after the game. Like, he said, like, this is I'm not into that. Like, that's not my ideology. DJ is one of the best quarterbacks in the country. He's going to be our quarterback going forward.
I don't necessarily think he should be benched, but what I would have liked to have seen from Napier is to pull him off after the 3rd interception, pull him off, put Trammell in for a couple of series, let DJ calm down. Yes. Let him calm down. Let him get his bearings, right? Tell him, look, you're going back in. No matter what, you're going back in.
Yep.
But right now, I want you to take a couple series, and I want you to relax. The offense wasn't doing anything anyways.
No.
So take a couple series, and if Trammell manages to march him down the field and get him a touchdown and put him within, 3 points, or even give him a bit of a lead.
Keep him in there.
Then maybe you let him go a little bit longer, but you're going to put DJ back in at some point.
Correct.
I was surprised that Billy didn't do that he didn't just pull him off and say, look, take a couple series. We're going to put Trammell in, and I want you to just chill for a minute.
I mean, it probably wouldn't have been the worst thing either because of how well the defense was playing. I mean, LSU had 10 first downs the whole game. They didn't get a first down, their first 3rd down conversion, till like the 10.5-minute mark of the second quarter. So like they weren't doing anything offensively. So you could have realistically had wiggle room to do that. But I guess you could say you don't want Trammell Jones to start making mistakes, but then your other starting quarterback was tossing the ball around left and right. So, I do agree. I think you set him down for maybe a drive or two, let him just reset, and then send him back out there. It kind of reminded me of like the Texas-Georgia game from a year ago when Quinn Ewers was having a mess.
Yes.
And they pulled him.
Yeah.
They sent Arch Manning in. It didn't really do much, but Ewers went back in. He played a little bit better at the second half.
Exactly.
They still lost the game, but it was a different quarterback you saw. So I think that's something where Napier maybe was thinking about. But again, with everything else going on, can he afford to do that is really be my next follow-up question.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other part. So any other thoughts in terms of takeaways from that game before we kind of put a cap on that?
I want to see them run the ball more.
I think everybody wants to see
49 pass attempts is just not what this offense is built to do.
Yeah.
The left side of the offensive line continues to struggle, and between holding calls and just letting pass rushers run left and right past them. And this is supposed to be a strength of this unit, is that offensive line, how experienced they are. And I mean, you saw the penalty that negated a 90-yard touchdown pass.
Yep.
Austin Barber got called for a holding call. Roger Kearney got called. Kanaja Harris, Jake Slaughter, the center, committed a false start penalty. How do you commit a false start penalty? You have the ball in your hand. I don't understand that. And then, you look at these receivers. Realistically, outside of Vernell Brown, there's nothing else going on right now.
No.
Aiden Mizell, who PFF graded was their highest rated offensive player for Florida, had 14 snaps. I mean, and he reeled in, I think, he caught all 3 targets he had, including the touchdown. But he's got to be more of a factor. I mean, this is his junior year. I mean, it's not like he's not just some third down receiver that you just send down the field like for, 4 verts. Like he can be a weapon if utilized correctly, and they're not doing that. So and you bring in J. Michael Sturdivant to be your big play guy. He's not getting any production going. Hayden Hansen got a little bit better going, but where is he at? He's a Mackey Award watch list guy. These are questions that need to be answered, and it starts with Lagway, who just I rewatched that game, and his mechanics just are gross right now. Like, the footwork's terrible. He's rushing.
Yeah.
There's no sort of pocket presence. If his first read isn't there, he's either forcing something to that read or he's just panicking a little bit in the pocket.
Yeah.
It's just a complete regression from a year ago, and I don't know how it gets fixed, if it can be fixed, and what happens next.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking after the game, I mean, I said, like, DJ couldn't read a pop-up book, based on what we were seeing in that game last week. And Billy alluded to it, that he has to be able to progress through the reads.
Correct.
He has to be able to progress through the reads and not panic. Napier's seat, obviously, is the hottest seat in all of college football. He is the odds-on favorite to be the next college coach fired. I think I saw his odds at minus 150 earlier
Still
in the
pretty
day
good value.
today. So here again, let's hear from wide receiver Aiden Mizell on why the players are fighting for Billy.
I just feel like it's a lot of things just outside of football. I feel like he's he's just a good guy. And then you add all the football aspects to it. It just makes him like the great head coach that he is. And we just, need to rally behind him and, prove him right.
You can hear Kevin Winter's complete interview with Aiden Mizell in the pregame show starting at 4:30 on Saturday afternoon. Look, I don't disagree. Billy Napier, the interactions I've had with him, I've seen him around campus. He's a good guy. The players love him. I dig that. But unfortunately, in college football, you can't just be a good guy. You got to have wins. You got to be able to win football games.
Yep.
And that's been a big problem for Billy. Look, you did a piece for WRUF.com, Hunter, about the state of the room. That went up today, and he still has the room.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Like you just said, they're bought into him. Like they fully trust that he's going to be able to get this right. Austin Barber said it. He says we're a couple plays away. I fully trust him. He's our coach. He's the guy I fully put my faith in, and that he's going to be able to fix this. You heard Aiden Mizell talk about it. He's a great guy. We have the trust. Trust was the big word. And last week, Jake Slaughter talked about it a little bit. Other players have mentioned backing up Napier in some form or fashion. And again, it says how good of he is recruiting wise, in a sense where he's able to form these relationships where he's can build those bonds where they have his trust somehow, some way. But again, sometimes the good guys don't win. And right now he's just not winning enough. And if you look at the prior 4 coaches that Florida's had, none of them have made it past year 4. And whether that goes into, a variety of factors, but Napier has made it the longest right now, and he has a sub-500 record. And that's just not acceptable.
5 of the last six Florida coaches have not made it past year 4. And Napier's winning percentage, 48.7. That's the worst of any non-interim Florida coach since 1950. And look, he said we're a few plays away from being 3-0.
Yeah.
I'm a couple of lottery tickets away from being a millionaire. It's the same. It's the same distance.
Yeah, I wrote a piece on that earlier this week, and how I said, is it really a couple plays or is it much bigger than that? And I think it's much bigger than that. And that's kind of like what the overall fan reaction was too. Like that's just completely like crap that he's just spewing out at this point.
He's 5-14 away from home. He's a combined 3-11 against rivals Miami, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida State, and LSU. In comparison, Steve Spurrier lost 27 games overall between 1990 and 01, and Urban Meyer dropped 15 games from 05 through 2010. So,
not to mention he's 4-14, I think, all against AP opponents as Florida's coach.
Take those numbers for what they are. So how does all of this information that we've just provided inform things as we head towards Miami Gardens as the Gators seek their first win there since 1985? Well, we're going to get into that with Hunter next.
WRUF, your home of the NFL.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief. Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX95. That's BRUX95.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Temperatures on this Thursday making it into the lower 90s, just a little bit above average. 92 your forecasted high for the Gainesville metro area. Skies mostly sunny to partly cloudy. A breeze from the east-northeast gusting to about 15 miles an hour. Although the chance is low, I can't rule out a stray afternoon shower west of the I-75 corridor. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Megan Borowski.
This is the Gator Football Report, brought to you by
UF Health. At UF Health, we believe human progress has no finish line. Visit humanprogress.ufhealth.org to learn more. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of the Florida Gators. Sean Kelly returns with today's report after this.
My husband, Steve, was diagnosed with prostate cancer. They only gave him months to live. That was years ago. Now, he's out there, under the tree. Nature photography is his thing. And apparently, so is catching poison ivy.
Oof, so itchy. UF Health. Human progress has no finish line.
Hey Gator Nation, this is Vicki Brown-Worski, Director of Gators and Pal Hurt. As the Bank of Doing and official sponsor of Florida Athletics, Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field with interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources. Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
7 of Florida's remaining 9 games are against AP top 15 opponents, including 5 in the top 10. And that includes this week's opponent, the 4th-ranked Hurricanes. We're off to a 3-0 start. Head coach Billy Napier with a thumbnail sketch of what the Gators are up against down in South Florida this week.
This Miami team that we're getting ready to play has capable weapons in all parts of their team. I think the defensive coordinator hire has benefited them. I think they're improved. I think the fundamentals, the tackling, the leverage and coverage, and they have some really unique front players, good players at every level. Obviously, Carson Beck being the quarterback, they have a veteran presence there. This is an O-line that's played a ton of football, and a group of running backs that are big and heavy. And the skill continues to get better each week. A lot of new faces at receiver, whether portal or freshman.
This will be the 58th meeting all time between the Gators and the Hurricanes. Miami leads the series 30-27, including a win in Gainesville last season. Sean Kelly reporting for the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
So Gator fans what to be doing on Saturday night.
Jumping around.
After beating Miami. That's what they would love to be doing. Welcome back to This Week in Gator Sports here with Hunter DeLauder as we talk Gators football. Gators probably happy, I think, to get out of Gainesville, perhaps.
Maybe.
For this game this weekend. But then College Game Day says, hey, we're going to come to Miami. So that's going to up the pressure a little bit. Just a point of fact, Florida, the 7th team in the FBS era, which goes back to 1978, to play 2 consecutive AP top 5 teams on the road. Each of the previous 6 teams swept, did not win one of those 2 road games, not even one. The Gators, with a win this weekend, could actually make FBS history.
History on the line.
Like, look at that, right? When I read that, I was like, wait, what? That's never happened before? But, it's only happened 6 other times, right, that you've had consecutive top 5 opponents. And we've talked all offseason and certainly into this season about how tough that Gator schedule is. They're 7.5-point dogs as of right now. I've got FanDuel up right in front of me. 7.5-point dogs as they head towards Miami Gardens, trying to avoid a 1-3 start for the first time since 1986. Ooh, it goes back a minute. What's the biggest key for Florida as we start to preview this game?
Well, I kind of mentioned it in the last segment, but getting pressure on Beck is going to be number one. I think the offensive line needs to win that matchup against Miami's defensive line, because not only will it help out the running game, which needs to get going, it also can help maybe give Lagway some time to be able to throw the ball anywhere he needs to be, because against LSU he really struggled at having enough time, because that offensive line played like doo-doo realistically. If I want to be honest, they were LSU blitzed basically the whole game and was just consistently creating pressure and giving this line fits, and it disrupted the passing game, as we all saw. So I think in this one, and you're going up against another really good line with Morton and then Ruben Bain on that on the line. So it's going to have, you're going to know early, I think, in this one, whether or not Florida's really here to play or it's, another hurricane going to be coming through.
Well, and that's the thing. I think that the strong start here is I think it's even more important in this game than it was versus LSU.
And Florida, I think, wants to be able to slow this game down a little bit because I think if you're Miami, you want to come out firing on all cylinders, make Florida prove that they can go down the field consistently and put points on the board because right now history has told us that they cannot do that. So if you're Miami, you want to be able to go as fast as possible. Beck leading you down the field, scoring touchdowns, not field goals, touchdowns. And because Florida, again, we've seen that even when they've gotten into plus territory, they've had a hard time actually scoring touchdowns. It's been a lot of field goals. So you're going to know early. But again, if you're Florida, so you want to slow it down a little bit, play on your terms, and create an early lead for yourself.
What about players to watch on this Miami team? We've talked about Carson Beck, but on offense and defense, who are some of the players that are going to be key in this game?
Offensively, you look on the outside, you have C.J. Daniels, who transferred in from LSU, and then you have freshman Malachi Toney, who has been really, really good for them, and he's going to be probably like one of the next big ones for them. And Carson Beck talked really highly of him going into the season. They mentioned it on the Notre Dame game, but how he has legit NFL talent. So, I mean, he showed it so far too. And then defensively, you look, like I said, Ruben Bain and Morton on that D-line. Their linebackers are really good. The secondary is really good. But there's one area to concern with Miami. It's giving up a lot of explosive passes down the field. They've given up 10 already this year of 20 yards or more. So if there's an area to exploit, and it's not like all of them are coming in, junk time. The USF game, Byron Brown hit 2 early deep shots against them. They just weren't able to capitalize in the red zone. So there's areas to take advantage of, but is Lagway going to be able to see that and not either get maybe trigger happy and kind of get too greedy and force one down the field when he doesn't need to and he can just take it underneath?
How much confidence would it give DJ if he was to nail like a long, like a 40-yard bomb right off the bat, not first drive, just put one right in the air down the field? I would imagine that would send his confidence through the roof.
It would be huge. And it's similar to, I look back at last week, some of the other games going on, and there was a big storyline with Georgia quarterback Gunnar Stockton, how there was a lot of talk how, they hadn't really done much in the offensive, pass game, and it was a lot of short stuff screen. And would he be able to go on the road and attack a Tennessee secondary like that? And first play of the game, 47-yard shot down the right sideline to Colby Young. That's something that Florida might be able to do. Play action, get Sturdivant or Mizell going down the field and see if you can get him in stride somewhere. Catch Miami off guard. Do whatever it takes to just create early momentum.
How much hope do you have that this offense can turn things around?
Right now?
Okay, hang on. Let me phrase this a different way. How much confidence do you have that they can put together a scheme that will turn this offense around?
Right now, it's not very high confidence level until they prove that they can consistently be more balanced offensively and not just tell Lagway, hey, throw the ball 35, 45 times a game. I don't have a whole lot of confidence. I mean, when Jaden Baugh, your best player offensively, has not reached 20 carries on the season, he's averaging 12 carries a game, and he's and close to almost like 5.5 yards a carry. And he's not getting enough touches, which it's bad. And so until they start to really become more of a balanced attack, they're not going to be able to score enough points. And right now, that's what's showing.
We mentioned off the top here and in the first segment that Billy's odds are pretty high in terms of, being the next college football coach that loses his job. We mentioned the 1-3 start would be the first time since '86. We've talked about Billy's records, against top teams. So is Napier coaching for his job?
This week, I would say yes. I think it's even more than he was last week because I said last week this stretch would be what he'd be coaching for. And, you don't have any really excuses to go off of. Last year, you had the quarterback injuries, so you could have kind of used that as a cover-up. This year, everyone's healthy, realistically, on the offensive side of the football, and when you're the primary play caller and you don't want to give that up, it's going to fall back on you. So you don't have any excuses on that. And this is a game that, you've got to somehow, if you're fighting for your job, you've got to find a way to win this game. So I do think he is.
I'm really surprised that that he hasn't brought in somebody to help with the offense, to be honest, because there's people out there.
Yeah, he just doesn't. I mean, it's like his precious little baby. Like, he does not want to give that up, and he's going to live and die on that hill of not giving up that play calling.
Napier, as mentioned, 4-15 versus AP-ranked teams. He's got the worst win percentage by a Florida head coach since Raymond B. Wolf, who coached the team back in the 1940s.
Sounds like a 1940s name.
Actually, yes, that very much does. Any other quick thoughts before we let you go here, Hunter?
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I just think Miami's just is going to have the matchup leans Miami, and I think that's where Miami's going to be able to win this until proven otherwise, I think.
No matter what happens Saturday, Hunter DeLauder will be all over it.
I will.
You can check out Hunter's game writing and feature reporting over on the all-new WRUF.com. And don't forget, tonight also Gator Talk with head coach Billy Napier at 7, followed by the Dolphins and the Bills at 8 o'clock. One Miami's team is doing good.
Yes.
The other Miami team, no. There could be a couple of coaches on the hot seat, one in Miami and one in Florida, one in Gainesville.
Worst case scenario, Miami fans, they just look and they go back to being Yankee fans for a little bit. So.
Gator Talk gets underway tonight at 7, the game following at 8 right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. All right, we're going to take another break, but the high school football season is entering week 5, and our high school football beat reporter, the big man in the band, Matthew Montalto, will preview a few of the big games next.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Nate Bilgering. The Gators are now 2 days away from arguably their biggest on-field test of the Napier era. 1-2, no momentum, and a top-5 rivalry game against the Miami Hurricanes on the road. In danger of going 1-3 for the first time since 1986, this Gator is drowning in its swamp. Saturday provides opportunity to resuscitate life into this team. Aiden Mizell, a potential catalyst in the revival, looked excellent against LSU in the 9 passing downs he did play.
Yeah, no, as he has been healthy, his role has always been present. You know, he made 3 really good plays: the touchdown, the third down in the fringe area, and then obviously the big explosive play.
That was Billy Napier speaking to Mizell's role with the team.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45-plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but, man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late-model, low-mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
Hey, it's Jeff Cardozo.
And Pat Dooley.
Join us today at 4 for the tailgate.
Right here on WRUF 98.1 FM and 850 AM, your home for Gator Sports.
Welcome back to This Week in Gator Sports. And that's an appropriate. We've had appropriate songs on the bringbacks this week because Wild Thing is a great way to describe my next guest, Matthew Montalto. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you for having me, Jeremy.
I call him the big man in the band. Explain that.
Yeah, I'm in the Gator marching band, carry the biggest bass drum, so hard not to miss me. If you're going to the Gator game, just look for the biggest drum. That's me.
And the tallest guy.
Yeah, that's good too.
Because you're a pretty tall guy's got to carry that big drum. Matthew always gives a nice little shout out to us as he's marching past us when we're doing Gator Game Day. So you're here to talk high school football for this week as we enter week 5. And this was a tough one for you. I asked you on Monday to give me your games of the week, and you usually send them to me on Thursday morning. And this week you were saying it was tough.
Yeah, it is tough. That's why it took me so long. It took me so long to figure out which game it actually was. I was in between two. Buchholz, Richmond Hill, school from Georgia. And then we also have another one down here, Eastside Bradford. Ultimately, chose the first one, Buchholz, Richmond Hill. That's the game of the week. They're both going to be really, really good games, but I just think that one's going to be a little bit better than that Eastside game.
Buchholz is the number 1 team on Max Preps' rankings for the metro area as they sit at 3-1. The other game, number 4 Eastside versus Bradford. Both of these teams, they're real good. So what do you like about that game in particular?
So like the Eastside Bradford game, I think that one's going to be fun. Last week, the Tornadoes, they went over and played Mandarin High School in the Jacksonville area, lost that one 14-7, first loss of the year for them. Fun fact about Mandarin, they have the number 1 recruit in the class of 2028.
Wow. And that's a tight game, 14-7, not a lot of points.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very defensive battle between those two teams.
Yep. Bryson Wright is the name. He had both touchdowns in that game. Receiver, he had an 85-yard bomb for a touchdown and an 80-yard punt return for a touchdown. Was the deciding factor in that one.
So in terms of players to watch, who do you have for players to watch in either of those games?
So in that first Buchholz game, big one that I have last week on Richmond Hill, Amir Miller, he had 175 and 3 touchdowns in a 41-7 win against Wayne County. 0-4 on they're 0-4 on the year. Richmond Hill, like I mentioned, 4-0. Buchholz 3-1, like we mentioned. Every team either has 3 or more wins that we're talking about right now. So no matter which game you go to, no matter which one you watch, you're going to get high quality football.
And Gator Hoskins was on Sports Scene with Steve Russell earlier today. Did you have a chance to take a listen to that?
I did. So I took a listen to that, and what he said pretty much that the offense could still be better no matter beating Trinity Catholic last week 33-17. Says the offense could be better, but had 310 rushing yards in that game.
Wow.
I don't know how you can get much better than that, but he thinks he doesn't see the full potential in that offense.
No, not really. I think we could play a lot better. I still don't think we've played 4 quarters of great football yet. We put together halves and quarters, but against a good football team like Bradford, you're going to have to play 4 quarters of great football.
And that's exactly right. You got to play 4 quarters of good football against Bradford. Consistently one of the best teams in the area, and he knows it. He knows it. They play often, and it doesn't go really well for Eastside. So hopefully this year it'll turn around.
That is one of the big games this week. You wanted to go through. We're about halfway through the season. You wanted to go through some power rankings here. So give us your power rankings as we sit here at this point of the season.
Well, I feel like we got to start. I'm doing a top 5.
Okay,
a top 5 right now. So right now I got Eastside at number 5. They're 3-1 on the year. A really, really good start to the season. Only loss was that Buchholz game early in the season. Really didn't let them establish Eastside football, which was running the ball. So they only had about 40 yards of rushing in that Buchholz game. Go out the next week. Like I said before, 310 the next week. So quite a difference.
Nice recovery.
Quite a difference when you go from there. But I really like that team. I think Coach Hoskins is doing a great job with them so far, and I'm excited to see what they do tomorrow against Bradford. Vanguard is the next one, number 4 in the area. Lost in that first game of the season to Buchholz, 15-13. Really tight one. Wish you could have that one back. Since then, they've allowed 6 points.
Wow.
they have allowed 6 points to opposing teams. Really, really good defense there. Offense also starting to kick it up a little bit. Should be good for them to get that really, really good defense going. Number 3, team that we just talked about, Buchholz. I got Buchholz right in the middle. I got them
at 3.
At 3.
Wow.
I got them at 3. That might be a little bit of a hot take.
That seems like it might be a little hot take.
The only issue I have with Buchholz right now is that
because they're number 1 in max preps.
I understand that. But the only issue I have right now with Buchholz is that offense. The defense is amazing. That defense is really, really good. But that offense needs to get it going. They did get 30 against Manatee, Bradenton Manatee this past week, but I need to see more. I need to see more from that Buchholz offense. And hopefully tomorrow they'll prove me wrong against Rich Hill. I just need to see more from that offense.
Okay.
That's why I have them so low.
Who's number 2?
Bradford.
Okay.
I got the Tornadoes, so we got a little 2 versus 5 matchup going on.
I like this.
You know, they played tough. They were 3-0. Played one of the better teams in Florida. Only lose by 7. That's nothing. That's a good game right there.
Nothing to sneeze at. No.
Nothing at all. Their defense real good. They held Mandarin in check, and it really starts up front. They have 9 sacks on the year. Nate Raymond and Parvial Lee. 3 sacks apiece, 6 of their 9 sacks. Having a good year so far. 3 sacks in 4 games. Not too bad at all.
Not bad at all. Gators could use some of that. Yeah.
What did they only have, like 1 sack?
2 sacks, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, they got 1 more. That's good.
Okay, so who's number 1?
Number 1, Hawthorne. The Hornets.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Consistently. They did lose to Oak Hall this past week, but they're just one of the best teams. I think they're consistent. They've consistently been, and they will. I think they're going to continue to be one of the best teams in the area. I want to talk about their quarterback, sophomore Richard Roundtree Jr. Remember that name. 15 total touchdowns, 4 picks in his last 4 games. Great start to his year. They have 3 picks on the year on defense, but Nathan Jennings is a guy to watch out for them. 1 pick, 5 PBUs for him. So he's having a good year so far, and so is Richard Roundtree.
Okay, so you gave us your Power 5, but listen, like Santa Fe, 3-0, Oak Hall, 4-0, Trenton, 4-0, not in the top 5 of your power rankings.
Yeah, I know. I like them. I like all of them a lot. I just need to see a little bit more. Like strength of schedule hasn't. I know the saying is you can only play who's on your schedule.
Yep.
But strength of schedule, I think, is the one thing holding them back. Let's start with. I'm going to go down the list. Trenton right here. 3 combined wins against their opponents so far in their season. Bell right now is 0-4, and they started their season. And then they played Dixie County, who's also 0-4. So I need to see a little bit more out of them. Oak Hall also 4-0. Their best win is against Branford, who's 2-2. And then Santa Fe's best win is going to be Palatka, who's only 1-2. So I like what I'm seeing out of them a lot, especially out of Santa Fe, because they're under their first-year head coach, Ernest Graham. Yep. I like what I'm seeing from them, but I just need to see more.
Matthew Montalto, our high school football beat reporter here on This Week in Gator Sports. Just a reminder, tonight, Gator Talk with head coach Billy Napier at 7. That's followed by the Dolphins losing to the Bills at 8. I know. Now I'm getting looks from the control room over here. Whoa. Yeah, Dolphins and the Bills tonight at 8. Dolphins need a win in this one, so there'll be some Dolphin fans cheering on that one. You can catch both of those things right here on WRUF 98.1, 850 AM and 103.7 HD2. Matthew, great stuff as always. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
And thank you out there for listening to This Week in Gator Sports. That does it for us. We'll catch you next week.
Swamps don't scare us.
In fact, it's our home.
Your home for Gator football. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
WRUF.
Powered by ESPN.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000.
and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated. Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority tax relief. Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
The Florida Department of Corrections is hiring with immediate openings throughout Florida. Earn a starting salary of $22 per hour, plus up to a $6,000 hiring bonus in many locations. No experience is necessary, and all training is provided. Officers receive a salary and are immediately eligible for benefits, including health insurance, retirement, and paid time off, plus a free college tuition waiver. Visit FLDOCjobs.com to apply today. That's FLDOCjobs.com.
The wings are fresh, the drinks are cold, and the game is always on. With 30 bold wing flavors and ice-cold beer, there's no better place to kick back and catch every play. Steve Russell will tell you, escape the ordinary. Your home for sports is Hurricane BTW. Find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
Tired of dingy clothes and spots on your clean dishes? It's not your soap, it's your water. Call Perry's Pump Repair in Alachua for a free water analysis, providing amazing life-changing water solutions for you and your family. Read the reviews. Visit perryspumprepair.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. It's the Sports Lab, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Welcome inside the Sports Lab. Rob Russo and Hannah Getman here on a Thursday afternoon, 3 to 4 with you, tailgate 4 to 6. Gator Talk tonight with head coach Billy Napier at 7, Dolphins, Bills, 8. A lot of action here on this Thursday as we look ahead, Hannah, to Saturday. Your 1-2 Florida Gators will take on the 3-0 number 4 team in the country, the Miami Hurricanes.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say other than college game day is going to be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to watch, and I am hoping and praying that something gets figured out before then.
There is a lot that needs to be sorted out before then. We'll take a look at both this Gators team coming into this game and this Miami team. Carson Beck, the transfer from Georgia, now donning the orange and green. He has looked phenomenal to start off his career, his likely final season of college football at the University of Miami. This is a guy that's no stranger to Florida football, has played 2 games with the University of Georgia, now down at Miami. So he's got some experience, and he's done pretty well against the Gators too.
Yeah, he historically is pretty good against the Gators. He's thrown for 300-plus yards and 2 touchdowns both times he's played the Gators. But last year, Gators had him rattled. He threw 3 picks, and it proved that Carson Beck definitely could crack under pressure. And I think that's something that, despite his experience, the Gators can use against him. However, he always has done a good job of getting the ball to his playmakers, and he has an insane group of talent around him. He had it at Georgia. He has it here at Miami. So it'll be interesting to see what the Gators defense can do to throw him off track.
Yeah, that's a great point. He's had great playmakers his entire career. I think that's what makes a really solid quarterback in college, is just having those playmakers around you. For Carson Beck, this might be the best receiving duo that he's ever had. Malachi Toney, the upstart freshman that has just been lighting the nation up, and CJ Daniels, the transfer, he has been phenomenal as well. That team is extremely well-rounded, but you mentioned he can get rattled. Let's look back at that Georgia game a little bit, too. 3 picks in that one. In the world's largest outdoor cocktail party, the Gators had their number, right? Last year, you look back to that game, if DJ Lagway doesn't injure his hamstring, which, I mean, we'll get to Lagway, we'll get all over in that discussion, but I feel like that's kind of the starting point, actually, for so much of what the concerns have been about with DJ. That was really that first major injury that happened, the hamstring injury that derailed him. He was out against Texas, and then that kind of nagged on into the offseason, more leg injuries after that. But Georgia was against the ropes right there, and that was a great performance from Lagway, from the team in that game. If they can replicate something like that, that's another team with a great defense too, last year's Georgia squad. So there is a possibility there.
Yeah, there's definitely hope there. I think that Georgia game is a good one to look back on in terms of what to do defensively. I think offensively they were moving the ball until DJ went down, obviously. However, this Gators defense putting pressure on Carson Beck, I think, is going to be a struggle, especially with Caleb Banks out, potentially more than just Caleb Banks out, we're hearing. And it just might be hard to ramp up the pressure on Carson Beck and put him in uncomfortable spots when the defensive line that is supposed to be kind of the key of this defense is so banged up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be tough, right? You expected to have Caleb Banks back now pretty much full time, right? You were going to gear him up into that LSU game, was on a limited snap count, and then unfortunately re-aggravated that foot injury, and now officially, I believe, got surgery, should be out for 3 months, which will likely put his campaign to a close, barring any postseason antics from the Gators. Got to get there, though. We pretty much got to win out to get there. So we do wish Caleb all the best. But, yeah, you mentioned that line is a bit worse for wear. But this is where you look to your depth, because I think that has been one of the specialties for this Gators defense, is that they're a deep line. Right, you look at a guy like L.J. McCray, one of the highest-rated recruits in the country, alongside DJ Lagway on the offensive side of the ball. That was the big splash defensive recruit last year, 2 years ago now, coming into last year's 2024 season. Now as a sophomore in 2025, I want to see that big jump from him. I want to see him step up. I want to see that kid. Jaden Woods, super special playmaker out there on defense. There is a lot of really, really talented guys. Brian Taylor should get some more time and some burn at D-tackle with Banks out. Brendan Bett was out for a quarter, but with Banks out, now back full-time pretty much. So hopefully learned his lesson after the USF game.
Hope.
You could only hope, right? So there is a lot of depth on this defense, and I think that you can get to Carson Beck.
Yeah, I think the depth is a big part of it. However, I think a lot of the pressure is going to be on the Gators secondary to shut down these receivers that have been so good so far this season. I mean, Malachi Toney and CJ Daniels as a duo are the highest graded by Pro Football Focus, and they are the only duo with an 80+ grade. So it's going to be hard as a secondary to shut them down, especially if Carson Beck is sitting in that pocket for 3-4 seconds. It's going to be easy for him to get the ball to them, especially if he burns these DBs. So I think it's all up to the secondary. It's next man up, but it's also, if you're still the man that has been up, you got to do your job.
Yeah, right. The Gators secondary, definitely the most questionable part of the defensive unit. Dijon Johnson hasn't been incredible this part of the season. Cormani McClain, though, I have been extremely impressed by what I've seen from him. Obviously, everybody talking about that rundown tackle he made to keep another score off the board towards the end of the LSU game. Probably wouldn't have mattered anyways, but still, someone like that showing that effort in that moment. And they were afraid to throw to him. They were not really testing his side of the field all too much. So if they can lock that down, it's going to be a difficult thing to do. But you got to at least shut down one side of the field at all times, because Carson Beck, as you mentioned, if that O-line, which another veteran, experienced offensive line, kind of what we thought we would see maybe more with Florida's unit this year, is what you're seeing out of Miami's unit, and you keep a clean pocket for a good pocket passer like Carson Beck, he's going to get the ball downfield, and there's going to be playmakers there in Toney, Daniels, and even down the line to some of their younger guys too. So it is a scary situation. You look at Miami's defense as well here on the Sports Lab on a Thursday. Rob Russo and Hannah Getman in the studio with you today. this Miami D-line, man. I mean, this is a scary.
It's a
scary
sight. I mean, between Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor, I mean, the two of them are both NFL caliber talent, if not first-round pick talent. And Florida's offensive line has been struggling. They've been struggling with holding penalties and with DJ being indecisive in the pocket, having to try to protect him for longer while he's moving around back there has led to a lot of this. But against the Miami defensive line that can put pressure not only on the quarterback but on the run game. I mean, against Notre Dame, they shut down Jeremiah Love. Right. And the Gators offense, the one thing that has been working is the run game. So scheming against a defensive line like this, I think is going to be really tough for Billy, for DJ, for the entire Gators offense to do something to combat this pressure, because it's coming. I promise you, Miami's defensive line is coming.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You mentioned Ruben Bain, Akeem Mesidor. These are guys that are equivalent. If you're not familiar with Miami football and you can kind of translate to these Gators, you have a duo there like Banks and Sapp in Bain and Mesidor. But then it extends deeper to a guy like Ahmad Moten, who also has recorded a sack so far this season. Like, this is a very strong unit. They are going to get into the pocket. They are going to make life difficult. You mentioned the run game for Florida. 10 runs from Jaden Baugh against LSU, another great run defensive team. 7 for Jacoby Jackson in that one. Run blocking, as spotted by Shane Matthews on Inside the Huddle. That's here on Tuesdays alongside Steve Russell and Steve Spurrier, the head ball coach. Run blocking has been an issue. And to accommodate for that, because for me, watching that game, I was in Baton Rouge to watch that game. I was up in the press box for it. And the question, why aren't you running the ball, especially with Whit Weeks out on the first series with targeting? It's just because even without their leading middle linebacker, that defensive line was tough enough to make even Jaden Baugh's life difficult. And now you're going up against a defensive line who's arguably better. So how do you account for that? It's going to be continuing this trend, which I've been a fan of. Again, I'm one that, this is the first time on the show this week. Hannah's back. She's here on Monday, another hour.
Day 2 for me.
Lucky to have her on again. But I was on the pre-show leading into the Billy Napier press conference with heading into Steve's show, Inside the Huddle. That was on Monday. And that was really the big thing for me was seeing that the run game wasn't working necessarily well in the first half, but scheming Baugh to the outside, throwing him screen passes. He's your best offensive weapon, putting him in space, letting him make some plays.
Yeah, I think that is Billy's bread and butter. I think that is his game plan that he has gone back to time and time again. And when the run game's not working, when you're facing a defensive team like this, I don't necessarily think that the Billy play calling is the worst thing in the world. I know Gators fans like to complain about it. They like to say we want the deep throws, we want big explosive plays, which, yes, I think we do need against Miami, but it is worth it to try to get the ball out to Jaden Baugh, especially on the outside, if we can't block for him up the middle. I think in that LSU game, I would have liked to see him run up the middle a little bit more. I think if we kept banging at it might have turned into something, but I can see the vision of those screens, and I could see the vision of trying to get Jaden Baugh in space. Is it necessarily going to work? I think that's your best shot. I don't know how it's going to go, but it's not necessarily the worst game plan in the world.
No, definitely not. And it's basically you want to get the ball away from the heart of the line, right? You want to get the ball away from the trench as fast as you possibly can. And for DJ, that's the quick screen to the outside. It gets the pressure off of him, and it puts the ball in the hands of creative and extremely talented playmakers like Baugh, like Eugene Wilson, like Aiden Mizell, where you could put them out there, and they're just going to go out there and do their thing. It's not going to work every time, especially when you don't establish the run. I think that's a big thing for me. I was up in the press booth, and everyone up there questioning, why is Jaden Baugh not running the football? 10 runs in that game, probably should have been 20. Right, you probably could get away with 20 runs for Jaden Baugh on that one, especially when DJ is caught in passing situations. Maybe try just to run up the middle, punt, live to see another day, especially after pick 3. There was options there for this Gators team. They're going to have to get creative to beat this Miami team and get past this Miami defense. How are they going to do it? How is this play sheet going to look? And it's questionable because you look back at the playbook for USF and for that LSU game. I think it becomes more logical seeing how DJ played at LSU, why the play calling was the way it was against USF.
Yeah, definitely trying to cover up some of the indecisiveness by DJ, I think, by giving him less things to look at, less things that he has to do. But it'll be interesting to see what the play call is going to look like against Miami this weekend. And we'll have a little bit more on that when we come back.
Yeah, we'll cover the rest of that and the rest of the playbook, rest of this Miami game on the other side of the break here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF, the Sports Lab.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs out of your car. Hey, Steve Russell here. I've seen a lot of great sports teams in my day, but it's really hard to find a team that can sustain excellence over a long period of time. That's why what Dave Mays Automotive has done is so impressive. This year, they're celebrating their 50th year in business, and I can tell you, they've done a great job for me, just like they'll do for you. Brakes, AC, tires, oil changes, and so much more, including their famous Bug Check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no unexpected problems down the road. Dave Mays Automotive is located at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive, in the industrial complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road, and online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com. Dave Mays Automotive. They get the bugs out. Dave Mays Automotive. We get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
You know International Diamond Center is the best place to buy diamonds and fine jewelry. But did you also know IDC will buy from you? Diamonds, heirloom jewelry, estate jewelry, Swiss watches, coins.
Don't be afraid to come in and get a price on something that maybe it's an heirloom that you want to sell, or you're just checking to see the price.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire has a vast network of collectors and buyers around the world, so IDC can always find a market for your jewelry.
We always pay a very strong price to buy. There's a resale market that's there, and we pay top dollar for top merchandise. We have people all over the world that we sell to. So some collectors are going to pay way more than any consumer's going to pay. We'll give you the best possible price, no games played, and you'll get the check or the cash, whatever one you want.
Let IDC appraise what's in your jewelry box. You might get a pleasant surprise.
Sometimes they come in, they have no idea what's there, and then all of a sudden they walk out with a $28,000 check.
International Diamond Center. Online at shopidc.com.
Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. Call Daughtry Tree for a free property risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Be safe. Visit DaughtryTree.com.
Attention Gator fans, don't forget to tune in to the Extra Point Show with Steve Russell after this Saturday's game. Steve will break down the plays, give analysis, and take your calls. The Extra Point Show is brought to you by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, online at Spurriers.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
It's always a good time at the tailgate. Weekdays beginning at 4, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
Welcome back to the Sports Lab. I'm Hannah Getman. He's Rob Russo. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. We're talking about Florida, and we're talking about the Miami football game and what the Gators offense is going to do against this stifling Miami defense. What is the play calling going to look like? What is Billy going to do with his back against the wall? Rob, what do you think Billy's gonna be able to do against Miami defense?
Well, the thing about Billy Napier is I think he performs best when his back is up against the wall. So I think that this could be another prove-it spot for Billy Napier where he buys another week for himself, at least another week for himself. Will they win this game? I don't know. But he seemed to come into practice buzzing yesterday, or out of practice buzzing yesterday. Really enjoyed the effort from the guys out there. Was talking a little bit about last week's performance and moving into this week, what he was looking for out of his guys in practice. He was looking for guys who can go out there, they could make the right decisions. They can carry the weight of 2, and not only carry that weight, but take that and move with them, right? So if Tyreek Sapp is playing a really good game, he can carry his guy next to him and move on. And if everybody can do that successfully, Hannah, then you basically have double the men on the field that they do. And if they can do that, then I think they have a good opportunity in this game.
Yeah, I think that's so fair. And I think part of that, I think defensively, they have that. They have that ready. They got that motivation, and they have kind of the outlook of next guy up, we're pulling him together. Offensively, however, I think is where it becomes questionable. I think a lot of what we've talked about, and we talked about it on Monday, is the play calling. And is it Billy, or is it DJ not feeling completely comfortable with what he's seeing on the field? And Billy had a little bit to say about that in the presser.
We do that every week. We go through a process late in the week. Tonight, DJ will rank all the plays in each category on the call sheet. He'll bring that in the AM. And then we'll meet on game day. Typically, we go through each field zone, down and distance, and just get his opinion overall about what he likes and how he sees it. And then that certainly contributes to how we call the game.
Yeah, that was an interesting bite for me, Hannah. I was at the press conference yesterday, and that was something that I think he kind of pulled back the curtain a little bit and showed that off, that this offense is built for DJ. It's built for him to succeed, and he is involved in the play calling, in what goes down each and every play. And it's something that, going into when you go, it's very easy to go out there and criticize the head coach, criticize the play calling being made. I am not free of that, right? I've definitely had my fair share of criticism of Billy Napier. I'm sure I will continue to have my fair share of criticism about Billy Napier. But your quarterback is involved in what's going on, and I think the goal is to try and make sure that he is comfortable with what's being called, and he has to also be capable of doing what is being asked of him. And so I hopefully that going into this Miami game, because on some of the calls last weekend, he just wasn't capable. He wasn't, or maybe he was, and the wrong read was made. And all of that also falls back on the play caller when an interception is thrown, or when a screen pass that goes nowhere is thrown. But if that's not the right read, and the read is made by the quarterback, the coach can't go out there and throw for him.
Right. I think it's an interesting point to make, because I think a lot of Gators fans, I think me included, were kind of feeling like Billy's playbook was limiting DJ. I think a lot of people were, let him throw it deep, let him scramble, let him run the ball. Let's see some explosive plays from our explosive quarterback that we have come to expect. However, I think after watching these first few games of the season, it is interesting when you really get a perspective that DJ is involved in that play calling, and some of those screens, some of those RPOs aren't obviously Billy makes the call, but I don't know if Billy is necessarily the one that, again, like you said, he's not the one making the read. So DJ, I think part of his issue is, instead of seeing the field and seeing, okay, on this RPO I have option 1, 2, 3. He sees option 1, and if option 1's not there, it's not going to change what he's doing. And I think that decisiveness is what's going to get him, because it's either you got to make a decision. So he's either indecisive, scrambling around in the back of the pocket, hurting the offensive line, getting confused, or he makes a decision, but it's not necessarily the right one. And that's not on Billy. And I hate being a Billy defender, because I have never once been a Billy defender. But I think that it boils down to DJ making the right read. And can he do that, especially against this Miami defense where he's going to be under pressure constantly?
Right. And the pressure is going to get to him sooner rather than later, I believe, in this game. You look back and you try and steal a little bit from the Notre Dame playbook and what they were able to do. They, as you mentioned before the break here on WRUF, the Sports Lab, Rob Russo and Hannah Getman with you on a Thursday, You mentioned Jeremiah Love and how they held him to under 40 rushing yards. Now, this is probably the best running back in the nation. I think that's fair to say, or at least in the top 3 in that conversation. And they game planned for him. They were ready for it, and they dominated him. In that situation, they put a lot of pressure on a first-time quarterback in his first game as a starter, C.J. Carr, and he was able to step up. They were playing from behind, so he was forcing a lot of shots downfield, but he wasn't necessarily putting the ball too much in harm's way, and he was able to execute on some explosives, and that was able to keep the game close. Now, every time that the Gators have been looking for an explosive play this season of 20-plus yards, it's ended inaccurate or even worse, intercepted. Any time that there is good protection from your offensive line, you need a good throw from DJ Lagway in this game, because there may not be many opportunities to get a good throw out of him.
Yeah, and I think that's the number one thing to look at, and the key to this game is going to be when that big play is there. When you have Vernell or you have whoever running up the sideline, can DJ get the ball to him? Can it be accurate? And can he make that read that he's open? I think that's going to be the biggest thing is DJ going to be looking down the field? I think that has to be the game plan. It's just, can it be the game plan? As much as it has to be, it's can Billy make DJ more comfortable with those big throws, because against this Miami defense, running the ball might not be an option. It might not at all. I mean, if Jeremiah Love can get shut down, what are they going to do to Jaden Baugh? What are they going to do to this Gators offensive line that is weaker than that Notre Dame offensive line? So it's going to be the key to this game, and if they can push the ball down the field, I wouldn't be surprised if it's close, if not in reach for the Gators. It's just about executing those plays.
And that's Billy Napier's big word, is execute, right? When all things are going, if everything goes right and everybody executes on everything that they need to execute, then we're set up for success. And I agree, right? Because everything needs to go perfect for this team to win a game, especially when you're basically handicapped at quarterback. So if they can do what they need to do in this game, they'll win. I mean, obviously, I'm not really I'm not really saying too much there that's very groundbreaking, but I'm basically saying you need to play near perfect football to beat the number 4 team in the country, because they're a really good football team, and they're going to get to your quarterback. He needs to get the ball out fast, and he needs to get the ball out to his playmakers. They need to do the work. I think the skill position players for this offense need to do the heavy lifting, and they need to take a lot of they have to do everything that they possibly can to take the pressure off of DJ. I think that's why you're going to start to see a little bit more of Trey Wilson getting involved behind the line of scrimmage, some action set up for him so that you can get him the ball and then let him just go out there and run. He wears his back plate and it says yak with an exclamation mark on it. That's what he goes out there and does. He gets yards after the catch. You're not really putting him out there to go make a catch and get yards after that, but if you can get him the ball behind the line of scrimmage, send him on an end around, he might be able to take it 70 yards.
Yeah, I think that's the playmakers are going to be the ones that are going to be the leaders on this team, especially for this game, and they're going to be the ones that are going to make DJ more comfortable both on and off the field. I think team chemistry is a big thing to think about and to talk about, and that's just going to be something that is going to be a major focus for this week. It's been a focus, and Aiden Mizell yesterday with Kevin Winters talked a little bit about that.
I feel like just being there, everyone deals with things differently, so I'm not too in his ear about it, but I just let him know, like, yo, if you need someone to talk to or anything like that, like, I'm here. Like, if you're trying to go out to eat, if you're trying, you feel me, socialize, you're trying to hop on a game. We some of the receivers went to a movie. We were inviting them to that. Just, you feel me, just little things.
And that's what you want to see, right? This group has not only not been defeated by what the product has been on the field, but they still support their quarterback. There's no mutiny in the locker room, right? You're not at that point yet. They still understand the natural talents of their quarterback and what he can do and how he can go out there and win you a football game. On Saturday, he has the opportunity to go out there again and do that.
Yeah, I think that was one of our biggest fears, too, as a fan base is the locker room divided? Is DJ losing this locker room? Is Billy losing this locker room? And I think getting a little vote of confidence from one of your receivers is always good. I think supporting DJ off the field, as much as we've been dogging on him a little bit, it's going to be hard. It has to be hard to be dealing with this. You're 20 years old.
Yeah.
It's
Weight
your
of the world.
second season actually playing, and he has everything on him right now. And having that group around him, I think, is going to be really important to stay that way going into this week.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And there's more help potentially coming on the way. Breaking news that Dallas Wilson will start practicing next week as we head into the bye. How will that change the dynamic of this offense moving forward? And even if it's the same person calling plays when we get out of the bye, we'll have all of that coming up on the other side of this break right here on the Sports Lab at 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
From the swamp
to the hardwood
to the diamond,
no one does Gator sports like we do.
your home for Gator sports is WRUF.
98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Powered by ESPN.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief. Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX95. That's BRUX95.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
The Sports Lab with Kevin Winter. Weekdays at 2, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
That's right. Anywhere in the world on the WRUF app. That's free on your app store. Go out and get it and listen to live and local programming noon to 6 every weekday here on WRUF. You got the Sports Lab 3:30 right now. You got us till 4. Rob Russo and Hannah Getman in the studio. We're taking your phone calls, 392-8255. We got Mike on about Gator football.
Yeah, I'm glad that Mizell is taken up for his quarterback. He said he invited him to the movie. He didn't say if he went yet.
Hey, that's a great point.
According to Shannon Snell, who said he had reputable sources, there's a big divide in the locker room. And they think that he gets preferential treatment. And so, I don't know if it's – and when you see him on the sidelines, he's never talking to his teammates. He sits by himself. So I don't know if he's actually got all the players behind him or not. They're certainly not playing like that on offense. But I guess it is good to hear one guy say he still has his back. The thing with the play calling, though, I've gone back and looked La Tech and Clemson games, and he's running the same plays and same motions he did 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. There's nothing new. And I say it's almost like the other team knows what play's getting ready to be called. Have you thought that might be true?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and that's something that I've been a little bit concerned about as well, right? You're scheming this offense a lot around what your quarterback likes to do and what they want to do and what they're comfortable with, right? But if you're only running 30-ish, maybe 40 types of plays over the course of a game, and that's not just in that individual game, that's over the course of a season, multiple seasons, all over time, right? A good defensive coordinator is going to turn on the tape and they're going to read that right away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And another thing about him is that he's thrown into triple coverage, double coverage. I don't know if you can just from one week to another week stop doing that. Right. And his footwork is way off. He's not planting the seed. He's not having a good base of support. He's doing so many things wrong. I don't know if you can correct that. It might be next year during spring and everything that he can get all this fixed. Yeah, right now it's a mess. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your call, Mike. As always, right here on the Sports Lab with Rob Russo and Hannah Getman. Yeah, I don't know if it's something that can be corrected on a week-to-week. I don't want to speculate. I know some people got sources where maybe they do, maybe they don't, about the locker room. Aiden Mizell, great kid, of course, and you'll hear that full interview with Kevin Winter on the pregame show on Learfield. That's on Saturday, so make sure you're tuned in for that. I don't know about the locker room divides. I'm not in the locker room, so I personally can't and don't want to speculate on that. That being said, I think you bring up a great point about the play calling being a little bit stale, a little bit stagnant, and I think you bring up a good point that, they've seen this stuff before, and that's, I think, why he's throwing into triple coverage, because there's not just three guys back there to start with. It's on third and long situations. The team, just like LSU did, they're showing blitz on third down, then they'll spin a guy back, and then it's in triple coverage. And by the time DJ gets his eyes downfield, he's been locked on to one receiver for that entirety of the time. And then you got two guys. Basically, their job out there is to just read DJ's eyes, follow it right to the ball, because that's exactly where it's going.
Yeah, and I think to Mike's point, as he brought up, DJ's footwork doesn't look great, and the throwing into triple coverage, again, it's how are you going to correct that now that the season has been rolling? It's the lack of practice, I think, has been the biggest concern with DJ all season, is that he really only practiced 11 on 11 2 weeks, maybe leading up to the season.
12 days.
Yeah, 12 days, so not even. And it's never going to fully come together. I think a lot of us, after watching him last year, we saw the raw talent. We were like, hey, this is our guy. He's going to get polished in the offseason. He's going to come back, and he's going to be ready to go. And I think that's where the high expectations came from. And then that has turned into not having that development because of these offseason injuries, and slowly our expectations have worsened and worsened and worsened. So can he get to that point during the season? That's going to be a big question mark.
I don't know. I mean, he seemed to be confident coming into the presser at LSU after the game. Says he puts all his faith in God. I believe that, absolutely. But I don't know if you could make that full change over the course of just a couple of days. I think maybe coming into the season, again, the optimism was there because everybody's got DJ Lagway and their Heisman candidates for the season. Preseason watch lists all over the place. And then you watch that LIU game, and basically you have your schedule goes, you have a free win, and then you have a more difficult, respectable program, but a game you should win. And then you start to get into the real stuff, and you say, okay, well, he hasn't really been practicing for a long time, but he's been sitting on the bench, he's been watching, he's been following with the team. You got to expect that someone with his caliber of talent could watch for that offseason. It's not equivalent to getting those reps, but then play in a real game situation against LIU, then ramp up against another respectable team in USF, and then let's say you get that USF win, and he plays mediocre, maybe not 5 picks against LSU, but mediocre. Maybe you lose that game, but you're comfortable about the trajectory of where he's going. Right now, after that LSU game and after losing to USF, a group of 5 team, you're not confident in what he can bring to the table heading into this Miami game, and that's just the reality. It's not the same quarterback that it was last year.
Yeah, it's not the same quarterback that any of us expected to come into this season. It's hard going into a game where you expect it to be maybe 3-0, maybe 2-1, and going into it 1-2, where it's like season should not be on the line this early.
No.
And it might not even be on the line. It might be done with, but it's hard to go into a game like this with such inflated expectations to start the year, and everything is slowly going downhill, and it's like a ball is rolling down a hill and nobody's going to stop it, and it's just getting bigger and bigger. And is like going into the Miami game, it's like this boulder is just building, and I don't know if anybody is going to stop the downhill trajectory. You hope, and you hope that DJ can get it back, but it's without actual practice and actual time to develop, without these hard games, it's not going to change. I don't see it changing, but if it does, great. It's just a hard situation for everybody.
Well, I'll pose you a question that I posed to Michael Tubbs, who's rocking on the board with AJ Sheridan last week. You go into this game, and it's still manageable at around halftime, but DJ's thrown 2 picks. He's thrown some bad balls. He hasn't looked comfortable. Your defense has kept it close. The game is competitive. The game is winnable. In the second half, is there an opportunity for Tramel Jones to come start for the Gators?
I think there is, and I haven't been the biggest advocate of let's throw Tramel in there. I really haven't. I haven't said, let's pull the plug on DJ. But I think, pick one, whatever. If pick number 2 comes up, it's halftime, and it's 13-10. Our defense is keeping us in at 10-7. At that point, you got to pull the plug. It doesn't necessarily have to be for the whole game, but give Tramel a series.
Yeah.
See what he does. I mean, the one thing that I think he has is he has 6 months of practice under his belt. That's what he has over DJ, and maybe he's not as raw, doesn't have as much raw talent as maybe DJ does, and he might not be as hyped up, but he definitely could use his experience that he's gained in the offseason to translate to the Miami game. Now, again, do you want to throw your freshman into the fire that is College game day, Hard Rock Stadium, and that Miami defense? I don't know, but I could see a world where it happens.
Right. Sports Lab, Rob Russo, Hannah Getman on WRUF on this Thursday afternoon. It looks back to last season, right, in the Graham Mertz and DJ Lagway situation, where the fan base was clamoring, begging, pleading for DJ Lagway to be the full-time starter. And then he was, and you see why, right? You saw how electric he was as a playmaker, but the defense was also helping you out. The run game was also helping you out. I feel like you're in a similar spot here, right? And maybe it's sooner than you thought it would be, and that's why you mentioned Tramel hasn't really gotten the hype, because when you compare bringing in a transfer veteran quarterback from Wisconsin, and he goes 5-7 in his first year, it's not looking too hot, and then your expectations are not sky high, maybe a bowl game, hopefully. But DJ Lagway, the allure, the promise that has, especially when compared to a check down pocket passer that's really not going to be a big-time creator versus someone with a 60-yard cannon attached to his right shoulder. That's not that when you have DJ Lagway versus Tramel Jones, that's a different situation, right? Because DJ Lagway has the raw talent. He has the athleticism. He has the arm power. But so does Tramel, and he has the reps with the first team from practice. So while he may not be the prospect that he was coming out of high school, he's had a long time under his belt to get used to the first team. He's been here since before the spring game, early enrollment, and he's pretty much this. He's got what, less than a year on DJ Lagway. The age discrepancy, the game time discrepancy is not significant. It's not a fifth year versus a freshman. This is a sophomore versus a freshman.
Right. It's not the significant difference, I think, that we saw with Mertz and Lagway. Were different, completely different styles of quarterback.
Yeah.
Completely different ages is, I think, the only reason that Billy really stuck with Mertz. I don't think DJ would have ever started if Graham didn't go down for the rest of the season. Billy likes to stick by his veteran players, but then you really think about it, and it's like, DJ's not, he's a veteran, but he's not really. He's played, half a season last year, and it'll be interesting to see what it looks like if Tramel does come in, because of the way he played against LIU, because of the practices he had, and because of the raw talent level might be comparable to DJ, but we don't know because we haven't seen it.
And I want to see it, right? I want to see it. I'll say it. I want to see it. I want to see how he looks, right? Especially if this game, if you lose this game, you basically punt the season away, because you're 1-3 heading into the bye, schedule not getting easier, Tennessee getting better, Florida State getting better, so the tail end is not getting any easier too. Ole Miss seems to have found a spark at quarterback as well, so that's not getting any easier. I don't know. If there's no improvement from week 3 to week 4, and basically no improvement from pre-week 1 to week 4 into the bye, I think you might be due for a change, right? Especially if you're getting blown out, especially if the reads are not being made, and you know deep down, even if you don't want to admit it, there's someone else that might be able to go give it a shot and execute.
Yeah, it's just the one thing is it's just not Billy's. It's not Billy's style. It's not something he wants to do. He likes to stick by his guys, whether his guys should be stuck by or not. He likes to protect his players. That's what he always says. But I think there is something to be said about protecting players mentally and putting people in the best situations for themselves. And I don't know if putting DJ into some of these situations is the best thing for him. As much as I'm sure he wants to compete, he wants to play, but he's not used to not having success, and I can't imagine what that has done to him so far this season.
Yeah, and that's been another question is do you want to keep him in for this long? Do you want him to watch him, do you want him to feel what that feels like to be in Death Valley throwing 5 interceptions, something that hasn't happened in over 30 years? It's a confidence breaker. It absolutely is. So to sit him down and just say, okay, even if you're going to put Trammell out there and have him hand the ball off 3 times, just to say breathe, take a second, you're good. We're back on track. We know that we have faith in you, but just take a breather. We'll see how that plays out in the Miami game. We got more stuff coming up. Dallas Wilson coming back to this team. He'll be here after the bye, going to start practicing, getting up and moving around. He posted on social media about it. We're excited about that. How is that going to change the dynamic of this offense? We'll wrap up the Sports Lab on the other side of this break. Right after this, you're listening right here on 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Kate Jacobs. Florida Gators football is on the road again, looking to get their second win of the season in Miami. After the loss against number 3 LSU, Coach Napier hopes the team can learn from it in order to get a win in Week 4.
I mean, they put it on a line. They came up a little short, and I think that they realized it was within their grasp, and they maybe let it slide away. So, look, we have to we have to invest this experience, right? It was a powerful moment, and we cannot waste it.
Florida volleyball enters their last 2 games of non-conference play with a record of 5-2, with 2 ranked wins on the season. They are on the road against Marquette and number 20 Wisconsin before SEC play starts. Tonight, the Seattle Seahawks take on the Arizona Cardinals. You can catch that game here tonight at 8.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Hurricane BTW, where every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings, tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape in your home for sports, too. Great food, cold drinks, and all the games. That's Hurricane BTW. Escape the ordinary and find your spot at hurricanewings.com.
Hey Gator fans! D&D Advertising has the new 2025 football schedules ready for pickup at these fine businesses: Gross Septic, Connections Car Audio, Earth Origins Market, Ward's Supermarket, Ivy League Landscapes, Grainer Electric, the Gables of Gainesville Assisted Living and Memory Care, and North Central Florida Driving. Please patronize these fine businesses as they are an asset to the community. D&D Advertising Enterprises is not licensed, affiliated with, or endorsed by any university, sports institution, or program unless specifically stated in writing. No proceeds from any of the funds collected will be given to any educational institution or sports team. We are not responsible for any schedule changes made after printing.
Everyone's invited to this party. Hey, it's Steve Russell. Doesn't matter who you are, your name's on the list to Hard Rock Bet's season-long celebration. Sign up today and bet $5 on any game. If it wins, you'll also score $150 in bonus bets. A winning bet plus a boosted bankroll, that's how you get the party started on Hard Rock Bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida. Wager terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's been a rather warm afternoon that'll continue into this evening, but rather pleasant as we move through our evening for sure. Look for an overnight low of about 68 degrees, a little fog towards morning. As we head into Friday, partly cloudy, very warm, 92 the high. Saturday and Sunday, very warm as well, 93 Saturday, 92 Sunday, with an isolated shower both days in the afternoon. From the WFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
We're hanging out here in the Sports Lab. I'm Hannah Getman. He's Rob Russo. 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF. The phone lines are open, 392-8255. We got Phil on the line. What's up, Phil?
If you enjoyed the show, I think we have to realize all the good things we have. We get to play in the SEC, and the season's not over. We have 8 great teams, many that are going to come into Gainesville, so that's a big plus for people who live in Gainesville.
True.
And even if we lose, I'm still behind the Gators. I like watching the games.
Me too.
The fact is, if you look over the last 75 years, Florida, the Gator football team has been basically a mid-level SEC team out of that 75 years for most of the time. We had 2 diamonds with Urban Meyer and Steve Spurrier, and those are hard to find. So I think we could take, I think going forward the next 10, 20 years, we're going to continue to be a mid-level SEC team, and we might as well get over it. I think if we get a coach for, I think you could probably get a coach for $3, $4, $5 million and do just as well as we're doing now, and get players who are paid half as much and do just as well as what we've got up there right now. I think they're somewhat spoiled, and Spurrier certainly got everything that he needed without all the fancy accommodations they have now. And I think, but the main thing I want to say is I think that let's get over it. We're a mid-level team, and that's what we're going to be for the next 10 to 20 years. It's not going to change much.
All right, thanks, Phil. I think that's a fair point to make. I just think it's something that none of us really want to admit. We have a lot of hope for this Gators team, and that's about as far as I want to take that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I hear you, right? You know, you look at a team like Auburn, right? That's a team that's a middle of the pack SEC team. They have a couple of years where they'll go off and they'll do something good. They'll be competitive, and in between those, it's meh, right? And maybe Florida falls into that category, you know, historically. But I don't think I should settle for wanting it to be, right? I think that this program has prestige. It has draw. Clearly, good players want to come play here. There is national championships that have been won here in the past. I mean, a national championship was just won in basketball this year by a new hire at head coach. It is possible for this program to go and compete, especially in an expanded 12-team playoff, right? I mean, you can go 9-3, maybe not with the USF loss, but you can go 9-3 and make the college football playoffs and keep this community engaged, right? I was engaged when this team was 5-7 with Graham Mertz, and I'm sure that there's been worse seasons than that, and that's just been in my time here, right? But I have expectations. You know, I want the team that I watch, that I root for, to do well. And believe me, I'm from New York, as was previously ripped into me a couple weeks ago, you know, proud Yankee, but I'm a Jets fan, so I understand what suffering feels like. You know, I've grown up in suffering and pain and anguish. My father is 55 years old, and he has never seen the Jets make the Super Bowl, let alone win one. So I understand, but I want my team to do well. You know, I want them to go out there and win, especially when they have this much talent on the roster, and they should be winning football games, if that makes sense.
Yeah, on the flip side of that, as a proud New York Giants fan, I know what it's like to witness success early and then never see it ever again. So I think, however, that this Gators team, with the amount of talent they have, should not be compared to the New York Giants or the New York Jets, thank God. And I think part of that we could talk about is Dallas Wilson coming back after the bye week. He definitely is going to play a big role as part of this offense. The question is, how does that affect the depth chart at wide receiver at a position where the Gators have so much depth?
Yeah, you mentioned Dallas Wilson, and that's a great point. That's a 5-star plus recruit, not just 5-star, 5-star plus, just like DJ Lagway was. That's one of the highest rated recruits we've ever had at receiver. Come to the University of Florida, had his check signed away with Nike, with Oregon. He was good to go. He tore that up to come here and play with DJ Lagway and play Gator football. And that's a sign of a program that can bring in talent and go win football games. Dallas Wilson gearing up to start practice next week, heading into the bye. Fingers crossed he'd be back for the Texas game. Whose reps does he bite into, right? You look at the depth chart right now. Probably leads off with J. Mike. Then you go Hayden Hansen at tight end, but he's out there pretty much all the time. Trey Wilson and Vernell Brown, and then Aiden Mizell after that. For me, this is a kid we've never seen yet. He hasn't taken the field yet outside of the orange and blue game. He can't bite into Sturdivant's reps. He doesn't really touch Hansen's reps regardless. Trey does his own thing in the slot as a gadget guy. I really only see him fitting in and maybe splitting in with Vernell Brown's reps.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make. I think it's hard because of how well Vernell's been playing so far this season, how much DJ loves Vernell, has gone to Vernell a lot. Vernell's gotten the ball a ton, a lot more than I think any of us expected him to. So how do you fit Dallas Wilson into that when Vernell has clearly earned the playing time and the snaps that he's gotten?
And it's going to be a difficult thing to do, but you earn your playing time in practice. So if he goes out there and shows that this injury is not nagging him, he is ready to go and he can make an impact, he will go out there and make an impact. You look at this receiver room, J. Mike is really your receiver one. Okay, he's double teamed more than anybody else on this roster because when you look at this Florida team, we mentioned the play calling is very similar as it was to last year, as it was to the year before that. So when Billy Napier is calling the same plays for a similar style of player, they bring in J. Mike to be a replacement for Elijah Badger. They're similar styles of players. They want a veteran to go out there and lead the receiving corps. So you double team him and you take your odds with the freshman. But Dallas Wilson, I don't think is just any freshman. And neither is Vernell Brown. That is not a knock on VB3. He has been phenomenal. But Dallas Wilson is a special talent. If this injury is not nagging him, you cannot double J. Michael Sturdivant anymore. And then from there, this offense could open up wide if DJ's able to hit them.
Yeah, I think the double teams on Sturdivant is what has been enabling Vernell to get the ball as much as he has been because he's very overlooked. They're willing to let the freshman run wild and make a mistake rather than JMS doing the same thing as a veteran player. So Dallas Wilson, I think as much as he is a freshman, like you said, he isn't just a freshman. Are they going to really want him running loose across the defense, hoping he makes a mistake? Will he make a mistake? Maybe if that injury is nagging him, but I don't see that happening. So defenses are going to have to adjust for that, and that's going to be something that's great for the Gators offense to get moving again.
Yeah, 100%. It's been a fun hour. That one flew.
Definitely flew by, for sure.
Second hour for you this week, so, you're stuck with Hannah.
I'm sorry, everybody that's had to listen to my voice twice this week, but I hope that it's been good, and I hope Gators football does its best against Miami this weekend. I'm Hannah Getman. He's Rob Russo. This was the Sports Lab, 98.1 FM, 8:50 a.m. WRUF. We got the tailgate up next. Stick around for that.
No one brings you the NFL like we do. WRUF.
Dave Mays Automotive. We get the bugs out of your car. Hey,
Hey, Steve Russell here. I've seen a lot of great sports teams in my day, but it's really hard to find a team that can sustain excellence over a long period of time. That's why what Dave Mays Automotive has done is so impressive. This year, they're celebrating their 50th year in business, and I can tell you, they've done a great job for me, just like they'll do for you. Brakes, AC, tires, oil changes, and so much more, including their famous bug check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no unexpected problems down the road. Dave Mays Automotive is located at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive, in the industrial complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road, and online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com. Dave Mays Automotive. They get the bugs out.
Dave Mays Automotive. We get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
Hi, this is Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
I love coming here. I love everybody here. Other practices that I went to made me feel like I was on an assembly line. The procedures affected my life by just making me want to smile now. You know, I don't mind smiling. I don't hide, my smile. I don't smile with my mouth closed. I don't talk with, covering my mouth. I don't think about it anymore. And to me, I think that's the biggest thing. That's all I thought about in the past was they're looking at my teeth, and now I just talk to people. I don't think about it at all.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp now for free information on how to get started today. InventHelp provides invention services that help everyday inventors get started with their idea. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. Our services include professional materials needed to showcase your invention, and 3D animation and prototype modeling that help you demonstrate your idea. Get down to the details of your idea with a technical drawing. The InventHelp Databank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Take advantage of the opportunity to get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-577-2648. That's 1-800-577-2648. Again, 1-800-577-2648.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM, HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
If I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you, and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozaUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
And good morning, good afternoon, good day. Can you hear me, Jeff? Now I can't hear myself in my headphones. But
well, you're not supposed to say that.
I'm telling you I can't, and I can't hear you in my headphones. So, there. This is the tailgate, and we are live at Miller's Ale House, where we have been out here the last week, and we're going to be out here more. We love coming out here, especially getting to see Caitlin, great bartender here, great person. Her sister Shelby, I found out, I did some intel that she's going to be out here to work soon. So they're just very sweet, married, by the way, women. So don't hit on them, just be nice to them. And he is Jeff Cardozo. How are you, Jeff?
I am great. I
don't feel your greatness right now. You're getting ready to go get on a bus, and then you get on a plane, then you get on another bus. Then you have to go to the bus, and the bus goes you to the hotel, and then you see if you can win the game.
It kind of sounds like what they have to do from game day to the stadium.
I know. It's incredible. I made that joke this morning. I said, hey, look, the game day gets over at noon. The game's at 7:30. Do you think they'll make it? They may not. I mean, I remember going to the national championship game, and we left. And again, it was a alleged police escort, right? National championship game in 2008, and it took us a good 2 hours to get there with an
escort,
because the escort wasn't going to go around.
Well, what kind of escort was it? In Miami, there's a lot of different escorts.
Well, that's why Rex Grossman was suspended for the first half of that.
And that Raiders player from the Super Bowl.
That's right, yeah.
So you can get in trouble
down
there. But, yeah, we won't get in trouble here. We'll have a good time. Encourage you to come by the Ale House tonight. Is another episode of Gator Talk with Billy Napier. Of course, we will have that here on the station. So we'll go 4 to 6, take a little hour off, and then Napier will be here with Sean Kelly from 7 to 8, and then we'll have the Dolphins game after that. Many will say
how are you feeling about
Bills
that?
Game, but it's the Dolphin game because we're in Florida.
How are you feeling about that, though?
I think they'll get throttled.
Yes.
And, the question is, does that then mean the end for Mike McDaniel? 0-3 start and things not going too well.
There has been one team that's started 0-3 and made the playoffs, and that was Houston 2018. The only reason I know that is that was the big trivia question today with Adam Schefter.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't think the Dolphins are going to
teams that have
No,
it.
it's 100 whatever it was, the number 127 teams or whatever. I don't think the Dolphins will be one of those teams if they lose this game.
Well,
they're probably going to lose the game.
And the interesting part about that is the Giants, who I guess you didn't think that they would make the playoffs anyway, play Kansas City this weekend, a couple 0-2 teams. So if Kansas City goes 0-3,
the loser there, done.
You're losing the dynasty of what
it
was.
I don't want that to happen. I want Kansas City to win, but
I'm sure they'll beat the Giants.
Well, I mean, the Giants scored a lot of points last week, and again against a crappy Chiefs secondary.
All right, so we're sitting here.
Chiefs. I'm sorry, Cowboys.
And if we're sitting here talking about Mike McDaniels, his overall record as a Dolphin head coach is 28-27. He's made the playoffs.
Sounds familiar.
Twice, 0-2 in the playoffs, so he hasn't won a playoff game. Is that room for firing? Because, I mean, that's exactly where Billy Napier basically is.
Yeah, but they are different things because, and for the one thing is, when McDaniel got hired, everybody's like, who? Who is this guy? What is he? And then they saw him and they go, that's not exactly overwhelming. But he won early.
He brought this eccentric personality to the league.
And he brought analytics really into the forefront, I think, more than anything. And that worked out really great for a while, but then it's just gone bad. And I think maybe it could – here's the similarity. They hitched their wagon to Tua like Billy Napier's hitched his wagon to DJ, and it might cost them both in the end.
I mean, they gave Tua like $200 million.
Yes.
Which is nuts to think about.
I think it's a little less than what Florida gave DJ.
Guy. But yeah, it is a very similar situation, and two coaches that are basically the same record-wise. I mean, two guys that are very likable, certainly. I think everybody that plays for McDaniel likes him. He's a little weird to the media and eccentric, and I'm not sure he gives everybody – so that's a little different than Napier, but when it's all said and done, yeah, you've got to win, and – we'll see if they can do it.
That's the interesting thing is I see Chip Kelly, Brian Kelly, and Eli Drinkwitz, and several other coaches from the SEC always on the SEC network or on Sirius Radio. I hear them all the time.
Shane Beamer, one of them?
Clark Lee is the leader in that.
Is he really?
Yes, he's always wants to be. And I'm always thinking it can't hurt you to do any of this stuff. And I think maybe that's another thing Billy could do that I would advise him about. Be more outspoken. But he's not an outspoken guy. He's not a guy who really wants to say a whole lot. He just wants to be, in his little, and I don't want to say cocoon, but around a bunch of guys that he believes in and he trusts, and talk to his players. But anyway, I don't know that that's even a factor at all. I just was thinking about that today because I was listening to Clark Lee on the radio, and I got home, and Shane Beamer was on TV. So I'm like, everybody else in the SEC seems to have a lot of face and airtime.
Well, now you're going to see Vernon Maxwell with a lot of face and airtime, the new leading scorer. All of a sudden, he must have had a great game yesterday because he just overtook the scoring lead.
He had 1,800, I think, in a game, yes.
So really good news. If you did not hear, it was announced earlier today that Vernon Maxwell has been reinstated. All the points that he had his junior and senior seasons are now back in to the Florida record books. So he is all of a sudden the new all-time leader in scoring points. Ronnie Williams, see ya. Sorry about your luck. But probably something that needed to happen. And, you know, Dills, that was before my time. And I had obviously heard stories, and being a local kid and then doing what he did and then watching him get to Houston and win a couple of championships there. I always knew that he was a Gator. I didn't really know much about him during his time here. But it seems like it was something that probably shouldn't have happened. And it's a nice gesture for Scott Strickland. Duke's the one that actually called Vernon Maxwell to tell him, Dave Warner.
Did he really?
Yeah, the Duker got to make the phone call.
Wow.
So that was cool. And then
well, there's not a lot of guys at UF that he would accept a call from. I will say that because it's been a problem for him, and that I know he was overwhelmed.
What, 35 years?
It's ridiculous. It was. And again, Bill Arnsparger was an old football coach. He was like, I'll show these guys, you know. I'm not a big – I love Bill Arnsparger as a defensive coordinator. I do not like him as an athletic director. He was one of the worst that's ever been here.
Wow.
He got rid of Randy Reese, too.
Yeah.
And Norm Sloan got fired. Not that Norm didn't deserve to get fired, believe me. But, you know, Vernon was, again, he was – troubled, you know, guy, and you saw incidents with him in the NBA, but he's in the argument. He won't win the argument, but he's in the argument for the best Gator basketball player to ever play here. He's in the argument. He won't win it, though.
Why wouldn't he win the argument?
Because Walter's always going to win that argument, because he won the national championship by making 100 big shots.
Okay.
So that's my opinion.
So now all of a sudden, just in 2 years, Walter's the best player ever?
I think he is.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I wanted to give it a little time, but yeah, I go Walter, and I'll probably still go Neil Walk, Udonis, and then Vernon Maxwell. The thing with Vernon, he didn't win championships. He didn't win a lot of NCAA games, so it, you know. But he was an unbelievable player. Unbelievable. I would always wonder what would have happened to him, what he could have done as a defensive back in high school or in college. Because at Florida, because he was one of the I would put him probably number one greatest athletes to ever play in Gainesville. I would definitely put him number one. I can't think of another one that was better.
Lamar Thomas?
I still would put Vernon.
Okay.
One. I would put Lamar probably number two.
Yeah.
Maybe Clint Portis number three.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Miami guys.
But, you know, I think Lamar, though, over Clinton Portis because Lamar played more sports.
Yeah, Lamar was unbelievable, yeah. I was depressing when he decided to go there.
Well, maybe Lamar will be down in Miami Gardens this weekend.
There'll be a lot of U's. There'll be a lot of guys on the sideline doing the U.
That was another thing that popped up on social media today. Lewis Oliver, who would have been – about Vernon Maxwell time, right? Mid-'80s?
He was 89, I think, was the senior. Or 87.
No, 80, yeah, because he was here in 84.
Senior year, yeah.
So he came on a podcast, a Hurricane podcast at that, and said that he was very disappointed because when he comes to Gainesville, they put him up in the rafters and he can't be down on the field. But if you go to Miami this weekend, you're going to see Irvin and Sapp and – you know, all those types of guys all over the sidelines doing their thing. And Brandon Spikes actually had to tweet back at him and say, hey, we get requests all the time. You've never requested for a sideline pass, so I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to be a part of that, we're happy to get you down on the sideline. So I thought that was interesting that Louis Oliver is going to sit there and criticize on a podcast, but he also has not necessarily ever reached out to have that happen to him. So he makes it look like it's bad, but I know for a fact that there's guys every single week that former players are coming and requesting sideline passes, and they're down there and they're a part of things. So I thought that was a little weird.
It's not just that, Jeff. There was a period of time where Florida really didn't treat their former players very well. And that's why Neil Anderson wants nothing to do with UF. I mean, we've talked about Neil a lot. He really doesn't watch the games. He didn't even care about it anymore. He feels like and he was trying to get better seats for alumni. I would think, you should be able to get on the field if you're a great player. And he was a 2-time All-America, Louis Oliver. Not just a 1-time, but a 2-time. So he's got 2 bricks. Well, that's probably why he says 1, but I don't know it's hard for me to comment because I don't know all the, intricacies of that, what happened, whether he did. But yeah, that is where a Brandon Spikes really can come forward for the university and make it better, because when somebody does something like that, he goes, hey, we want you here. Maybe we haven't contacted you enough. And I think some of these guys also, Jeff, get a little bit tired of getting the phone calls, and they look down, they see 3. I've had this happen to me where I'll call somebody, and they'll go, I saw a 352 number, and I figured they wanted money. And it was just me calling to see if you could come on the radio. So, that is, I think, I don't know. It's just not the same as some places where everybody's all in on everything.
Well, it's your fault for them not being in their contacts.
Well,
if you were cool enough, they'd be in your contacts,
I'm not
and
cool.
it wouldn't be a 352
Nobody's ever
number.
said I was cool, okay? Nobody. 0.0 people.
Not even your daughter, ever?
Oh, not even close. You want to get her tickets to the Final Four. I was nothing.
Yeah. Dad, you're nothing. All right, well, all of you are something, of course. We'd love for you to be a part of things today. Again, we're live at the Ale House. Nico is back in the studio, always does a great job when we're on the road. So call him up on our Titan MRI and Imaging hotline. He'll say, hey, put you on hold, tell us that you are there, and then we'll get to you. So we'll do that and have that whole process happen when we return and get after it here on the Tailgate.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Louise Vann. Pressure for Coach Billy Napier builds as Florida Gators football heads to Miami to take on the Hurricanes this Saturday. In Week 4, the Gators look to avoid being 1-3 for the first time since 1986.
For us, this is a huge game for a lot of reasons that you just mentioned, but more importantly for that group that I just walked off the field with, and this staff and our fan base.
This weekend, Florida volleyball hits the road against Marquette in Wisconsin. Head coach Ryan Tice knows they need to serve well to take home the win.
We say pack our serving pants. You got to pack your serving pants because we're going to have to serve well on the road to beat these guys. And we're watching different things through their passing patterns and things. And if we can serve it well, we got a chance to win.
Thursday night football kicks off here tonight at 8 p.m.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want, from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
It's a hard reality to know you're getting older. Believe me, I sit next to Pat every single day, but we all have to go through it, and with it comes some aches and pains with every single step. But the good part is the pains are fixable, and one quick stop into Titan MRI will get you going in the right direction. There's lots of us out there that think we can just handle pain or it'll just eventually go away, but what you may not realize, you could be ruining yourself for many years to come. I'm telling you, go see Joe and the crew at Titan MRI. Their entire mindset is finding out what you need to feel better and getting it to someone that can fix it. With an average scan time of just 10 to 15 minutes, you'll be back on your way, carrying on your day in no time. Titan MRI is the only locally owned and operated MRI center in Gainesville, and their staff has more than 20 years of experience in the community. And they've been so good that Lake City came calling. They've got a place that is perfect up in Columbia County as well. Even your own doctors are bringing their families to Titan MRI. So get in front of those aches and pains and tell your doctor to refer you to Titan MRI.
Whether it happens on the pickleball court, the soccer field, or when stretching the limits of your yoga flexibility, injuries aren't convenient, but UF Health OrthoCare is. Now with locations in Gainesville and Ocala, our board-certified specialists provide the expertise you need to get moving again. Don't let a sprain, strain, or minor fracture keep you or your kids sidelined. Turn to UF Health OrthoCare. Visit ufhealth.org/orthocare locations for addresses and hours. Walk-ins welcome.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
All right, we welcome you back. Duels and Dozo here with you live from the Ale House as we get you ready for Gator Talk tonight. Billy Napier again will be here at he'll stroll in about 6:59, ready to go.
7:01, I would go with.
So he'll chat for a good 35 minutes, and then Austin Barber will be the player guest tonight. Austin's a great guy, so good stuff from him. And then, of course, we'll have the Dolphins and Bills after that. Many people, I'm sure, have picked the Bills in the Survivor Pool, sponsored by Titan MRI. Yeah, it should be an easy pick.
But don't take them that early. The Bills are going to win a game for you later when you need them to. If you take the Bills that early, or you take some of the better teams, this is the strategy, and I've learned it.
You got it all down.
I'm pretty smart, Jeff, when it comes to betting on things that I can't win.
Let's get to our phone calls. Again, Nico back in the studio, so we appreciate him being there, and always love our callers, except when I got to yell at John, so let's hope that doesn't happen today. John, what's up, man?
Yeah, you ain't got to yell at me. Thanks for taking my call, guys. I tell you, I've been getting too down on Legway unfairly. Most of the problem lays with Napier. He's not doing his job as a coach on the sidelines. I'll tell you why. Now, when a quarterback is creating more problems on the field than he is production, he's creating more problems. He's not getting the production done and moving the ball. Then it's up to the coach to yank his ass out, kick it on the curb, and put another quarterback in for a couple of series of downs. I'm not saying replace him with Jones the rest of the game. Just put him in there for a series of first downs or something. And so Legway can get a bird's eye view from the sideline of what's going on out there, what he might be doing wrong. It could make a difference in whether we win or lose the game. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying replace him with Jones the rest of the game or the rest of the year. But at least take him out for a couple of series of downs so he can see what's going on out there from the sideline. It might help him a lot on getting an overall view of what's going on when he gets back in his quarterback. That's all I'm saying.
You do realize the view from the sideline actually sucks. I'd rather be up top and higher up. It's not.
That's why coaches do that, then.
It's not like you can see the field. No, they would have him over there to try to explain something, but I don't know if that's not really the problem, John. Like it's DJ making
it's
decisions.
his inability to see the field at ground level.
Correct.
Yeah.
So him coming over there and
you guys and Napier think you guys know. That's the problem right there. I'm trying to take his ass out.
What?
I mean,
John.
I've seen coaches do this time and again, and it works. Don't tell me it doesn't work, because it doesn't work.
John, he's not been very good. I'm not denying that, but I'm just telling you that that's not going to happen, and that's not the answer that Billy Napier thinks. So you can say it as much as you want.
We need to get another coach.
Okay, then you may have another coach next year, and you may not have Lagway to have even that be a problem.
That's all right too. Thank you.
All right, John. Thank you, man.
It cracks me up because, look, Tramel Jones is a good young man, and I would love for him to be a good quarterback, and he will be eventually.
I think he's got a chance to be a pretty darn good quarterback.
But throwing him into the environment for that on game day, where they have game day down there.
Doing it against 100,000 people against LSU for the first time.
But there's got to be a point where you go, hey, look, no matter what we're dealing with, we can't keep going like this. And that's going to happen if it does. But I still believe that Lagway can have that. Speaking of our hero who passed away this week, Robert Redford, on The Natural, where he catches it right in the sweet spot. I had a shot like that today, Jeff. I don't have many of them, where I hit a drive and I caught it in the sweet spot, and it must have gone one more yard than I usually hit it. So it was really exciting. But that's what I'm saying. He's got to get to a sweet spot where he knows what he's doing.
Well, and but that's the hard part, Pat, is because we saw glimpses of that. I mean, the touchdown to Mizell was a tremendous pass that not a lot of people in the country can make, and you're thinking, all right, sweet, he's going to figure it out, he's got it, he's understanding, and all these things are going to happen, and then, boom, it just goes right back and reverts to the dumb stuff again. All right, back to the phones.
Got to get smarter. That's the bottom line. And he's not like he's not a smart guy, Jeff. He just got to be smarter on the field.
Boxing Jim will join us next here on the show. Hey, Boxing Jim.
Hey, guys. Well, listen, right now, the Gator football team not doing good, but you guys and Steve Russell, the shows are always good and have been, okay? So my hat's off to you guys and all that. But look, tonight, instead of Napier showing up, you could just play a recording from his first year, second year, third year, or up to this point, the last few games, and he'd be saying the same thing. We got to get better. We got to coach up. We got to do this. We got to do that. Look, this is my belief. We will end this season at the best 4-8, no better than 5-7. And I hate to see my team lose. I've been a Gator fan 55 years, guys. But listen, if it takes us losing and looking bad to get Napier run out of town, good. If they're not happy with Dabo Swinney up in Clemson, I'll take him. I love Dabo Swinney. Let's look at Key, maybe up in Atlanta at Georgia Tech. I don't know who, but guys, let's get another coach. Are y'all in agreement getting another coach?
Here's what I would say to you. What I just don't understand why Florida can't get it right. And you would, and maybe you could explain it to him, because this goes back to the 2009 season. Florida hasn't had it right since then, right?
Yeah.
So why have they not been able to get it right? And it makes no sense. They have all the I know, and it's different ADs, it's different administrators.
But I also think the simple answer to that is there's not a ton of really, really good football coaches. Everybody has their flaws.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's other teams that are playing easier schedules that you might say, okay, well, this guy just won 10 games, but, I mean, Billy Napier can go to La Tech and win 10 games.
Don't bring Kirk Signetti down here because he was in the playoffs.
Because he was really good.
Didn't have to play anybody.
It's really hard to find that perfect mix. And, again, I think Napier has done it better than anybody even probably better than Urban as far as like building a team and forming a culture and doing all these other things, because Urban had his flaws with the culture. We were just sitting here talking about Aaron Hernandez because we were talking about Vernon Maxwell. So there was obviously things and issues going on there, but then obviously Urban could coach the heck out of it and get results, and that's what people want. So it's really hard, I think, Box and Jim, to put all that together and make it very, very special. But I'm not ready to say it's time yet, but you asked me that in December. Like once everything plays out,
maybe November.
Once you go through year 4, and if things have not changed and the offense is the same and it's predictable and there hasn't been progress, then I think it'd be very easy to give you an answer to that.
You guys know more about this subject, sports, than I do. I'm just a passionate football fan. I love the Gators. We're fixing to lose our 3rd game Saturday night. There's no way we can go and beat Miami.
So, Boxing Jim, you've got to change your attitude right now. You got to go and say, we're going to go down there and kick some Kane butt, and we're ready for the game, and I'm gonna put all the positive energy into my television set that I can. That's what you need to do right now.
Well,
I just hope Bob doesn't do what ETM and transfers. And hey, I don't have a lot to say against the defense. They're doing pretty good. But my problem was Napier. I think another good coach could take the talent he has on the offense and do a lot better with it. Hey, hey, you guys are doing a great job. I enjoy listening to you. Stay on it. God bless. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, Boxing Jim. Appreciate that. We got to snag a break, so we'll do that. Get more calls, a bunch of them coming in, and we promise to get you ASAP. We're live from the Ale House today, having a great time here on WRUF.
WRUF. Your front row seat to all Gator sports.
98.1 FM, 850 AM.
103.7 HD2.
And anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
This is Gator Country.
Hey, Jameel, I was going through my cards the other day, found an 89 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr., which is like the coolest card ever. I think I need to get it graded to see if I'm like a millionaire someday.
Jeff, come on, you knucklehead. Like, if you've been listening to the Mealy Pod Hobby podcast, you'd realize the corners on your card are bent. There's a giant crease down the middle, so I don't know if I really want to grade that one.
I did not protect the right way, but those are all the things you learn with Jameel and I on the Mealy Pod Hobby podcast. And Jameel, it's awesome, too, because you brought in so many knowledgeable people from the sports card industry.
Yeah, we have card shop owners. We have people who've created dynamic systems for evaluative methods. We have people like Gary Vee, Josh Luber, enterprising folks.
We've bring on a lot of athletes as well. We've had DJ Lagway, Brady Singer, Laura Rutledge, the former Gator, Lochte and Dressel, and just all these Olympians. So it's a fun time to be had. All you got to do is listen each and every week.
You can find us on Spotify, Amazon, Apple Podcasts, or if you like video, check us out on YouTube or Facebook, the Mealy Pod Hobby Podcast.
There's a ton of things I love doing. That's why I have so many fun jobs and why I try so hard to make it to the kids' concerts, recitals, and games. But with everything that's going on, it doesn't leave me much time to take care of the chores at home. And since I hate chores, especially cleaning, I let the experts handle that one for me. Each week, a fully trained team from Molly Maid dusts, vacuum, wipes, cleans, whatever I need them to do in the house, leaving me more time to do the things I enjoy. Molly Maid is fully insured and is ready to do your dirty work for you as well. Call them up at 378-7755 or check them out online at mollymaid.com. They're made for this.
Sonic Radio. I'm your host, the CIO, and I just found the sound effects machine. Just in time because the new junior chicken sandwiches at Sonic are only $1.99 each. It's perfectly seasoned, crispy chicken that comes in original or honey chipotle. No. Already did that one. Save that one for later. That's a soft no.
Find junior chicken sandwiches on the Sonic Fun 99 menu. Live free, eat Sonic. Tax not included. See menu for details.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
You see the more than 70 bright green trucks all over town making sure our neighborhoods go from cluttered to clean. But what you may not know is there are more than 130 employees at GFL whose hard work and dedication deliver quality services to each and every one of you throughout the year. Rain or shine, regardless of the elements, GFL employees pride themselves on knowing what they do is crucial in our community, and they are looking to add fine folks to their ever-growing team. So if you want to be a part of the 4th largest provider of environmental solutions in North America, look into joining the Green Team here in Gainesville by checking out the career section at gflenv.com. Country fried sirloin, herb-crusted chicken, chicken critters, pulled pork, pork chops, sirloin steak. Do I have you salivating yet? Well, those are just a few of the things you can scarf down on the early dine menu at Texas Roadhouse. And best of all of that, only $12.99. It happens every Monday through Thursday from 3 to 5, so grab some grub and then head home and listen to the tailgate all the way until 6. And even though that's early dine, the staff of the Texas Roadhouse will wine and dine you 7 days a week with a menu made for many. Texas-sized combos, succulent steaks, and burgers that are as big as Gator sports are just the start. And speaking of starting, their fresh baked bread with honey cinnamon butter is waiting. So what are you waiting for? Get over to the Texas Roadhouse and wash it all down with some beer, wine, or the coolest cocktails around. AJ and the crew are ready for you. It's just west of the interstate off of the Archer Road exit, so hit the road for the Roadhouse. Your taste buds will thank you.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gator football, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of the tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley. Guys, can you at least save me one beverage?
It was a lot of emotion. I mean, like I said, I fell on the floor, and I couldn't believe it because, and I knew I had a lot of people behind my, had my back at the University of Florida, was trying to make this thing happen for me.
Well, that was Vernon Maxwell, and it never should have happened against him. Look, Vernon was a flawed human being like we all are. Jeff, I know you are. I've had evidence of that. I've been told things about you, and I'll repeat them later in the show. But it should never have happened, and it was stupid. And I talked about this before, that Jeremy always felt like it would bring attention to a bad part of Florida basketball history. But Vernon Maxwell's points reinstated, really a good decision. And again, Pizza Bill Feinberg, it was the guy that got this done. And I appreciate. Yeah. I appreciate.
Bill's a great advocate for all the former athletes and been around here for a really long time. So certainly love Bill Feinberg.
I've got a couple of Vernon stories that we'll get to after we get some calls.
And if you want to hear that whole interview, you can go back. It was on Steve's show earlier today. So again, you can go back and archive all of the shows. Not only Steve, but then you got Kev from 2 to 3.
Yep.
The kiddies, the students from 3 to 4, and then
call them young adults. Quit calling them kids. They're young adults.
Just sounds cool.
Kids are what Billy Goats have.
My kids are in college, and I call them kids.
No, they're young adults.
They're kids.
They're young adults.
They act like kids.
Well, they act like.
That's right.
Never.
All right, let's get back to the phones. We got Eric ready to join us next here on the show. Eric, what's up, man? Welcome.
Hey, look, it's Pat Dooley.
Hey.
How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Good, man. So, Pat, I wanted to tell you I enjoyed the podcast this week with Steve. It was really good.
Yeah, that was interesting. Again, I always wonder if what he says is going to become a big deal. And a lot of times I don't think it's going to be a big deal, and then it becomes a big deal somehow.
I've heard you say that before. It's always like you're kind of like sitting on the edge of your seat. You don't know what he's going to say. But, man, his memory and his mind and his stories, it never ceases to amaze me. Like, what he remembers about every team and every player in certain plays, it just – not that he's, it just – I don't know. It always.
Well, I'll tell you, Eric. He's kind of like me in that he can remember the score of the. I can remember the score of the St. Augustine Palaca game, and when I was in junior college, but I can't remember anything about yesterday.
Yeah, no, I hear that.
So and he's like that. He can tell you the Science Hill baseball scores of every game they played that year. But sometimes I got to correct him about things that have happened in the last couple of weeks.
So I called last week, and we talked about, Lagway's, we said mechanics, bad habits. And I feel like everyone's beating a dead horse. We can just keep doing it, obviously, up until Saturday. Do you guys still think it's mechanics, throwing into, double, triple, quadruple coverage, And so that's one question. And the other question, I know with the NIL, and it shouldn't be like this, obviously, we're at the mercy of the players, I feel. And it shouldn't be like that. It should be the players are at mercy of the coaches and being able to play. And he was so Lagway was so mentally drained. You can see it. He was mentally beat up after the third one. When is it enough? Do you, how do I say it? Do you put losing at risk just because, is it to teach him a lesson? Well, he's got to go through that. Well, obviously, if he's on that downward slope, and you could see it, Napier had to have seen it. Do you keep him playing just to see how it's going to go? If we put Jones in or another backup, we can't say, whether he would do any better or any worse. It's just like when Mertz went out, Lagway came in, and look what happened. It was unexpected. I knew we knew he was going to be good, but shouldn't the backup still be getting the reps and getting coached just as much? Because if Lagway gets hurt on Saturday, what are we going to do? Are we in any better or worse of a spot? That's what I keep hearing callers all week talk about, and it's when I don't know. So
no, I'm just going to say, the bottom line is they can only everybody around that team's got to play better. It's not just the quarterback. He has definitely got to play better. There's no question.
Yeah,
but they're not going to make that kind of move because they know, and we talked about this the other day, Jeff. They can only be great if DJ is great. They can't be great if they're.
If DJ gets hurt, then obviously Jones plays and you see what happens. But I don't think it's at the point where.
Even for a few plays, let Lagway.
Yeah, but I still don't. I don't think that's the answer. I mean, you have to let him get through it. It wouldn't change anything or do much, and so it just if it continues and there's 4 interceptions against Miami and then 4 more against Texas, then I think if you're Billy Napier, you say, okay, it's not working. We've tried, but in the process of a game and the way you're going through it, I know Steve did that a ton. And a lot of people talk about it, but I think this day and age, that's not.
It's a different world.
The way that it's done.
Exactly, and I hear a lot of callers say that well, Steve would have did it differently, and all these other coaches, but like you said, Jeff, I heard you say the other day, obviously politics, but that's when I feel we shouldn't be at the mercy of the player just because.
No, and I mean that's
money on them.
Yeah, and that's only a part of it. It's probably a significant part of it, but listen, Napier and DJ are tied at the hip. They've been that way for not only the 2 years here, but 2 before that. And Napier brought in DJ Lagway to say he's going to be the face of our program. He's going to be the face of my time here. He's going to get it going, and if it doesn't work, then obviously that could be his demise.
Big part of his plan. It may not work.
So I think you have to stick with him. It's just the way that it is nowadays.
Yeah, it's so early still, and I know obviously how we all get, and that's why you guys have a radio show.
Sure.
I don't know. I guess we just got to stick with it.
All right.
I appreciate it, guys.
Appreciate it.
I didn't think that's why we had a radio show. I thought it was because every once in a while you sing. I thought that was the main reason.
That's how it started, and then it just evolved into some other stuff. All right, Vinny is next, so let's get out to the phones again. Hey, Vinny, welcome to the tailgate. Oh, maybe.
Vincenzo.
Might be answering a phone call.
Go to the next one.
All right,
okay.
So no Vinny. We've got Mike then ready to go. Hey, Mike, welcome.
Michael. Mikey.
Seems like nobody wants to talk. We're going to try another one.
All right, let's try another mic.
I've been listening to the program for a long, long time. I've been a Gator since 1960. So I've seen essentially every single head coach and have gone to just about every single game, including the Georgia games. So I have some perspectives that I'd like to throw out to you.
Sure.
One, I'm very pro Napier. He was brought in with the understanding of restructuring the whole football operation from A to Z. There was major deficiencies that you guys have gone over, and whether it be the culture that he inherited, the lack of talent, the lack of a focal mission, the lack of facilities, and on top of that, he was given a hand dealing with COVID that now puts you in a position where 5 years, 6 years, and in some cases, like at Vanderbilt, 7-year seniors are the starting quarterbacks. And he have brought them to universities like Vanderbilt who never were competitive, or where Miami can go ahead and pluck Georgia's starting quarterback with a big $2.5 million thing and bring them to prominence. In the history of Southeastern Conference football going back to the 60s, there's probably been only 4 to 5 freshmen, and I consider Lagway a freshman, quarterbacks who have ever excelled in that freshman year. The complexities of football now with defensive coordinators, having film, having all the analysts, have figured out ways how to disguise defenses. So when he makes his read, he thinks that he's got a good play call, but they've disguised it from man-to-man to zone or zone to man-to-man. And he gets a little bit befuddled like anybody else would be. And a perfect example of this is that the highest preseason hype was Manning at Texas, and how the head defensive coordinator made him look like a fool in the first game. And
there's no doubt about that. And look, everybody else has tape. Everybody else has coaches. Everybody else has elite players. In fact, I will tell you that the people at LSU feel like their 2 corners are going to be first-round draft picks. That's how good they are. And they said, hey, we can play the run and we could cover because we're that good. And that didn't work out for DJ. And that's the thing, you got to adjust. It's just like everything else in football and sports.
Yeah, Mike, you're exactly right. And it's not only at the collegiate level. I mean, look at J.J. McCarthy struggling. Look at Caleb Williams, the number 1 pick, struggling. And he's got this offensive guru now, and he still can't figure it out. I mean, you see it all over the place. I mean, let's go back to Peyton Manning, his rookie year, and all the interceptions and the growing process. And, the guy was one of the greatest quarterbacks ever in college and then looked like he's never played the position his first year in the NFL. So I understand that you have to take time. And, I think unfortunately now this day and age that nobody allows that time. And the hard part is it's Napier's now 4th year, and you already have the issues of the offense and everything that's going along with it. So it just – I think it just brings it to the forefront a little bit more. But in essence, you're exactly right. I mean, the guy hasn't even played a full season yet of being a starting quarterback. So there's definitely going to be those growing pains.
Yeah, I'd like to comment about everybody's talking about this 4th year, but I really think it's really a 5th year because for all practical purposes, the NIL at Florida in his first 2 years was abysmal. And you can just look at the roster, is that
that would make it his second year then.
Yeah, the second year also was horrible. Okay.
No, but it would make it his second year. If it's 4 years and you say you don't have to count the first 2, yeah.
Okay. And what I'm saying is that if you look at our roster on offense, for the first time that I can ever remember, in the 3 deep, we had 1 senior and the rest were either freshman, redshirt freshman, or sophomore. Our running backs are essentially sophomores. Our quarterback is a sophomore. Our right tackle, which has essentially been an Achilles heel because we haven't figured out how to block to the right side, and we have more negative plays to the right side than we do have to the left side. So they've essentially taken away his movements to the right side because we're weak there. If you look at our skill players on defense, we only have really on offense 2 seniors that are starting. That's the left tackle and the center, who essentially are being played against some of the best defensive players in the league. So we really didn't. So if you look at our roster, we don't have any juniors. And that's a major missing link. And that's, I think, where we're very vulnerable because the freshmen and sophomores, even on the linebackers, Graham got essentially broke his ankles on that one run back by the running back from LSU when he went for 40 yards. But that's football.
Yep. Okay.
Mike.
Really thanks.
You really need to be talking about 5 years because now we're going to have a string of freshmen, sophomore, and juniors, and 4 or 5 really good seniors, and that'll be a full complement.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Mike. Good stuff. Appreciate it.
Makes a lot of sense, what you're saying.
We'll snag a break and come back and finish up hour number 1 live from the Ale House right after this.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Louise Vann. Florida Gators football take on Miami Hurricanes this Saturday on the road. Eyes remain on Coach Billy Napier heading into Week 4. With talented players on both sides of the ball, Napier looks for a fun matchup against the Hurricanes.
This game is full of marquee matchups. I think there's really good players on both sides, and it's going to be a fun one to watch, And I think these are the games you come to play in as a competitor. When you sign up to be a player here, these are the ones that you look forward to.
As Florida Volleyball prepares to finish non-conference play this weekend, head coach Ryan Tice is enjoying coaching his team so far this season.
Their age shows up a little bit from time to time, whether it's practice from day to day or that North Carolina match. But these guys are here to compete and they're here to have fun, and I like being around them.
Florida Volleyball returns home this Sunday to begin SEC play against Alabama at 1 p.m.
I'm a man. I'm 40. And even though Pat is about double that, and we don't agree on lots of things, we both can appreciate the impact of something special on the Gainesville community. For more than 40 years now, Quality Plumbing has been proudly supporting countless local organizations and, of course, the Florida Gators year in and year out. And by the way, they're pretty good at plumbing too, setting the standard in the industry with reliable service and the results you can count on. So when your next plumbing problem pops up, don't stress. It's never a problem to pick up the phone and call Quality Plumbing 24/7, day or night. Quality Plumbing, where service, trust, and community come together. License number CFC 043073. So, it's summer. No major holidays, no big gift-giving pressure, but hey, love does not take a vacation. If you're thinking about popping the question or just upgrading from that high school promise ring energy to something a bit more grown up, Oaks Jewelry has you covered. With decades of distinction, Oaks is where you'll find hundreds of one-of-a-kind styles you won't see at all those cookie-cutter chain stores. And the best part, you'll actually save money, which means you can still afford a honeymoon that isn't your buddy's couch by the beach somewhere. Diamond solitaire engagement rings start at under $1,000. Whether it's vintage charm, modern sparkle, or something totally unique, Oaks Jewelry has the perfect ring for your once-in-a-lifetime moment. So, if it's time to lock it down for the summer, make it unforgettable without growing broke. Swing by Oaks Jewelry, where summer love meets unmatched value, and find the one, beside your partner. Oaks Jewelry, distinct, unique, yours.
Hey, it's Adam with Adam's Rib Company. 20 years ago, my wife Michelle and I sought out to offer the best barbecue at a fair price to you, our loyal customers. We feel like we've been doing that. And to continue the great brand that we started many years ago, we've expanded to offer our new mobile kitchen, the Little Rib. Give us a check out on Facebook to see where you can find it at next. In addition, we can provide any barbecue catering needs. Dine in with us at our main location or give us a call at 352-373-8882 or visit us online at adamsribco.com.
So many of us have been looking for Waldo ever since we were kids, and when we finally found that red and white sweater, we were ecstatic. So many of us now are looking for a great deal on a vehicle, and guess what? When you find Waldo this time, you'll find a used car lot full of deals. Right Price Auto is right in the heart of Waldo, and they've got pretty much anything you'll be looking for in a used vehicle. Cars, trucks, SUVs, and even RVs. And you'll get the lowest fees, a lot less than those big dealers around. In business for more than a decade, they've got quick and easy financing, a simple process of buying with no waiting around. Just find what you want and drive away that day. It's a quick and easy drive, too. Just 10 minutes from the Gainesville Airport, right off of 301. Check them out online at Right Price Auto FL, and then stop by and tell them the tailgate sent you for a no-hassle way that'll surely make your day. Joint pain slowing you down? Well, not anymore. At PRP Regeneration Specialists, they help you get back to what you love without surgery or even those long wait times. Knees, hips, shoulders, back, their regenerative treatments work with your body to heal naturally so you can move easier and faster. So why wait months for surgery? Heal smarter, not harder. Call 352-260-4061 or visit prpregen.com to book your consultation. Relief is closer than you think.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's been a rather warm afternoon that'll continue into this evening, but rather pleasant as we move through our evening for sure. Look for an overnight low of about 68 degrees, a little fog towards morning. As we head into Friday, partly cloudy, very warm, 92 the high. Saturday and Sunday, very warm as well, 93 Saturday, 92 Sunday, with an isolated shower both days in the afternoon. From the WFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
The Extra Point with Steve Russell. Saturdays after Gator football, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
All right, we're back here on the tailgate, live at the Miller's Ale House, where there'll be the Billy Napier Gator Talk show tonight with he and Sean Kelly. But I found out something I never thought I'd find out, that Steve Egan's been in a blimp. That is, I am envious of him.
That's pretty cool.
For a lot of reasons. Let's go to the phones.
I think there's only like 7 blimps left. Something like that.
Yeah.
So there's not many left.
Let's go to the phones and get Mike. Mike, have you ever been in a blimp? I'm going to ask you that question.
Not a blimp. I've been in a hot air balloon, but not a blimp.
Well, that's
similar.
Yeah. You went up in the air. Yeah.
I still want to do a parachute before I die, but we'll see if that happens.
I've done that. I've skydived.
You have?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Really?
Oh, cool. But one thing I can say is I essentially can say this, that I'm glad I don't drink after listening to the last call. I want to say 2 things real quick. Vernon Maxwell, it's long overdue. I don't know if you could describe him as flawed, but, that's your opinion. But what I'd like to see them do is have a Vernon Maxwell Day, one of the first games of the year, and bus in a couple hundred kids from the east part of town and bus them in there. I think it'd do a lot for the community, and I think it'd do a lot to make amends to the injustice. So that's just my one idea.
But I do want to go back to the reason I call him flawed is because he would have been suspended from Florida's next NCAA game his last year because he tested positive for coke. So, there is flaws. I'm not saying he's a bad person because of that. There were flaws in his, and he got into fights in Houston and everything. So,
yeah, we all have flaws, but I understand your
point.
The second thing is, I've backed Napier from the beginning, and the main reason was I overlooked the offensive flaws is because I thought he was building a strong character and a strong foundation, but 3 things have happened in the last week that's made me reconsider. Number one, a guy spits in a guy's face and he plays the next game. I don't understand that.
He was suspended the first half.
He played in the second quarter.
No, he did not. He was suspended the first half, wasn't he?
No.
He was supposed to be suspended.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's not true. But in the second thing is, you've got all these things that these kids are given, or not kids. I'm made a mistake myself. These young adults have been given, and they can't stay after a game and sing the alma mater, and that just shows a lack of respect for the University of Florida and everything they've been given. And that shows the lack of leadership that the coaches weren't telling them to go back on that field and do that.
There were coaches there. I was there, Mike. They were trying to, but obviously they were disappointed. And on the road, it's a little bit different. You don't have a ton of people there. So that was that one.
You should have control of your players and make them get back out there.
I've been seeing that happen for 20 years.
Yeah, go ahead with the third thing real quick.
And the third thing is the stuff that went on before the game was garbage. And to have a coach involved instead of coaches calming that down. And if you look at the clips, the Gators look like a bunch of punks. And it's a Clyburn that's trying to calm things down and do the right thing. There was no reason for them to do that. And the coaches should have had control and said, you don't go over there and taunt them like that. What is wrong with you guys?
Well, Mike, they were taking a lap. They were taking a lap around the field. They didn't go over there and taunt them. They were coming through the LSU side, and the LSU people then started talking
smack. They did a second lap around the field. They did a second lap, and they were getting. And if you look at the clip, they're getting in LSU players' faces. The LSU players are holding back, and Clyburn's trying to break it up. And then you got a Gator coach who's been suspended for 3 games because of that. So that wasn't cool either. You know, all those 3 things make me seriously doubt if there is a lot of change in the program.
All right, we got to run, Mike. Thank you. Appreciate the call, as always, and plenty more where that came from. So get your calls in. We'll do it for a whole nother hour. You're listening to The Tailgate live from the Ale House here on WRUF.
There's so many reasons to love living in North Central Florida. The trees and the breeze are certainly a part of that, but as we have all realized from another round of storms, those things may not be the best for our residents and our roofs. But what is the best is a company that's been fixing things the right way for more than 40 years. That's the locally owned and operated Gainesville McFall Builders and McFall Residential Roofing. They offer the longest warranties in town, a 10-year instead of 5, and all of their workers are employees, no subcontractors that are going to give a subpar effort. There are a lot of people going door to door trying to do things the wrong way with no care about what it does to you. So why don't you go with the crew that uses premium products that are certified by the manufacturers to install? At McFall, you'll get state licensed building contractors for all your home renovation needs. With extra care, protect that pool, lawn, RV, or fancy fire pit during the process. And their process? Well, it's as easy as watching Florida State football stink. You get a detailed walkthrough before anything is even started. Call them today at 352-415-9098. I'm telling you, it'll be great. It's known as a small place with a big taste. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're really missing out. The place that's been voted best cheesesteaks in Gainesville, it's called Big Mills. Serving 100% top butt sirloin, 100% chicken breast on their cheesesteak sandwiches, Big Mills has a big taste. They also offer sausages, hot dogs, burgers, and salads with a baseball theme inside that every diehard is going to want to see. They've also got ice cream and milkshakes to wash it all down, so come on down to 2111 13th Street, right next to Adam's Ribs, and see why Big Mills is a small place with a big taste.
The world-famous Bud Light beer was introduced in 1982. Just think of all the great Gators moments since. And Bud Light was there for all of them. It was there at the tailgate, glowing on a neon sign at your favorite spot to watch the games. It was in the stadiums, arenas, ballparks too. Bud Light and Gators fans have shared decades of great moments together. Cheers to many more. Always 4 simple ingredients for a crisp, clean taste. Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party. No, you see, you get $150 in bonus bets after your first $5 bet hits.
Did somebody say hit?
Whoa, Ray Lewis? We were just saying if your bet hits.
Huh? You know I love a good form tackle.
We know, Ray. We know.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Electronics World has moved to serve you even better. Hi, this is Tom Collette. At Electronics World, we will continue to give you big box prices with local personal service. In a new spot, 3499 Northwest 97th Boulevard in Gainesville. At EW, you'll find Sony, Yamaha, Marantz, Powers & Wilkins, Martin Logan, and more. Also visit us online, electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here. I felt like family from the beginning, and it made a rather daunting task very, very easy.
They really take the time to find out what you want or what you desire in a ring.
You have to come here. There's no other option. The customer service, the time spent to do what I wanted and what her vision was, there's no other place to go.
You know you can go there, and you know that you can trust.
The value was extraordinary.
They genuinely care about their customers. It's not just about the sale. It's about the people.
International Diamond Center, the people's choice for selection, quality, value, and service.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger, and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. The Tailgate with Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley is on the air.
Let's do it. It's go time.
You can be part of the show by calling 392-TALK. That's 392-8255.
You know, if I'm saying something to you, I don't say to you, I'm going to say something to you, and then say it. I just say it.
Or hit the guys up on social media by tweeting to @JeffCardozaUF and @Pat_Dooley. The grill is hot and the beverages are ice cold. It's time to tailgate. Here are Jeff and Pat.
You know, Jeff, if I'm going to say something to you, I'm not going to say something to you. I'm going to say that I'm going to say something to you. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say it.
Okay.
So I think that was a little bit off. But hey, we are back with the second hour of the tailgate live from Miller's Ale House. We love being out here. We have a great time out here, and we're getting ready for, of course, Gator Talk on WRUF. WRUF is your only place to go for Gator sports. And we love it that we are all sports. It's the only sports station in town. Let's face it, Jeff. You can say that out loud, right?
Okay.
Okay. You didn't seem very excited by that moment that I just.
Well, I'm trying to do the laundry that was.
I did leave some laundry on the.
We're gonna get Patrick Young here in just a minute or so. Patrick will join us to start off the second hour. So if you were on hold, maybe try to call back in about 15, 20 minutes. We'll get back to that conversation. But thought it'd be fun to have Patrick on, of course, with the big news of Vernon Maxwell getting reinstated and all those points from his junior and senior season. A guy that wasn't of the offensive prowess as Vernon was, but he was your 2014 SEC Defensive Player of the Year.
He was, and he was a great player. He was great, and he's still a great guy. We all know that, and he has been, he's trying to get a golf tournament together. Like, I know how hard it is, and he's dealing with it to get more awareness for what they're dealing with, and help people that are dealing with the problem of that he has, where he can't walk. He's got to be in a wheelchair. And how do you shower? How do you do all this stuff? And that's important to him. So he's trying to get this done, and we appreciate Patrick so much. He's such a good dude. I've told a million stories about him, and most of them, well, actually all of them. I can't think of a negative story about him. Can you come up with one?
No.
Oh, well, they'll work on it. Think about it, really. You can come up with something negative about everybody. You probably have a negative Steve Egan story.
I don't.
I know. I can't think of one either. We're going to work on those, though. Steve Egan, of course, is here getting ready to produce the show tonight with Coach Napier and Sean Kelly. And Austin Barber, yes, is going to be the guest. So that'll be really cool. And I know everybody's excited about that. We've already seen people show up here to get ready for it. But hey, look, Gator, either you are going to be together or you have to get out of the weather, right? Does that make any sense?
No, it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. But yeah, Jose's here. He's got the Gator head. That thing's been floating around for a really long time. It's and it's evolved too. Like, it never had a base on it before, so now he's put that on there and got lights added to it. And did he throw an ibis in there? That's not an ibis, is it? It looks like a duck.
It's kind of a chicken duck.
Chicken duck.
Yeah, that gator head is. I wonder what that gator is thinking right now. Well, he was not thinking. But think about that. I always think about the animal that died to give up that. But that's me. I'm an animal lover. You're not an animal lover, are you?
I love animals just fine.
No, you don't. You
Had
don't.
Plenty of dogs.
There's a dead alligator right there.
It looks good
Dead.
too.
Dead.
And that happens. It's part of.
It didn't just happen.
I watched The Lion King at Disney. Circle of life, duels. Circle of life.
So you believe in that?
A lot of conversation certainly about Napier and Lagway and what will continue, and we'll continue to have those conversations here throughout the show after we get Patrick here in just a few minutes. But you know, the weird thing is, if you don't know, Game Day has, of course, announced that it's going down there, but they're not going to be at Hard Rock.
Right.
And there were rumors last week that they were supposed to, or at least trying to go to Hard Rock. Hard Rock did not allow them to be in that parking lot. So they're going to have College Game Day from Coral Gables down there by the campus, and then everybody's going to have to move from campus up to where Joe Robbie Stadium is.
And, Jeff, you've been there. You know what it's like there. It's not like there's a lot of parking at whatever Joe Robbie or whatever you want to call it, Hard Rock Stadium. There's not a lot of on-surface parking. You know what I'm talking about? You have to park and spend $45 to park in somebody's yard. It's really a neighborhood there. It's kind of it's the weirdest place to go for a game. And I'm sure.
I mean, the Orange Bowl was like that. You had to park in a neighborhood. And
no, in the Orange Bowl, you had to park in somebody's yard that was going to steal your car.
Or your hubcaps, at least. Is that even a thing anymore? Do people steal hubcaps?
I see them on the side of the road all the time.
Because remember on vacation when they were going to Wally World, he went through St. Louis and he got his hubcap stolen.
Yeah. Well, I think it was, I can't remember who told the joke that when I was in this city, they rotated my tires from their car to the other car, my car to their car. Yeah. Anyway, I blew that joke totally. Go ahead, Jeff. What do you have to say about that? And this is homecoming for you.
Right.
It really is homecoming.
I was born in Miami. I was actually born in Kendall, which is not far from Coral Gables, but despise the Canes. But we love this guy, and always great to catch up with Patrick Young, and Patrick is now ready for us to do that. All right, what's up, man?
Let's go.
Let's go.
I got a rental car today, and I didn't have all my stuff, so no phone charger in the rental car, so I had to get some help. I'm here at my buddy Jim Loudon. You guys may or may not know him. He's been in the game of golf and making clubs, one of the smartest people I know. We're about to go grab a beer here on and some fish. Apparently, it's National Cheeseburger Day, and my guy wants to take me to get some fish. What are we doing here?
That's weak, Patrick. Tell him that. You got to get a cheeseburger.
Yeah,
hey,
load it up.
Let's talk. I know your golf tournament is coming up, and you and I talked about it on the podcast, and it was like the big issue was what course you were going to be able to play at. Have you got everything resolved there?
Yeah, we got it all fixed up. We're going to be at Marsh Landing on the next week on the 13th, and I'm really excited. I got some awesome, for charity. It's not gonna be a boring golf tournament, and I'm gonna let you guys in on a trade secret. There's gonna be a shooting contest. Gonna have a basketball hoop out there, and gonna treat it like a long shot. Who's a long shot champion? Everyone gets 2 shots. If you want more, you can buy more. And I got a crown. So you're gonna get to put a crown on that says long shot champion. You're gonna get to go up on a ladder and cut the net down.
Wow.
I want to memories, man. Sports. That's what I love so much about sports. I think we all do. Man, those memories that they just impute in us, pretty incredible. So yeah, we're not too far away from getting it done. And shout out to JC Deacon, head golf coach over at Florida.
He is the best.
Tomorrow. he's the best, man. He's Canadian, so you know,
right.
it's one accurate, very accurate stereotype is how nice Canadian people are, and he's gonna hook me up with some prizes tomorrow. So yeah, we're in great shape.
Hey, let me tell you what, all the prizes we didn't use for the Bob Dooley this year, he should be able to give to you, because he usually is unbelievable in setting me up.
So tell him to double up. Don't short you.
Double up on those kind of
things. That Gator Golf logo is awesome. You know what else? I mean, people don't know, and I think everybody knows, how great of a basketball player you were and all the accolades and all that other stuff. But in your younger years, you were a golfer, but your sister was there too, kicking your ass all the time at golf, right?
Yeah, there was. Thank you for bringing that up, Jeff. So early in my life, in my career of sports, I was a baseball player, and as we know, a baseball swing and a golf swing are very different.
Yeah.
And I started hitting the long ball when I was younger, and after that first home run I hit, I started striking out a lot, and my dad was like, "You're not playing golf anymore." So I didn't pick up clubs again until college, where I actually reconnected with my buddy Jim Loudon here, who I can't confirm or deny helped me out with getting a first golf set, at times where, you probably weren't supposed to do that at that time. But, there's no record of that.
That's right.
It's all speculation. I got pretty good in golf, and then my sister, she went to college, and I thought like I could finally not beat her. I know I could never beat her in 18, but like a game where you're playing like closest to the pin, and you're chipping, and we did like 7 rounds of that. You get 3 shots at each spot, and it came down to the last one, and we chose the hardest location. Just think you're about 5 or 6 feet from the green, and there's a steep hill that you can't do a regular chip. If you don't have the ability to pop that thing up in the air, you got no shot. So I go all 3. None of the 3 balls I hit landed on the green. So all she had to do was put a ball on the green. And she's like, "Yeah, suck it." Knowing my sister, she's like,
"Hey, Patrick,
you're better than me at golf."
That's right.
Patrick, I know a lot of Gator fans who loved watching you play, and, of course, my wife is one of them. And my brother Tim, who told me to say hello to you, because Tim actually tried to tackle Patrick at our golf tournament one year, and that was ugly.
It was hilarious.
It did not go well for Tim.
It was hilarious.
But a lot of people want to know, how are you? And that's the thing. The biggest thing they want to know is, how are you doing? I know you have to go
pretty good, man.
Yeah, some surgeries pretty soon, but how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, and crazy. I had a planned surgery for October 9th, and crazy. My surgeon, she has surgery coming up in October, so it's actually a blessing. Instead of it moving back, it moved up forward. So keep me in your prayers. Everything should go well. This is a planned deal for next Friday, the 26th. It kind of just recently happened this week of getting that information. But I mean, I think when in life we, as men and women, we got to keep a perspective. Everybody is either about to go through something, they're in the middle of something, or they just got out of something tough. And I think if we can have that kind of mindset, we'd be a little bit more compassionate, because I don't think social media has helped us have as much compassion as some naysayers may have. I mean, you just look at this entire year of the anger and the vitriol that's spewed without even having full context of things. People just jump to conclusions so quickly. That's why I'm not I hate text messages. Not hating. I hate if someone's trying to communicate something deep or long. Pick up the phone and call me.
No doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
Right. But other than that, man, we're doing pretty good. I'm excited for this upcoming basketball season. Being with the network again. it's tough to stay neutral after your team's just won a national championship. So
only
we'll
one
see
in
how
a
that
row.
goes.
Just one in a row. That's all.
And I'm gonna say something that might be controversial. Yes, I do want the Gators to win the national championship. Yes. But if the Purdue Boilermakers were to actually win the national championship over the Gators, I wouldn't be mad because this will be probably the last of a dying breed. You know how my class was forced and we brought back a lot of guys. The transfer portal wasn't what it is now. If you go back, I remember the graphic in the Sweet 16 last year. It showed the starting places from every team in the Sweet 16 of every player, starting 5. Purdue will be the only team next year that has 5 guys that have started and will finish all 4 years at the same spot.
Yeah, that's pretty
cool.
That is great intel. Hey, look, Patrick,
Right.
I'll use that on my podcast like in 3 months, and I'll pretend like it was my idea that I.
You should.
Shucker.
It's hard. It's hard, man. Like the love of not the game, just the game, or that there's still some purity here in just the thrill of loving college sports, but obviously it's gotten a little muddy. But this is one of those things where, as a sports fan, I think we should take the time to appreciate, whether you're a fan of that team or not, appreciate that a coach was somehow able to inspire guys to stay all 4 years together. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty special for sure. We're talking with Patrick Young here on the tailgate, and the news came out today that Vernon Maxwell is now back in the books, so to speak. The junior and senior scoring records of dude averaged like 18 a game, 19 a game throughout his career, which is pretty special. But and then Todd Golden's
Who was the other guy on this team that could score pretty well too? Because
that would Andrew Moten.
Because Vernon
Andrew
Maxwell.
Moten. Yeah,
those two guys.
M&M boys, Maxwell and Moten. Yeah.
Who told me this? Was it you, Pat? That those
Might
two
have
scored the most. There's not a duo in the SEC history that scored more points than those two.
Yeah, I think
Might have
so.
been you.
But the good news was that they gave Vernon back his points that should never have been taken away, and now he does become the all-time leading scorer. And I mean, I think I don't know how much you knew about Vernon Maxwell when you came to Florida, because he was way before you, but he was a Gainesville guy.
Yeah, I didn't know he was a Gainesville guy, but I knew. I did. My parents, my family, we weren't. My mom's not a super sports person. She loves watching now, for sure, obviously, and with me growing up. But my dad being a football guy, he played at Bethune, played for the. It's always funny whenever I get to see Coach Spurrier, because I remind him that he cut my dad from the Tampa Bay Bandits back in the day.
No way.
Yeah, which is cut my
Robert
dad.
Young,
much,
right?
Robert Young.
Robert Young.
Robert Young,
didn't he play for the Bulls too?
Yep.
I covered that team.
Oh, you did. He said, Steve, Robert, got good news, bad news for you. One, you're cut, but this team in Jacksonville, the Bulls, they're going to take you.
Oh my God!
In the most Steve Spurrier way.
I remember him
and
being on that team. Yeah.
Crazy as well. I probably shared this with Travis Taylor is a second cousin of mine. I didn't remember that he was drafted like number 8 out of in the NFL. I knew he was good. I didn't remember he was that good.
He was a little overdrafted. I would say that. Yes, he was overdrafted, but he was a good player.
Yeah, that's fair. And he
despite
got out
being
of the
your
NFL
cousin, he
with
was
the Super
really
Bowl.
good. Yeah.
That he did. And then last thing, Patrick, and for Todd, and you got to play for Billy, and both these coaches win national championships now, and the job you get to do now, you get to be around a lot of these different coaches, and you see what works and what doesn't work. What are just a couple of the things that you saw with Todd and the way he approached the game that you could kind of give a sign that Florida had that ability to win last year, and then certainly now to keep it going for many, many years.
You know, as you both know, the head coach gets all the attention, but I think the assistant coaches did a fantastic job, because I'd have, conversations with Coach Hovde and Carla Hartman and joke with them like, hey, Coach, we need to do that high-low action a little more. It's like, Coach Golden doesn't like it. And I'm like, well, it works, and obviously when they don't turn it over, and the head coach gets a lot of the recognition, but I think, and that's a big thing, Coach Golden, that's in terms of having a little bit of grace for him coming to the season. He lost, players, great players, three guys that I'm etching in my own Mount Rushmore of Florida Gator bat. But my Mount Rushmore is going to have like 30 guys on it.
Yeah. And you're on there too.
Losing you can't vote for yourself. Losing
I can though. I can vote for you.
Assistant coaches. Yeah, I appreciate it. Losing assistant coaches is going to be a little bit of a let's say a struggle, but something that they're going to have to transition. A coach's bandwidth, as we sadly know here with on the football side, a head coach's bandwidth, it can only go so far. And sometimes players need a different voice. Saying the same stuff, but sometimes it's a different way to deliver a message. And, I know that very well, in the relationships. It's crazy. The number of assistant coaches under Coach Donovan that I had that ended up having head coaching jobs right now. John Pelfrey, he's Tennessee Tech. Rashawn Burno, he's at Northern Illinois. Matt McCall.
Donnie Jones didn't work with you, did he?
No.
He was gone by the time. He was gone.
Poor Donnie Jones, man. What I want people to, we got to make sure people don't forget. Yes, the product on the court and on the field is getting so much better because of the NIL and transfer portal. But those Cinderella stories, we're not going to get those anymore. Donnie Jones lost 80% of his scoring. I covered a bunch of JU games. When you're Stetson and you lose 80%, you're not rebuilding
That's not
that.
Good. Yeah.
You're not.
Yeah, you're not getting
It's not
it out of the
happening.
portal.
It's not happening.
Hey, man,
Oh,
it's
man.
great to.
Hey, I want to ask you guys a quick question though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had a irresponsible adult thing here because one thing that's really awesome that I do want to share, the Gator Brotherhood of letter winners. This is going to be the first time in the history this weekend that we're getting together. So I believe we're going to have players from the 60s up until current trying to reconnect, build, network, love on each other. Can't believe it's first time ever. But your boy forgot to book a hotel room. So I don't know.
Who's my boy? Who's my boy? Who's my boy?
Who's your I don't know. Some guy.
He's saying
some
him.
Guy.
He forgot.
Well, I'm just saying. Okay, so you want to stay with me? Is that what you're saying?
I will take whatever option. If you want to open your home, that would be lovely. I would love to watch some football with you. If whatever you guys are doing on Friday or Saturday, because we finish up at noon on Saturday, so I'm free after that. So you guys, if you're in town and want to hang,
okay, absolutely, just text me.
Yeah, well, let me see what I can do, man. We'll try to make it happen for you.
Love you, big guy.
Yeah, if you do, don't sweat. This was my blunder. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to be there. Wait, where are you going to stay at?
I thought you were talking about the guy who was in charge of the whole thing. So the whole thing.
No. They did a great job. They got us a hotel block at some place, and they said, you need to make sure you book, and I just forgot. Or maybe I thought I did it. You know how sometimes you think you send a text message, and it's just,
or you think you're not throwing into triple coverage. Same thing, that kind of thing. Yeah, I get it, Patrick.
Yeah, five interceptions is hard to come back from. That's a.
It is, buddy. Hey, we'll let you go, man. Love you. You know that.
Love you guys.
All right, man. You too.
Get a burger. Try to get a burger tonight if you can.
That's right.
We're going to work on that.
No doubt at all.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, the great Patrick Young joining us again. Support. You can go to his his website and look up the foundation and support the golf tournament and do all the great things to help him out. He is truly amazing, and be fun to see him back here a bunch throughout this basketball season as well. All right, we need to take a break. We're a little behind. We'll get caught up, and then we'll open up those phone lines for you again. 392-8255. Nico will grab it. We're live from the Ale House today, where a bunch of people are starting to make their way in, get ready for Billy Napier for Gator Talk with he and Sean at 7 o'clock. You're listening to The Tailgate.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Colby Kistner. The Gators look to bounce back after 2 morally defeating losses. They also seek revenge against UM after getting crushed 41-17 in 2024. DJ Lagway will make his first career start against the Canes. Coach Napier's excited about the matchup.
This game is full of marquee matchups. I think there's really good players on both sides, and it's going to be a fun one to watch, And I think these are the games you come to play in as a competitor. When you sign up to be a player here, these are the ones that you look forward to.
Gators women's soccer is often running against number 24 Oklahoma in Norman tonight at 7. The game will be televised on SEC Network. Gators women's volleyball takes on Marquette on the road Friday at 7. The contest will be broadcast on FS1.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. So we're giving you the easiest car buying experience ever. Your schedule doesn't have time for 5 hours in a car dealership. Work, kids, soccer practice, grocery runs, jury duty. Really? That again? Gatorland Toyota puts your convenience at the top of the list. With Express Shopping, you can browse our incredible selection and buy your vehicle entirely from the comfort of your home. Financing, paperwork, trade appraisal, even the pricing can be done remotely. No need to come to the dealership. Gatorland Toyota delivers your new car to you. And what if that car was fully customized? With our pre-order program, it's easier than ever to get the exact vehicle you want, from headlights to trunk. Have a vehicle to trade or sell? Even if you don't buy from us, we'd love to take it off your hands and give you a top dollar offer that you're sure to love. Come experience how Gatto's got it at Gatorland Toyota today. Visit GatorlandToyota.com for the easiest car buying experience ever.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
You're home for Thursday Night Football, right here on WRUF.
Every morning I get up, start the trek into town for a busy day ahead, and every morning, I kid you not, I pass an ugly green van or truck along the way, heading to work as well. But the best part of that sight is I know someone is about to be wowed with the craftsmanship and work ethic from days gone by with the technology of today, because that vehicle has Vintage Electric written across the side. And that quality is evident all over North Central Florida, and with more than 24 licensed journeyman technicians, you can be assured that a call to Vintage Electric is a call you won't forget. Now, I'm sure there's tons of you out there with honeydews up the wazoo, and if any of those have to do with electricity, call Vintage Electric today. No job's too small, they do it all, from service upgrades to rewiring, appliance and AC circuits, and how about an entire smart home installation? That way you can just ask Alexa to turn on the tailgate. So have them put their tailgate down, grab their tools, and sit back and know your electric job is going to be done right. Call up Vintage Electric today at 371-8021 or visit them online at vintageelectric.net. So, it's summer. No major holidays, no big gift-giving pressure, but hey, love does not take a vacation. If you're thinking about popping the question or just upgrading from that high school promise ring energy to something a bit more grown up, Oaks Jewelry has you covered. With decades of distinction, Oaks is where you'll find hundreds of one-of-a-kind styles you won't see at all those cookie-cutter chain stores. And the best part, you'll actually save money, which means you can still afford a honeymoon that isn't your buddy's couch by the beach somewhere. Diamond solitaire engagement rings start at under $1,000. Whether it's vintage charm, modern sparkle, or something totally unique, Oaks Jewelry has the perfect ring for your once-in-a-lifetime moment. So, if it's time to lock it down for the summer, make it unforgettable without growing broke. Swing by Oaks Jewelry, where summer love meets unmatched value, and find the one, beside your partner. Oaks Jewelry, distinct, unique, yours.
The tailgate is open. Now, back to Jeff Cardozo and Pat Dooley right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and anywhere in the world on the WRUF mobile app.
All right, here we are live at the Ale House, Miller's Ale House. Of course, you know it at Celebration Point. It is a focal center of a lot of things that go on in this community, and certainly with Billy Napier being here tonight with Sean Kelly for Gator Talk. That's going to be an exciting time.
I like this guy's shirt back here. The closer you get to nature, the further you are from idiots.
I need to move.
You need to get out. Move out.
I need to move.
Move out to like
yes,
Lake Hampton
exactly.
or something. Santa Fe. Get out of the picture. All right, plenty of calls to get back to. Again, phone lines open again. 392-8255. Again, appreciate Patrick for coming on. And yeah, if you want to play Marsh Creek over in Jax.
Yeah, that's a great
place
course.
That
you and I played there in a
very
tournament.
well.
Yeah,
we did.
Yeah,
probably won it.
It was me, Eric, and Benell. That was our force.
Pure domination.
I think we did.
So you were the D player by far.
I was the F player.
All right, let's get back to phone lines and your boy. Since you didn't know that Patrick Young was trying to say your boy, this is your boy, the Cattleman, ready to talk to you, Duels. Hey, Cattleman.
Hey, guys. Hey, Pat, just leave that RUF open line at the bar open till about 6:30. I'll be on down. Just a couple of little George Dickel 12s. Just leave that tab open.
Hey, if you want to come down tomorrow at 6:30, you want to leave now, come down tomorrow at 6:30. I will leave it open for you, and I will buy you all the beers you want.
I appreciate that, and I do the same for you, Pat. We go back and forth, but we have a lot of fun talking sports. All right, hey, two things for you here, guys. First off, the news of the day is this scheduling reveal by the SEC on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Not going to shock you here, guys, but I've got a radical contrarian thought that's not even on the radar screen. Guys, when they first announced the college football playoff was going to 12 teams, I said it was a dumb idea, and they should go to 16 teams because at 12 teams, half of the top 25 poll doesn't make the playoffs, which sounds ludicrous to me. My second radical opinion is I think the NCAA basketball tournament should go to 128 teams, which nobody supports. You'll hear some people talking about 94 teams, but if you get the calculator out, 64 times 2 is 128. It's just one more game. And the third radical thought I want to throw at you, Pat, is sounds like it's too late. It's not on the radar screen. It's not going to happen. But apparently they're going to go with, 3 fixed opponents. This is 2026. This is the mini NFL. Somebody needs to get to Sankey before they announce it and say, hey, we want a straight rotator with no fixed opponents and treat the entire league fairly because the poo-poo's getting ready to hit the fan.
I would not disagree with you on anything you just said, which I want that to be taped. I want everybody to know that I agree with everything he said.
Well,
because I agree with you. I don't think Florida needs permanent opponents. I mean, obviously you got to play Georgia because of the Florida-Georgia game, and they've got to deal with the city of Jacksonville. They're going to make a fortune off that game. I get that. Maybe just one permanent opponent. And just let everybody, play everybody. I don't understand the SEC's mentality on that.
I think at least the good part of this is it does seem like the goal is if you're here for 4 years, then you would have played everybody and been able to run through that, which certainly isn't the case now. So I think they're improving it a little bit, but it's still there's definitely going to be some unfairness.
And who are we hearing for Florida? We're hearing it would be Tennessee.
No,
it would
Georgia,
be
South Carolina, Oklahoma.
Okay. Let me two things and I'll clear out quick on y'all today, guys. Let's look at it. What is Vanderbilt football's biggest rival?
Everybody in the SEC.
No.
Who wants to have
it's
be able
Tennessee,
to sell out their
Tennessee.
stadium?
It's Tennessee. That's the only thing you could say.
Yeah. Okay. What is Kentucky football's biggest rival?
I don't know. Louisville.
It's Tennessee.
Louisville.
It's
No, it's
Tennessee.
Louisville.
No, I'm talking about in conference.
In SEC. But, yes, I would agree with you on that.
Okay, so let's say we wake up on Wednesday morning and Tennessee gets Alabama, Vanderbilt, and Kentucky. What would y'all think about that?
Well, you got to remember there's still 6 more games to schedule. So it's not like they aren't going to play those games, but whatever they do,
I think they'll make it somewhat fair, because why on earth would you make Oklahoma, which is what I'm hearing, a permanent opponent for the Gators? There's no ties at all. I've never even been to Oklahoma. So I think that's a weird one.
One day.
So I think you'll get 2 and then one just random that kind of floats around.
Yeah, okay. Wrapping this up, guys, I got to run. My point is...
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No. They should have no fixed opponents, 9 straight rotating games, no fixed opponents. And lastly for you, Pat, I mentioned this yesterday, the biggest story that nobody's talking about, or few people are talking about, is Pavia at Vanderbilt suing to come back and play SEC football next year. That's the biggest story that not enough people are talking about.
But he also came out and denied it yesterday and said this is his last year. He's not going to do it.
Well, I'll check and see if there's something new.
No, it's done. It's over.
He's hiding behind his lawyers. In my opinion. We'll see. Y'all hang in there. I got to run.
Well, we're glad we're on his schedule today. We still got 20 minutes, so we're good.
It's unbelievable. Yes, Diego Pavia. I was going to bring that up, that he said, look, I don't want to come back for another year.
Because I think people would crucify him.
And I think that there's been a movement to why do you have to be restricted on the number of years you play, but I think college football hopefully never gets to that point.
And he got what he wanted.
He got the year he wanted.
Yeah, I would agree that you can get rid of the 2 JUCO years because of the way it was, and then you get your 4 at D1 level, and that's what he did. So he got his 6, and don't try to get any more of that. All right, another phone call. It's Antonio, the football nerd, ready to chat with us. Antonio, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Good. How about you?
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm ready for some football Saturday, man. I'm hyped. We got some good football tonight too. I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty weak this week. You got to admit that it's pretty weak. Next week's going to be awesome, but this week.
Well, here it is though. This is what I was calling about. People keep saying that it's going to be weak. Have we not learned in college football that the weekend that people think is going to suck?
I know.
Upsets happen, right? I think a lot of people counting out Florida. I know it sounds crazy, and I know I went on a little rant yesterday here, but I'm still hanging on to a little hope that Napier and Florida will get it together. And I think we got a chance against Miami. I mean, it looks bleak because of how we performed against LSU, but every game is its own game. Even you say that, Mr. Dooley. Every game is its own game.
Every game is its own game. And look, if Florida wins the game against Miami, I will say this was a great weekend. I don't care who else wins or loses any games. But it's not a great game in terms of ranked versus ranked. There's only 3 of those. And one of them is a game that I don't think most people are that interested in. But next week is going to – next week, think about this next week, Jeff. You get the Ryder Cup and an unbelievable weekend of college football, including Georgia, Alabama, Oregon, Penn State, all these games. And it's wrapping up the Major League Baseball season and going into the playoffs Tuesday. That is going to be a weekend I cannot wait to talk about. This weekend, we'll see how it goes.
Well, I hope that Napier took some lessons from this. I know we keep saying the same thing over and over, but I'm hoping that he learned how to adjust on the fly, because I feel like that is a coach's job to, whatever your game plan, if it's not working, adjust. He did it in the first game. I don't know why he didn't do it in the LSU game. So I'm just hoping they come better prepared. It's Miami. It's a rival game, and I'm still excited. I know Gator Nation kind of dull right now, but I'm excited about it, and I think we got a puncher's chance, and I think those guys are going to come ready to play.
Oh, I think it's more than a puncher's chance, don't you, Jeff?
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's not like they and Antonio, come down here to Miller's Ale House and ask Billy, because you can have an opportunity.
But
to do
yeah, I think, Antonio, that's what everybody is looking forward to. I mean, certainly there's been a ton of negativity, and people just want to see something different because it's the same stuff over and over and over. And you know, but I honestly, truly believe that, like, when Napier gets here, and he's sitting here right next to or where we are, he would tell you, and he's not going to say it, but he would tell you that Florida should have won the game. Like, I think he felt that he had a good enough game plan. Yeah. And then if DJ doesn't throw the 5 picks, I think that's where the stubbornness, though. Yes, we win.
Yeah, we win that game.
But we didn't. So it's just like, gosh, like you have to do something to win, and you have to adjust. Yeah. And that's where I'm so anxious this weekend to see what's going to happen.
Me too, because I'm hoping for more of a balanced attack.
Sure.
I trust our defense. I think our defense is going to play great, actually. I know that they got great skill position players, and yes, Carson Beck, he's looking pretty good. But have Carson Beck play the defense like Florida? Yeah, I know Notre Dame pretty good, but I think we got a pretty good D-line. Our front seven is pretty good. So I'm anxious to see how our corners fare against their wide receivers. But I'm more concerned about the offense, and I just hope we come with more of a balanced attack. But I do think we got
all right, thanks, Antonio. Appreciate you.
Thanks. We all are concerned about offense right now. I think there's no question about it. After you scored 10 last week and 16 the week before, you should be concerned about offense, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I would agree. All right, let's get Art next. He is ready to chat here on the tailgate. Hey, Art.
Hey, what's up? The previous caller said the defensive line's pretty good. Don't they have, 3 sacks the whole season?
Yeah, but they're still pretty – are you talking about Miami's? You know, Reuben Bain – oh, no.
Yeah, Florida has not gotten after the quarterback, and obviously Banks is down now.
They've almost taken that approach, though, of just kind of – like, especially against USF, you notice Florida wasn't really rushing the passer.
They didn't try to, against USF, go after and get the quarterback. But, yes, you should have stocked up about 10 sacks, in your first opponent.
Or on your second opponent, who is a guy who's, basically out of the Heisman race now.
And Nussmeier did a really good job. I think they knew last year that was the reason why LSU lost and all the times that he was sacked. So they had a lot of different things to get it out of his hand quickly. So it was tough to get sacks on him this year.
Yeah, I think we haven't even faced a good offense yet, and I think Miami's got to put a ton of points and yards on us. And
they might. It could be ugly.
I think it is a puncher's chance, if anything. I mean, I'm not very confident. It's really unfortunate. I'm so glad we got the basketball championship. But I'm going Miami 49, Florida 20. Have a good week.
Wow.
Okay. Well,
thank you, Art.
If Florida scores 20, I think they may have a chance to win the game, believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see Miami getting more than 30.
No.
Then that means, obviously, Florida needs to score a bunch.
The bottom line is that Florida's got to just stop doing dumb things. They got to quit making having penalties in key situations. They got to quit, turn the ball over. Obviously, 5 interceptions, but there was one last week. They've got to just do a better job of being a good football team. That is the bottom line to me, Jeff. It's not we can point at fingers at everybody all over the place, but it's about Florida being a good football team. And that means everybody on that roster, everybody that shows up, everybody who is invited to put on that blue jersey. In this case, white, maybe. I don't know. Or are they wearing white?
I don't think I've ever heard a plunger's chance. What does that mean? Because half
puncher.
the time...
You're saying puncher.
Oh, puncher's chance.
Puncher. A plunger's chance would be if you had a chance to be in a porn.
No.
Those guys were always... No, that was always the way it was.
It would be like you're trying to unclog the toilet. What I would say.
No, right,
let's get our final break.
Puncher.
While I punch Pat in the face. We'll come back and wrap things up from Miller's Ale House here on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Colby Kistner. The Eastside Rams take on the Bradford Tornadoes on Friday at 7:30 p.m. Halfback Javaris Gardner leads Eastside with 3 touchdowns. Bradford suffered a stifling 14-7 defeat to Mandarin. Eastside coach Harold Hoskins is impressed by Bradford.
They're a really well-coached football team, tough, physical. They got some great players out there, and they got a great defense.
Gators football takes on UM at Hard Rock Stadium Saturday night at 7:30. The Gators defense has only given up 2 touchdowns through 12 quarters. However, they are 1-2 after suffering gut-wrenching losses to USF and LSU. They look to avoid their first 1-3 start since 1986. College game day will be in Miami.
When the Florida heat kicks in, your home should be a place to cool down, not sweat it out. That's where Crystal Air and Water comes in, North Central Florida's trusted HVAC team for more than 20 years. Whether it's a quick repair or a full AC upgrade, Crystal Air makes it easy to keep your family comfortable with flexible financing options, including 0% interest for 12 months for qualified buyers. With simple monthly payments, getting a new AC system is easier and smarter than ever. So you can now focus on what really matters, keeping your home cool and your family happy. Call 352-333-0460 or visit acpenguin.com. Check out all your options and to apply online. Again, that's acpenguin.com because every Florida family deserves cool comfort that they can count on. Crystal Air and Water, the area's #1 rated HVAC company for more than 20 years, where your family's comfort is their family's business. License number CMC 1249384. All right, it's summer, sun's out, motivation's up, and yeah, abs are still in there somewhere. So you lace up the sneakers, hit the gym, maybe try a few crunches, a jog, a 500-pound squat, casual. Next thing you know, bam, your back is filing a formal complaint. But hey, don't panic. I've got a guy. Dr. Paul Gardner at Gardner Chiropractic and Injury. He's not just some guy with a fancy table. He's a coach, an athlete, and the go-to fix-it guy when your body goes, yeah, nope. From general adjustments to full rehab and therapy, he'll get you feeling like yourself again, minus the hobbling. And with access to MRIs, ultrasounds, x-rays, and even blood work, he cuts out the guesswork and gets it straight to the let's fix this part. You can find him right next to Gainesville Health and Fitness on University Avenue. The number, 352-727-4438. Gardner Chiropractic and Injury, the place to go when summer hits you back. We all want to have fun, and with the sun, there are so many ways to do it here in North Central Florida. But the problem is that stuff is so expensive nowadays, and just to get enough stuff to get it going is going to cost you an arm and a leg, unless you head to Play It Again Sports. Golf clubs, baseball bats, exercise equipment, disc golf, pickleball paddles, water sports stuff, bikes, and lacrosse gear are just a fraction of the things in the store, and you can get them at a fraction of the price. There's no need to buy new, and they've got a heck of a crew ready to help you with whatever you need. So don't let outrageous costs stop you from enjoying the outside. Head on over to Play It Again Sports.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
It's been a rather warm afternoon that'll continue into this evening, but rather pleasant as we move through our evening for sure. Look for an overnight low of about 68 degrees, a little fog towards morning. As we head into Friday, partly cloudy, very warm, 92 the high. Saturday and Sunday, very warm as well, 93 Saturday, 92 Sunday with an isolated shower both days in the afternoon. From the WFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
It's always a good time at the tailgate. Weekdays beginning at 4, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
All right, we are back here on the tailgate. We are live at the Miller's Ale House. We're having a good time out here. I was just looking up at again, they got 1 million TVs out here. It's a great place to watch football. And but they were talking about, is Dabo on the hot seat, Jeff?
What has he done lately?
But what are they going to do?
You picked him to win a national title.
I was wrong. Okay.
So they're not very good, and he hasn't necessarily gone to the portal and adjusted with the times and done all these things. If you're going to get rid of...
Who would you get to replace him?
Urban Meyer.
He's not going to come back to coaching. Come on, man.
I just saw I guess, I'm allowed to talk baseball. It's almost over.
Yeah, sure.
Pete
It is almost
Alonso hit another homer today. 4 straight games now with a homer. He is going to be the highest paid Florida baseball player ever. Isn't that crazy?
I did see that Wyatt Langford also became the first 2020 Gator.
First 2020
ever.
Gator, yeah.
Yes. Which is, I mean, it's amazing to think that is that big of an achievement. But then you think about it, who else would it have been? I mean, Wilkie wasn't stealing 20 bases.
He would tell you he's fast.
Yeah, but he wouldn't steal 20 bases.
But yeah, I mean, I guess
Robbie Thompson?
Yeah, never stealing bases.
He wouldn't hit 20, though.
No, he would have hit 20. He just didn't steal bases.
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying, it's
cool
quite an
honor for Wyatt.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, well, we've got no show tomorrow. I will be heading down to Miami, and Pat has other duties that he is responsible to do. So
they involve a round ball.
This will be our last 4 minutes of the show here. So quickly get in. But, yeah, again, not a lot of games, but I think when it comes down
to Florida. There's some games that are decent to watch.
But, we don't care about that. We care about Florida in the last 4 minutes. So,
Jeff,
what?
It's just you're just directing me. That's great. I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
That's what it needs to. So we got. Speaking of Jeff, our waiter has come up. The bartender, doing a great job. Yeah, that's what's cool about here is the bartenders are awesome. They stay open late.
Yes.
So they're always open till 2 in the morning on the weekend. So if you want to party and have a good time and come out and watch some late night Pac-12 football.
There is a game. I think it's USC against Michigan State at 11 o'clock on Saturday night.
Yeah.
If you want to watch that game. Now you would have to be really drunk to want to watch that game. You have to be sitting here going, "There's got to be a game on somewhere."
Michigan State has not been good. All of a sudden.
Can you name their coach?
I have no idea.
Can you name their starting quarterback?
No.
Can you name?
No.
No. Can you name?
No. The answer is no.
I'm just saying I
can't
can't
name
either.
anybody.
And you know me. I love everybody in college football. I cannot name.
All right. So what needs to happen for Florida to win on Saturday?
Quarterback has to play better.
I agree.
It's just that simple. He's got to play better. He doesn't have to play great.
No, but Miami's
got to play better.
Miami's going to score, and let's give credit where credit is due. Beck's the best in the country at completing passes.
Yep, 79.
He's done a really good job. He looks comfortable. He obviously is not going to be scared of Florida. He's played in the SEC, so that's not going to bother him. I know there'll be a lot of Gator fans at the game, so maybe it'll be 50-50. I don't know.
They've got to have one of those games where you get an early turnover, where a ball kicks up in the air and you pick it off and something like that. Like they did even, I know I'm not, please don't think I'm stupid. Long Island, that first Bryce Thornton run back for the touchdown on the fumble.
Yeah, score on defense going to help you.
It gets you confidence.
And they did do a good job against Carson Beck last year against Georgia. They rattled them, and they were in that game the entire time and had an opportunity to beat Georgia. But I think Beck was in a different mindset.
And they're different teams, too. I mean, Georgia that year and Miami this year are not the same. It doesn't mean Miami's that much better. I just think they're different teams.
And this is, to me, this is a huge game because I don't want it to get away from Florida, where the defense has another really good game, offense sucks, and then there's starting to be some adversity. I think they've done a good job of trying to stay together. DJ needs to step up. He needs to play better. He needs to be not the guy that everybody thought he would be in a Heisman favorite, but he needs to just be serviceable. He needs to be the DJ Lagway from the LSU game a year ago.
He needs to be better, and his coaches need to be better at getting him in the right
and they've worked really hard this week. And you'll hear Billy Napier in an hour here on the show, so make sure you tune in, hear the thoughts of Billy, along with the voice of the Gators, Sean Kelly. Appreciate Nico for producing today, Patrick Young for coming on. Of course, all the staff here at the Ale House, they are awesome. So make sure you frequent them. Steve Egan put all this together. He made us sound good. Nothing to help Dooley look good.
No,
but
it
he
did.
can at least say goodbye.
You spoke, we listened. You wanted the easiest car buying experience ever. At Gatorland Toyota, we give you the easiest car buying experience ever. With Express Shopping, you can shop and buy your vehicle entirely from home. We'll even deliver your car to you. Want a customized Toyota? With our pre-order program, you can get the exact Toyota you want. And if you have a vehicle you'd like to trade or sell, we'll buy it whether you buy from us or not. Come experience how Gatto's got it.
Welcome back to the Sports Lab Overtime. As you know, we've been coming together for an episode of about every day now, and highlighting Gator football, Gator sports, with one of the members of one of the superstars from the Florida INC here at the College of Journalism. Today we've got AJ Sheridan, and you've seen Nate Bilgeray, you've seen Rob Russo. Now we got AJ. AJ, tell us a little bit about yourself and what brings you here, and how excited you are to be on here at the Sports Lab Overtime.
I'm happy to be in here with you, and of course leading us up to Gator Talk and then the Dolphins game after that. I am from South Florida, so diehard Dolphins fan. Obviously grew up a Gator fan as well in a house full of Knowles. So always like the Gators, and I love getting to talk about it every day on the Sports Lab from 3 to 4 after Kevin Winter. This is my first semester on the Sports Lab. I'm involved in a bunch of the radio stations here too, so I talk to country music. I've done it all, and I love to talk to Gators probably more than any of it, especially right now the way the Dolphins are looking.
Absolutely. Yeah, AJ, if you watched the Sports Lab yesterday, he and Lauren McGill, who I'll have on later this week, you guys are a dynamic duo, as all of the folks that we have coming through here. If you haven't had a chance to watch the Sports Lab, highly recommend it. But this will be kind of in addition to giving you a little bit more time with the folks from Sports Lab and from the College of Journalism, and we're just going to talk about Gator football. And AJ, you're right. There's so much to talk about right now. As they know by now, I've just been kind of baptized into the world of Gator football on this side, but I've grown up watching a lot of Gator football.
We won't mention why.
Nate and Kevin have already kind of outed me on that. But as you look at this program, you're starting to see some clips circulate around social media. We are in the WRUF social media lab. AJ, one of the premier guys right now talking college sports is Josh Pate. And one of the clips that's been circulating recently has been one where he talks about how the University of Florida and what Florida is able to do is they've built a program the right way. They've built it just like in Ohio State, and he specifically mentions Ohio State and Georgia. Really the class of college football over the last 4 or 5 years. Michigan, I want one in there somewhere. But it's been Ohio State, it's been Georgia, it's been Alabama, obviously. And Josh talks about how it's like going to Thanksgiving dinner. You've got all the ingredients, and Florida has all the ingredients. But then when it comes time to cook, it's like everybody kind of forgets how to do it. I just kind of want your thoughts on that. And hearing somebody say that Billy and Florida have built this program the right way, and then seeing the results on the field, how does that sit with you?
So this is my 5th football season here at UF. I was here for Mullins last year where we almost beat that Alabama team that you mentioned. And just watching Billy Napier come in from the start, and now year 4 in my last semester here at UF, I remember seeing Billy about a week after he even got hired. It was actually on my birthday. I'm walking to class, and I see Billy Napier. Nice guy. I know people who live next door to him. I've been over there. He's a great guy, and like you said, he's got all the ingredients. But on Saturday, something's just not adding up. And it's one thing to make a mental mistake in one game, like we saw with the spit. but it seems like we're making the same mistakes over and over again, whether it is 12 men on the field was an issue for 2 years on special teams, and now it's alignment, or we've still seen a 12 person on the field this year, and it's just seeing the same mistakes is what just drives you crazy, because it's those little mistakes that keep you from becoming the Georgias and the Ohio States. You don't see that with Ryan Day. You don't see that with Kirby Smart. They go out there and their guys are ready to play every single Saturday, and on these TVs behind you, the Swamp's still selling out. Whether the Gators are winning or losing, the fan base is passionate, but that kind of hurts. When you're not winning games, that passion becomes anger. And when that anger becomes too loud, you can only withstand it for so long.
You and I have gotten to know each other a little bit over the last few weeks. We actually had a long conversation on the way to the car yesterday. And you mentioned that, like, the Swamp is just a different atmosphere. And you're right. I've gone to Georgia games during this win streak, or whatever you want to call it, this good times. I also grew up in the bad times, or the good to not great times. The USF game, it's just crazy to me. The USF game is some of the loudest I've heard a stadium.
Just wait.
In my life. Like, it was almost frustrating to hear as a fan how loud and how engaged this fan base is, and they're engaged in a 16-15 game against USF. I'm like, if the fans are putting in this much energy, and you can tell the players care, like, I'm not questioning anybody's heart or anything along those lines. Not doing that. What I am saying, though, is it has to be frustrating as a Florida fan to be sitting there and hearing how loud it is in that stadium, regardless of what the product looks like on the field. They're coming and they're bringing it every single Saturday. If they're doing that for USF, they're getting up for that game. I expect my team to get up for that game. And it was a frustrating watch. And I know that has, you kind of pointed to that a little bit, is that it's a frustration point, because it's the little things. It's the stuff that, like, when you go back and watch the Mark Richt years of Georgia, and you watch the Kirby Smart years now, you see it's the little stuff that they've cleaned up, because the talent was always there. I mean, Mark Richt had a team with A.J. Green, Matt Stafford, Noshawn Moreno. I mean,
he had good teams at Miami, too. His teams at Miami when he was down there, you look on paper, those teams should be competing in the ACC, especially the ACC, and there was just the disconnect. There's a disconnect there that just didn't allow them to get over the hump.
It was the disconnect. It feels like the same type of disconnect here. It's little discipline issues. It's little, like you called them the 12 man on the field. Those are just disciplinary penalties, but it's also just like, it's the easiest ones that should be the easiest to clean up.
That's stuff when I played high school football. Like, you're going through that, whether it is every day at the end of practice, or even if you're just harping on it for a longer time at the end of practice on Thursday or whenever your last day is. Those are the mistakes as a coach can't happen, because that's what makes the fan base restless. It's one thing. We saw DJ Lagway last week go out, throw 5 interceptions. You can blame that on the play calling. You can blame it on anything. That's execution. Execution, you know what? These kids are 19. They're my age. They're literally my age. We all go out there and we make mistakes. But when there's the stuff you can control that isn't being controlled, that's when the issues start to form. And it kind of reminds me, I don't want to say this because his tenure hasn't been as bad, but it's the mistakes that we saw a lot with Willie Taggart at Florida State, and even Mike Norvell when they went 2-10 last year. When they were undefeated, you didn't see those mistakes. This year so far through their 2 games, they had a bye week. You don't see those mistakes with these teams, and I think that's what the Gator fans at the end of last year, we saw the light at the end of the tunnel. You had the wins over Ole Miss, LSU, Florida State, and we saw, okay, Billy figured out how to win. We're not going to make those little mistakes anymore. Lagway had his flashes, but the execution on the little things was there in those 3 games, and it allowed us to win, which shows Gator fans the talent is there. If they clean up this stuff, we're going to win, and it's just happening again. We expected it was gone, left in the past, and here we are talking about it now on September 18th.
I mean, you look at the top programs in the country, and they're all, I mean, a lot of them, you rarely see the little mistakes. I'll point back to, I promise I won't talk a ton of Georgia football, but I'll point back to the best game of last Saturday. It was the Georgia-Tennessee game. Kirby, after the game, said they had no business winning, and that's not true. And I think it was Josh Pate might have been the one that said it. When you consistently put yourself there at the end of the game, it's not an accident. It's not the other team giving it away. It's you shouldn't have even had an opportunity to win that game if you weren't putting yourself in that position. They consistently put themselves in the position to win the game. That's why those little mistakes, when they happen for them, it's not as detrimental. The margin for error for Billy Napier's team is so small. I was talking to my best friend. He's a huge Florida fan, and he told me, he said the way that it's coached here, the way that things have shaken out, there's just no margin for error. There can't be the kid going off sides. There can't be somebody doing this or that. The margin for error, because of the way the play calling is, or the way that things are, or the way that the game is set up, you just can't afford to have one thing go wrong. It's why DJ Lagway can't throw 5 interceptions.
And part of that is the teams like Georgia, Ohio State have the depth to where if someone does make an offsides penalty, you won't see them again on the field. At Florida, we thought Billy Napier had finally built the program. We finally thought the culture was there. The program is there. We have the depth pieces. And it's showing when someone makes a mistake, they're still out on the field. They're still going to be out there again. But you mentioned when we were walking to the car the other day, there wasn't a point in that Georgia game you felt like, oh, we're going to lose. And that's when the culture is really built, when you can watch a game that your team's down 8 points with, 2 minutes to go, and they have the ball, but you're sitting there like, we're going to go score. Kirby's going to find a way. You find a way to win when you're a great coach. And the Gators can turn the season around this weekend. We're going to hear from Billy Napier on Gator Talk here later tonight on WRUF. But just finding the way to win, which a lot of people had questions with Mario Cristobal also at Miami. He's had talent last year. Cam Ward, they didn't make the playoffs. He can't find a way to win. Did he figure it out this year? Well, we'll find out on Saturday. But Billy Napier has put himself in position where you should have the talent where you find a way to win. Going back to Josh Pate, you said before the year, Josh Pate would say, Lagway didn't have a summer and spring. Florida's going to have to win ugly. They're going to have to win that 19-17 game, which we had versus USF, and we didn't. And those were the games we knew coming in till Lagway got his feet wet and would kind of have the reps that he didn't have all off season. We're going to need to win those ugly games, and we haven't been able to do it through the first 3 weeks.
And the thing is clearly like Josh Pate said, the ingredients are there, because what team in the country could afford to throw 4 picks and still be in the game? That's the crazy part.
Let alone
to me.
5.
Yeah, the crazy thing to me is that after the 4th pick, they were still in the game. They still could go down and win the football game. The pick 6 was the real backbreaker when you go back and look at everything, sure.
And the 3 right before the half. The interception led to 3 right before the half for LSU also.
Yeah, I mean, you made the point on the Sports Lab is that basically the defense gave up 10 points. Yeah. I mean, and when you think about that, I don't know that there's a team in the country that can afford to throw 3 interceptions, 4 interceptions, and still have a chance to go out and win a football game against a top 3 team on the road. That to me has to be the more frustrating thing, is I'm watching Billy Napier do a pretty good job. I mean, the thing is if Julian Sayin throws 5 interceptions at Ohio State against Michigan on the road, they're losing that game by 30.
We saw that last year in rivalry week. They were 20-something point favorites. They were supposed to go in there and blow Michigan out, and that was at home. And it wasn't even Sayin at the time. The quarterback lost him the game throwing. I think he had 2 interceptions in that game, and they couldn't find a way to win. So throwing 5 on the road in Death Valley, people forget that was Lagway's first ever road SEC game. And I did mention on Sports Lab yesterday how 10 points. But Billy talked about in his press conference, it's the timing of those. He gave them 3 right before the half, and then another interception came right when we were getting on the edge of field goal range when it was a 10-point game. You get points there. The defense had been lights out all night, which we can go back and talk about the defense here in a little bit, because LSU's offense may also not have been the best test. I think we'll find out a little more this weekend. But the defense is doing its job so far. And why not run the ball? Why are you putting the ball in the air? There's a lot that can be broken down about it, but it's the timing of those interceptions that are more costly than the amount in the game like that.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about LSU's offense. Brian Kelly
said no.
Brian Kelly may jump on this show with us and tell us not to talk about it. But you're right. I mean, maybe it was the case that LSU is just not as good as we thought they were, and that's why Florida was allowed to hang around. But I also think it shows that Florida's as good as we thought they were. Maybe even better if you think about how good the defense is. except for what's happening at the quarterback position and what's happening on the offensive side of the ball. But the reality is, after that third pick, I don't know that I throw the ball again.
We threw it 49 times. 49 times. Jaden Ball, I think, only touched it 10 times on the ground. He had the catch called back. He had a few catches. Why? Like, he's thrown 3 interceptions, like you said, at this point. Take the ball out of the air. It's not like LSU was up 21 points and you can't burn the clock and you got to throw it to get back into it. No, it's a 10-point game at its worst. Even with 8 minutes left, you can run the ball down their throat. Why not?
I think that, yeah, I mean, the thing is Jaden Ball is arguably –
not arguably. He's the best running back in the SEC.
He's the best. I was going to say the country.
Okay. I can go there with you.
I was thinking, like, he might be the best back that I've seen in the country when he gets the touches. And I'll throw something else out there, is that he also now is showing a side of himself that we haven't really seen, and that's as a pass catcher. Mm-hmm. He had 7 catches the other night, 8 if you count the one that got called back. If you count the one that they called back, that's 87 yards. I think he had 49 or so with the other 7 catches. He had 150 yards through the air. Look, if he's going to be a factor in the pass game as well, which shows to me that, like, from a game plan standpoint, they are trying to get him more involved. Even through the air, they're trying to get him involved, which is great, and it would have worked if not for the holding penalty. But that seems to be the if not for. It seems to be the key phrase when it comes to talking about Florida football today is if not for.
Ifs and buts.
Exactly. And look, we're going to get to hear from Billy Napier tonight as he comes up on Gator Talk with Sean, the voice of the Gators. They're going over to Miller's Ale House. Now you've told me a little bit about this place, AJ. This is one of your favorite places back at home. Where's home?
I'm from South Florida, West Palm Beach area. I can talk about Miller's Ale House. There was a point where I knew the menu better than the waiters. There was a point where the waiters knew me better than I knew myself. It was our spot after high school football games. I would go with my parents, my teammates. The waiters would be coming up. How'd you play? How was the game? I mean, we knew a lot of people in there. I've put down a Zinger Mountain Melt or 2 in my life. My go-to order, the Big Red. You can't mess around with that. And then the Captain's Jacks. I mean, tonight at Ale House, I know I'm going to probably be over there to watch the Dolphins game and hear Billy Napier on Gator Talk. You can't go wrong with Miller's Ale House.
Man, you've sold it. I don't think they're a sponsor, but I mean they could be.
I'm sitting right here. I'm sitting
here. I think AJ is.
I mean, the Gators O-line actually did a NIL deal with Ale House before the year. I don't think they called it the Tush Push Burger, but it's some sort of like double burger with onion rings on it for the Gators. It's something called the O-line burger, something along those lines. So the Gators O-line know about it probably just as good as I do too.
That's awesome. But yeah, we'll get to hear from Billy Napier here on WRUF. We'll have that coming right after me and AJ. So stick with us. We got about an hour of AJ and us, and then you get an hour of Coach Napier.
Can I go back to something you said about Jaden Ball as a pass catcher? He's still only a true sophomore. First of all, looks like a man amongst boys out there. He is massive for his size, but as a pass catcher, on that play where the touchdown that was called back, I don't know if it was a film breakdown I was watching or doing or listening to Josh Pate, but a lot of our receivers, when DJ gets in the scramble drill, again, we didn't have reps with him all offseason, are kind of just jogging to the sideline, not really coming back to him. But you always see the quarterbacks point deep. They're pointing deep. They want to let it fly, or they'll scramble for a yard or 2 or throw it away. No one was within 20 yards of Jaden Ball. I remember watching it. I was at a bachelor party watching the game, all of Knowles, by the way, so I was by myself in that one. We all thought the ball slipped out of DJ's hands when he threw that long ball. We were like, what was that? And then the TV just pans, and Jaden Ball's just waiting for it. As a young man who is already mature enough to know, go deep. DJ's got the arm, and he's rolling out. I'm going deep. And then LSU's defense was lost. Those are, as a sophomore, dang impressive for Jaden Ball to already have.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's the kind of talent that in a year when he's getting ready to leave college, because he the running back position as a whole, we know that.
Go get your money.
You got to go get your money, because you rarely get a second contract in the NFL as a running back. The only thing that may tie some of those guys, is the fact that NIL exists, and maybe that you get paid in 10 Zinger Mountain Melts worth of food.
You can pay me in that.
Yeah. If you get paid a ton of money, I mean, maybe you stick around. But for the most part, if you're a running back, you're trying to get up and out of here after 3 years. You want to go make money at the next level. You see some guys that don't leave, that stick around. I think Travion Henderson may have stuck around an extra year at Ohio State.
Worth it. They won the national
Yeah,
championship.
I mean, look, there are benefits to sticking around. But at the same, I mean, there were quite a few Georgia guys that probably wish they had come back for those two.
Well, not even to mention a Georgia guy who started here at Florida, split carries with Montrell Johnson, and part of the reason that's why he left was ETN. Billy Napier, obviously, on the hot seat. We don't know what's going to happen with him, but if we continue to split reps or only run Jaden Ball 9 times and throw the ball 49 times, is that something of a possibility? With NIL, again, it's all different. Jaden Ball, I think, is a Gator through and through, but we will see, depending on the turmoil in the future, could that be something where we see him want to go get his money now, too, from a different school, want the chance to win before he gets to the NFL if he doesn't think Florida's the right place for that?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing I did want to touch on was, okay, we've got to think about transfer portal, NIL stuff, right? At some point. Last weekend, there were two coaches in college football got fired. Deshaun Foster over at UCLA, and then Pren over at Virginia Tech. The new rule is that if you fire your coach in the middle of the season, the transfer portal opens for those guys. They can also redshirt, and before 4 games they can redshirt.
Now, is it played 4 games or played 3? Like once you play the 4th, you lose the redshirt?
I think 4 and anything over 4.
So if the Gators were to go to Miami this week, a lot of people are talking. If they go to Miami this weekend, the result isn't what people want here in Gainesville. Not only is the transfer portal open, now if Billy Napier is let go after this, players can still use their red shirt and go somewhere else and have that year of eligibility. That's my opinion. I think Billy, unless it gets real ugly down in Miami this weekend, which I don't see it happening. We had Theo Dorsey from ESPN West Palm on the Sports Lab yesterday. He said he's expecting a dogfight. This Gator team is going to show fight like they did at LSU. But if it does get ugly and Billy Napier doesn't come back to Gainesville as the head coach of the Florida Gators, how does that affect the team this year? And I'm not talking like demoralizing. I'm talking how many players are gone or sitting out. You built up the culture. You got to let them at least finish the season, maybe at least get to the next bye week with Georgia. We saw last year after the bye week, I was at the Tennessee game in Knoxville, which my favorite environment I've ever been in. Been in Death Valley, been to College Station, been in Tallahassee, been in the Swamp. Neyland at night was an experience one of one. But the bye week last week changed us going into that game. That game against Tennessee last year was a game we should have won, which a lot of people go back to saying it's a game Billy Napier shouldn't have won, should have won that. But the team changed at the bye week, and I'm interested to see if the Gators can steal a win at Miami or lose close and Billy keeps his job. Do we see at the bye week another change? Texas comes to the Swamp, Arch Manning's first big game since Ohio State. Gators win that game. Now it's like, okay, momentum's building. Granted, a tough test at A&M next week. I'm very interested to see if the bye week this year can do what it did for Billy Napier and the Gators last year. Firsthand watching it in Tennessee, the team looked different after the bye.
Well, and that's kind of the problem, AJ, is that I know everybody, there's a lot of Gator Nation that wants him gone. A lot of them felt like he should have been gone after last year. I get the frustration. We've talked a lot today about the frustrations. I get the frustrations. But for the long-term health of the program, you've got to take a step back and look at the consequences of your actions. You got to look at each thing and see what the outcome is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're a Billy Napier's got to go kind of person and there's nobody changing your mind, maybe it doesn't matter if you lose Jaden Paul, Lagway, all those folks. Maybe that doesn't matter to you. Maybe it's one of those things, well, maybe they weren't good for the I don't subscribe to that belief. I don't think you willfully just give up talent, not in today's college football world. But I think for me, it's if that is what you subscribe to, that's okay. Feel that way, but think about the consequences. If he gets fired after the Miami game, you are looking at the portal opening for 30 days, which means DJ Lagway can go, but so can Tramel Jones. So can Vernell Brown. So can Dallas Wilson, who has not played a single game, which means he theoretically could have 4 additional games to work with when it comes to the red shirt.
The offensive line, do Slaughter and Barber, who are both projected first-round picks, do they both say, you know what, all these other people are leaving, let's hang them up for this year and go get ready for the draft? You're essentially punting on the next almost 2 seasons if you fire Billy this early into the season. because of, like you said, the consequences that come down the road. I think you got to see this season out. I'm not saying we go and we squeak 6 wins and he saved his job, but I think you got to let the season play out just to keep the guys around. And like you mentioned to me earlier before we came on the air, if you got a guy lined up that you know is going to come and be the next head coach at the University of Florida, they can now re-recruit these players if they're still here. But if they're already in the portal for those 30 days before the season's over, if you're 2-9 going into FSU coming here and you want to say Billy's gone before this last game, okay, that's fine. I think a lot of the players would still play because it is that Florida State rivalry. But punting, I think, almost your next 2 seasons if you fire Billy this early into the year. It's sad. It's sad that we're having to have this conversation, and it could all change. It could all change on a dime on Saturday if the Gators go pick off Carson Beck 3 times like they did last year and upset the Canes. Canes are number 3 in the AP poll. I'm pretty sure they're number 3. Maybe LSU is Miami's 4. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's a top 5 win for Billy Napier on the road. Okay, Texas coming to town. You're now above 500. This is still the way I feel. I get if the losses pile up. We still have a lot. I'm not going to say winnable games, but if we win the games, put us right back up there in the rankings. These games.
I think that's the thing. If you've got such a tough schedule, yeah. But those are also, every one of those games is an opportunity.
Yes.
If you go out and win those games, you're moving up the board. And look, everybody's making fun of Billy's comment about them being so close to being dangerous. I don't think he's that far off. I think that those folks that are feeling that way have already decided that the chapter is closed, that we need to get him out of here. But the reality is, if he goes out and beats Miami, takes a week, beats Texas A&M, and you had told somebody at the beginning of the season that they would be going to Georgia, was it 5-2?
5-2. I think Mississippi State is before that game, or Kentucky. One of those 2 games is also before Georgia, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So if you're 6-2 going into Georgia, I think any Gator fan in the country is taking that. I think it's the way it happened, though. You didn't tell them that you lost to USF at home. You didn't tell them you lost at LSU with 5 picks. But at the end of the day, if USF's a playoff team, LSU at this point is looking like a playoff team. The losses don't look that bad, and the wins look a whole lot better than the losses look bad.
Well, I mean, Notre Dame last year, right, AJ? We watched them lose to Northern Illinois, and everybody left them for dead, and then all of a sudden they're in the national championship. I don't think, and it goes back to the why it's hard for me to reconcile why you would do it now. Look, if the losing continues, they lose to Miami poorly. I mean, maybe then you start considering some stuff, but as they're still competing, they could have beaten LSU, and I know
they could have.
I get
Ifs and
it.
buts.
I get that. But at a certain point, like you said, to me the biggest thing is the way college football works now. And all the best coaches will tell you this. Nick Saban talks about it a lot. Is that you are no longer just recruiting high school kids. You have to re-recruit every single year. You just have to constantly recruit. And so when you're having to recruit your guys, I mean, Billy Napier I'm sure at the end of last year, had to go to DJ Lagway, make sure he wasn't going to enter the portal, right?
I think they're a package deal. But yes.
Yeah. But yes. But you had to go talk to DJ Lagway, make sure he wasn't late. You had to go talk. It's a constant grind when it comes to recruiting now. I would want, if I'm whoever the next coach is, if Billy, ultimately, if this is the end of Billy's chapter, which I don't know what it should be, I would like to see the season play out and then decide, but I get it if you're already on that ship has sailed for you.
I think real quick, because I do want to talk about recruiting, but you mentioned that NIU beat Notre Dame, and I was a big argument after the USF loss was we still got games that could win, but it's just when you look at the way the loss happens, it's that team that was on the field, whether it is throwing 5 interceptions or the team that's spitting on USF on their game-winning drive. I think that's the people that are already out on Billy are saying, okay, I could sit here and tell you we're going to beat Miami and Texas, and they're going to sit here and say, probably with more common sense than I think I have a little bias, is did you watch the game? If you watch the way the Gators have looked, they're not going to go beat Miami and Texas. And I think that's the realistic expectation, but there's that glimmer of hope. That glimmer of hope is I'm a fish. They threw the bait in, and I am hooked right now. I'm just doing everything to not jump on the boat.
And it's tough. Look, I get why there are certain people that are out. It's 4 years. You've watched this go on. I get it. You've got a lot of time invested, probably some money invested. You've put countless hours into watching this football team. I get it. But I also have to look at it as, if you're gonna have to re-recruit these guys, let's just say it's John Gruden. I know that's the name everybody wants to talk about. It's Dabo, Lane Kiffin. Everybody's got their wish list, right? Everybody that's already on the ship is sailed. Marcus Freeman, which I don't think he's leaving Notre Dame. But you've got all these. You got this wish list of coaches. Why would you not want to give that coach the best possible foundation to start with as possible? Because to me that's the danger of firing coaches quickly. It's why, looking back at the Dan Mullen era, I get it. He wasn't recruiting, but he was winning games. You look back, I always think of Auburn in these kind of situations. So they fired Chiswick 1 year after he won the national championship. Then they moved on from Malzahn. When they moved on from Malzahn, then they had to go fire the next guy.
It's been a dumpster fire there.
And then they had to go get Hugh Freeze, and now they're already calling for Hugh Freeze's job. But at a certain point, the coaches no longer want to come there because it is not as it's not as attractive a job if I'm only going to get 2 or 3 years to build it. And look, Billy's been given time. I'm not making the argument that Billy hasn't had time to build it. But what I am saying is if you really look at, he's also been given the toughest schedule the last 2 years. And there's not to say the schedule is going to get easier next year or that DJ Lagway has another year under his belt. He's going to be better. But even if you get rid of him, giving somebody like I'll throw out some names, Golish or Glenn Schumann or whoever you decide to go with.
There were flights from Dallas looking at Rhett Lashley within this week.
Yeah, so I mean, you look at guys like that. If you gave Rhett Lashley the chance to come here, and after the season he gets to go talk to DJ Lagway or talk to Tremont, whoever, he goes to them and says, "Hey, you still have a spot here." It's not like Dion when he showed up at Colorado and said, "I'm bringing my Prada bags," or whatever it was. "I'm bringing them with me, and you guys can go." It's not going to be like that because Florida's such a talented team. Like on composite, the score, or whatever, on paper, they're like the 12th most talented team in the country, and it's been growing and getting better each and every year. And so when you think about things like that, why would you want to punt on such a talented roster and force a new coach to come in and have a disadvantage of being able to re-recruit his guys? And now he's got to go quickly recruit new guys. It's a very tough situation to put a new coach into. And to me, if you're going to make this transition, make it as easy as possible and not make it on, don't react based on a season that if you've decided it's already lost, which I don't think it is. I think they're still fighting the Gators.
Yep.
I think there's a couple improvements, and all of a sudden they're 6-2 going into the Georgia game. I think it's possible. Maybe I'm the crazy optimist in this scenario. I never thought I'd be on
Some
this
people are
side of
punching
it.
their screens right now.
I know. No.
Watching this.
I know they are, and there's going to be plenty of comments for me. But I don't think that it's completely out of the realm of possibility. I think that there are opportunities for this team to show up and show out and showcase what they're capable of. If they end the season 6-6, you move on.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, you gave them the chance, you gave them time, whatever. It's okay but doing it in the middle of the season just doesn't feel right, and not with the way the rules of college football are now.
I agree with the transfer portal, because a coach can also come here and re-recruit the Gators that are here, but also bring his guys from whatever school he was at. But Steve Russell brought up an interesting point here on WRUF. You can hear him on Sports Scene every day from 12 to 2. Yesterday, he was asking his callers how attractive just is the Gators' job right now. Because like you mentioned, Billy Napier got 4 years. 4 years is ample time. Dan Mullen was in 2 New Year's 6 bowl games, won them both. Jim McElwain won the SEC East twice. And both of the coaches were gone because the fan base is so, I'm not going to say impatient, but like we talked about earlier, passionate about the Gator sports. New Year's 6 bowls, I guess now would be in the playoff back in Mullen's day. They want national championships. We want playoff appearances, which I get it. Florida, though, take away, since Urban left, what has Florida done? Everyone talks about the Florida standard. Mullen about met the standard. Muschamp was coach of the year in the SEC, and they were all fired. So it's one bad year away from knowing, okay, my job's gone. Where you mentioned Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss. I think he is more than comfortable at Ole Miss. You win 10 games, you win 9 games at Ole Miss, no one's calling for your head. You come to Florida, you go to 2 New Year's Six bowl games. You win 2 SEC titles, you're on the hot seat. It's just a different level of pressure here, which I think is why Spurrier thrived, is why Urban Meyer thrived. But it's hard to bring these guys from the Louisianas. There's no pressure there. And like you said, it is a different air, so they can bring their guys from whatever school. But how attractive is this job right now, knowing the pressure that looms on this job? Todd Golden, there was a lot of pressure on him when he came in after Mike White, though, and he did his thing in year 3. Year 3. Billy's in year 4, and the fans wanted him gone after year 3. So you're telling me Todd Golden misses the tournament last year? We had the best team in college basketball. We didn't. Hypothetically, we would have wanted him gone too. But the pressure is just, it's a pressure cooker here in the heat of Central Florida.
I mean, you're spot on. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, if you're Dan Mullen, you went from Mississippi State, or if you go to do 2 New Year's Six bowls and 2 SEC championships, they might have put a statue of the guy outside the stadium. Like, that's where he came from, right? Like, he came from that environment. He comes here, he has success, but the success isn't enough. And 2, he didn't recruit well. And look, everybody points to that one quote about, I'll recruit at the end of the season.
Recruiting season.
Yeah, the recruiting season. And then you ask guys like Kirby, and Kirby's like, it's always recruiting season.
Which Billy's done a great job of here. He's recruiting year-round. There's also going to be a lot of recruits. I think I have the number here. I want to say it's 11 out of the top 20 wide receivers in the 27 class will be in Hard Rock Stadium this weekend watching the Gators take on the Canes. And I remember when I became the meme, the concrete wall guy against Miami last year, watching the Miami players run over to our recruit section saying, come to Miami, come to Miami. What if the Gators go back down there this weekend, give them a taste of their own medicine? And now here we go. Billy's back. He's recruiting. He's getting guys coming in. And Theo Dorsey mentioned it on Sports Lab yesterday from ESPN West Palm. What if we are just one big recruit at the end of the year mixed with a few wins to kind of save this season and say, okay, there's a future, but Florida fans are done here and there's a future. They want it now.
And I get you want it now. And look, I've experienced success on the other side of the rivalry. I get it. There were fans after Georgia lost to Alabama in the national championship, and then it didn't go back for a year or 2, that wanted Kirby. There were genuine calls for Kirby's job. Kirby made some significant changes heading into that next season. He gave up some play calling stuff. He moved on. He moved some things around. I guess my question would be, if Billy is given one additional year, he's got now a full recruiting class plus 1. He's gotten an opportunity to now go hopefully against a schedule that's not the toughest in the country.
I would think we have Oklahoma instead of Texas the next 2 years.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's probably going to be – it depends on how the 9-game schedule evens out too. Like, I would assume it's not going to be nearly as tough. I mean, you look at the schedule. Florida just doesn't play cupcakes outside of LIU.
Even coming into the year, we thought it was going to be Kentucky, Mississippi State. Mississippi State looks good.
Well, and I mean, look, the SEC is the SEC. Any Saturday – I mean, Vanderbilt just beat South Carolina last weekend. A lot of people had Lenora Sellers in that group as a dark horse for the playoffs. And some of them even thought, not even dark horse, but it felt like favorites to make the playoffs. Last year, Florida beat Ole Miss when Ole Miss looked like they were going to go to the playoffs with Jackson Dart. LSU and Nussmeier last year with Florida.
They competed against Tennessee.
Diego Pavia and those Vanderbilt Commodores beat Kalen DeBoer last year, and I mean, I wouldn't rule it out again. So the SEC right now, probably from top to bottom, is probably as good as you'll ever see it because Mississippi State just beat Arizona State, who's supposed to be the class of the Big 12. And you start to look at that kind of thing. The schedule will get easier in some regards because you won't be playing Miami every year as an out-of-conference game anymore. You'll still play Florida State, But you'll probably have a cupcake plus Florida State, and everything else is SEC.
And I think Strickland said on Sports Scene he still wants a UCF or USF, FAU, like another Florida smaller school in there with the cupcake, FSU, and then the 9 conference games.
Right. And so you probably won't see Miami, which is probably a net win for Florida to not have to deal with another possible top 5 team every year. And so let's just say it's an FAU or UCF. A UCF is still, to me, a tough game.
That's a Power 4 team.
Same with USF, I mean, clearly. But, if it's a Florida Atlantic and you can kind of pencil that in as a win, you can pencil in your LIUs of the world in for a win, and then the Florida State game's tough. But even the SEC schedule, if it's just a tad bit easier this year, like if you could sub out Texas for
North Carolina
or Vandy or somebody like that. So one of the I know I just got through saying Vandy's a good team, but like if you could sub out a Texas,
but there aren't many of those teams in the SEC, that's the problem.
But there are levels to it, right?
Yes.
Like you would rather play Vanderbilt than Texas.
But what level are the Gators in right now, though? Too.
Are
we the team that Texas is saying? Well, I don't think Texas, the way they've looked, is a team right now.
No.
And I think also Gator Nation is done hearing about the schedule. We were told all offseason, this is the team. This team's different. This team's not going to make those mistakes. This team has the depth to compete in the SEC. And we're sitting here again on September 18th with a 1-2 record, getting ready to go to a team that's ranked 4th in the country. Then Texas A&M.
Yeah, AJ, I think it's one of those things where, frankly, you have to start looking at the evidence on the field, and you start pointing fingers normally around this time when the losses start piling up, and typically you start pointing fingers at the offensive coordinator, and then so I see where you're coming from. Like I see where coming into the season you were probably okay with it if he continued to call plays, because I don't think he's a bad play caller. Like I think. If you watch some of the footage back, the players are getting open. Sometimes it's execution, and we've heard a lot of that over the last few days. Marcus Freeman said it for his defense the other day when they gave up 41 to Texas A&M. He said something along the lines of, "It's not play calling, it's execution."
Yep.
And so there is a certain level of players. I mean, everybody talks about X's and O's, not Jimmy's and Joe's.
Yep.
But it does come down to the Jimmys and Joes more times than not, especially in college football. We've seen that in college football. I mean, we talk about the great players of the college generations. Cam Newton, single-handedly.
Florida Gator Cam Newton.
Yeah, former Florida Gator Cam Newton single-handedly drug Auburn. They had some decent guys on that team. I'm not saying that there weren't some solid players on the team. I'm just saying that, in college football specifically, schemes matter, play calling matters.
So do 5 stars.
But so do 5 stars.
I think it comes down to situational. When Billy's calling the plays he's calling is what's getting people mad. You're running it down the field, and all of a sudden you're bringing out the Wildcat and Eugene's in the backfield. I think that's more the issue, because I agree. The play calls, if you go back and watch the All-22, is not awful, but there's usually DJ misses a read or DJ gets off a read too quick. But going back to what I said earlier, last year, we made changes on who was calling defense at the bye week. So I'm interested to see if the Gators can squeak out a win this weekend or just keep it close and Billy still has his job, comes back to Gainesville. What changes will be made? Last year, I said we went to Tennessee and it looked like a brand new team once a change was made at the bye week. So not saying he's going to hire a coordinator, but does he pass off some of the duties to someone else at the bye week to maybe ignite that change that we saw last year with the Gators team?
Yeah, I think that's the crux of everything is, and it may come down to define what Billy Napier's time here at the University of Florida is his insistence on calling plays. And I think that's the sad part, because he's built the right way. He's done all the right things. He's checked all the boxes. The Josh Pate stuff continues to live rent-free in my head. Is he's built a program like Georgia. If you spend 72 hours with the program here, you see that they've built things the right way. Nobody, the smart folks around college football will tell you that Florida has built things the right way. But I also have seen a lot of clips circulating on social media of the old Louisiana clips of you could go back and basically game plan for Florida by watching 5-year-old clips from him at Louisiana.
Well, when I went to Death Valley in Billy's first year and watched the Gators play LSU, pretty sure that was the game Jaden Daniels won the Heisman, and we were sitting next to a guy who played running back for Billy at Louisiana, and he was sitting there saying, oh, here comes the fake the sweep, and we're going to roll out right and throw it. So the fact nothing's changed since then is kind of scary. But also, is there an alpha in this locker room? Like, Tim Tebow stepped up after a loss to Ole Miss and was saying this won't happen again. Is there anyone in that locker room? I think a lot of people expected DJ Lagway not only to lead on the field, but also off the field and step up in the locker room to kind of create the culture that's needed. Sometimes just dropping someone in there like a Tim Tebow, obviously, but we thought Lagway could step in there and kind of bring this fire and the passion that maybe Billy doesn't show as much.
Well, there's also this about the friend that I was telling you about yesterday, when we were on the way to the car, we were talking. He also, when we talked, I think it was during the LSU game, he said something along the lines of, or no, it was right after Billy's press conference when he said he wasn't going to give up play calling.
Yes.
He said, man, this man's really not going to give up play calling. And he said, I had a lot of high hopes when they hired the offensive coordinator over the summer, or in February, Russ Callaway, I believe it is. And so he's on the staff, like he just doesn't call plays. He's does the offense, but he doesn't call the plays, which is an interesting dynamic. But at the same, he's like I held out hope that at some point Billy was just going to hand him the reins and let it. I just wonder from a creativity standpoint if maybe that is more of the reason you need an offensive coordinator that's calling the plays, more so than like Billy is a good offensive mind. I don't think anybody's questioning whether, like, if he were to go be an offensive coordinator somewhere, he may do fine. But he's the head coach of the Florida Gators. Let somebody else call the plays in the sense that, like, just bring some creativity, because if you can go back and watch the game from, when he first got here, or you can watch the games from before he got here, and you're able to scheme up what they're doing in 2025 when the players are drastically different,
Much
right?
better.
Like, DJ Lagway is not the quarterback he had at the University of Louisiana. DJ Lagway isn't who he had with Graham Mertz. He's got playmakers now that if you gave, we talked about Mike McDaniel, and about your Dolphins. If you gave somebody like him the toy box of tools that are available here at the University of Florida, you have to wonder what kind of creative things they could do. And I think it's just, you can be creative when you have the time to be creative. But when you have to run an entire football program, it is hard to also be thinking about, oh, I wonder if I installed this new look for just Vernell Brown, or I wonder if I installed this for Jaden Ball. I think that's hard for him.
And week to week, well, okay, we're playing Georgia this week. We're going to put this package in. We're playing this defense this week. You mentioned Russ Callaway. It kind of made me think it's almost like you're playing Madden, right? And you know how you can play as the Dolphins, you can play as the 49ers, but you can go in there and change the playbook to whoever's playbook you want. Is it Billy's playbook and Russ is kind of just overseeing it, or is it Russ's playbook and Billy's just the one making the calls? That's kind of the disconnect I don't really have. Like, everyone's saying Billy's the play caller. Whose plays are they, though? Is it Billy's plays, or Billy just doesn't know how to call Russ's plays?
Well, it seems like it would be Billy's plays, right? Like the fact that you could scheme for him from 3 or 4 years ago. I mean, the fact that he's running the same
So why
stuff.
bring in an OC? Bring in an OC?
I think that's the $1 million, or however big that buyout
$20 million.
is. The $20 million question is, right? Is why bring in someone if you're not going to let them do that job, the job of a play caller? If you're not going to really let them install it. And the thing is he's promoted this guy a few times now. Like, he clearly trusts him. I think he was the tight ends coach. Now he's here. But so, like, there's clearly some trust in him, but not enough to give up the play calling. But at some point, you have to know you're coaching for your job, and you have to know that these are what you're going to have to deal with. But at the end of the day, it comes down to you got to win.
Yeah.
And if he beats Miami, he probably lives to fight another day.
If he keeps it close.
If he keeps it close, maybe he also still lives to fight another day. Anything over 10 points, and you have to start at least thinking about what are they going to do. Anything over 20 points, you have to think more probable than not. And anything over that, if we're talking a full-on last year level blowout, if that comes to fruition, somebody I was talking to earlier said something about they could see Carson Beck throwing for 350 and 3 touchdowns.
True.
Now I don't think it's going to be to that level. If that happens, like,
did you drug test him?
Yeah, if that happens, we've got some serious problems because the defense is still doing really, really well. My concern is more so how many picks are there going to be on the other side of the ball? Is there going to where's the offense going to be? Because if the offense is lagging behind and the defense starts giving up points, we're going to have a big problem.
I remember the Will Muschamp era here at Florida. Me and my friend would sit there in my backyard and watch every game under Will Muschamp. And when the defense came on the field, it was like our offense was coming on the field. It's like they're going to have to go out there and either give us a short field or scoop and score, pick six. And I like that brand of football at the University of Florida. I don't need to score 40 to win every game. I like let's win a 17-7 game. I'm completely fine with that. But right now, the way the offense has been looking, the defense has been doing its part, and the offense letting it down is sad. But if the defense can go out there and give us a score, can special teams – how about we mix something up on special teams? We haven't seen a fake. Let's get – like we're going to need something. We're playing the number 4 team in the country on the road this weekend. Let's go out and just – what do we have to lose? Let's go for it on a 4th and 6 from the 50. We have nothing to lose this week if you're the Gators.
Well, something I found interesting, again, coming from you from the social media lab here at WRUF, I'm obviously very plugged into what's going on socials. I don't know if you saw the video of, I think it was Mario Cristobal, basically saying he needed Miami this weekend to be an asylum, that he wanted the crowd that into it. He needs it to be an asylum. My goodness. And somebody said, we ought to do all that for us. Like we're coming down, like we've lost 2 in a row.
Well, Mick Hubert's favorite saying was whenever there was a big play here in the Swamp, the old play-by-play of the Florida Gators, it's an insane asylum in here. So maybe the blue and orange that travels down to Miami can create Hard Rock Stadium as an asylum for the Gators.
Well, and that's the thing. If they get to rolling, on the road, maybe they turn that place into the Swamp South, and all of a sudden we're looking at a different thing. Because, look, the crazy part is last week, if Jaden Ball's touchdown doesn't get called back, they're up 10-0 on the road.
That place is quiet.
That place is quiet. And then you have to wonder how much that would have made a difference. But, I mean, again, 5 interceptions, it's so hard to come back from.
I said the same thing on the Sports Lab yesterday. It was DJ's first ever SEC road game, but he's played in big games. And if the Gators can go to Miami this weekend and score early or 3-and-out early and get points and kind of just settle Lagway in, just Death Valley gets loud, that touchdown's called back louder. Miami, you can't let get loud. Maybe keep DJ a little more calm. Don't let him hear all the noise. And if we can go out and score early is the key to this game for me for the Gators.
Yeah, I think that's that, and you've got experience intercepting Carson Beck.
Yes. You know all about it.
I do. And if you're Florida, if you're the Gators, I'm looking to make him be the quarterback that walks out of Hard Rock Stadium on Saturday wondering, man, if I'd have just thrown one less interception, could we have won this game? That's like if I think that's the goal. You've got to turn this into not a sloppy game, but you've got to turn it into a game that's low scoring, ball control centric. I know you had Theo on yesterday on the Sports Lab, and he talked about that they like to be in those kind of games. They want to run the ball. They don't want to have to rely on their pass game. I'm okay if that just turns into what the game is, and it's not you don't want to turn it into a track meet because you can't keep up.
No.
You can't keep up.
Well, could we? What if DJ Lagway hits a complete 180? The talent is there on the offense, but we haven't shown that we can keep up in a track meet. And yes, Mario's go-to is the trenches. This is going to be a ground and pound game. And if you look back last year when Miami came here, obviously Cam Ward, Carson Beck has legs that people don't really talk about. Theo mentioned that, but Cam Ward obviously is a much better improviser getting out of the pocket. But the O-line last year, I remember sitting in the stands in the Swamp just going, where's our D-line? It was like every play, Cam Ward, perfect pocket, and then when it wasn't, he would escape. So can we get more constant pressure this year on Carson Beck? Because both the front on the defense and offense for Miami is big.
After we hear from Billy Napier here coming up on WRUF over at the Ale House, we got to go over and get our Zinger Mountain Melts. AJ's going to have to show me the way of the Mountain Melt.
Sweet Thai chili tonight. That's what I'm feeling.
Sweet Thai chili. Okay, that sounds incredible. Well, AJ, I appreciate you hopping in here and checking checking in on the social media side of things. We'll obviously do this more often, and excited to see what happens this weekend. I think it could be a real defining point in not only Billy Napier's tenure here, but in Gator football history.
Yeah.
tax savings.
Friends, if you're in the market for a pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, get an honest car buy from the Honest Car Guy. You pay what we pay, plus an honest fee, and we back that up by giving you the bill of sale. That's our transparency guarantee. Call 844-SHOW-ME-1. That's 844-SHOW-ME, the number 1, or visit honestcarguy.com.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-996-6004. 800-996-6004. 800-996-6004. That's 800-996-6004.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX95. That's BRUX95.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller for WRUF AM and ESPN 98.1. It's that time of year again where we start to watch the weather a little bit more closely with daily thunderstorms in the tropics heating up. Stay current with any weather condition with the Florida Storms mobile app. Free in your app store. Set the app to get alerts for your area and check on live radar. Storm coverage on WRUF and ESPN 98.1. Brought to you by Radiant Credit Union. Weather on the air at WRUF and online at WRUF.com.
Attention Gator fans. Don't forget to tune in to the Extra Point Show with Steve Russell after this Saturday's game. Steve will break down the plays, give analysis, and take your calls. The Extra Point Show is brought to you by Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Online at spurriers.com.
Say no more to dingy clothes and spots on your clean dishes. Call Perry's Pump Repair in Alachua today for your free water analysis. From water softeners to treatment, let them show you what life-changing water solutions can do for you. Visit perryspumprepair.com.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gaines, WRUF FM, HD2, and the WRUF radio.
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Gator Sports Network. Live from Miller's Ale House in Celebration Point, this is Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes, building throughout Florida, official home builder of the Gators. Gator Talk is also brought to you by UF Health. At UF Health, we believe human progress has no finish line. Visit humanprogress.ufhealth.org to learn more. Meldon Law, official injury and accident law firm sponsor of the Florida Gators. We won't back down. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Do dip with Hellman's and do no wrong. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of the Florida Gators. Now let's go to Miller's Ale House at Celebration Point in Gainesville. Here's the voice of the Gators, Sean Kelly.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome once again to Gator Talk, live tonight from Miller's Ale House, where we've got another great crowd on hand here tonight as the Gators remain on the road this week. Even the Dazzlers are here tonight. Thank you, ladies, for coming by. We'll take audience questions before the hour is out. We'll also have a special guest tonight out of Jacksonville, Florida. I'll tell you more about that special guest when we get deeper into the show. Gators come into the week now seeking that that big signature win to get us going this season. It can happen on Saturday night as Florida renews their rivalry with Miami, which, get ready, it's prime time again for the Gators on Saturday night, and our coverage will begin starting at 4:30 with kickoff. It says 7:30, but it's like 7:44. So if you've got to make sure you get something out of the oven, whatever, it'll be 44 after the hour when toe meets leather. So with that being said, let's not waste any more time. Let's get right to the man of the hour, the head coach of the Florida Gators. Please welcome everybody, Billy Napier. Coach, good to see you.
Yeah, good to be back. Good to be back. Good-looking crowd here tonight.
Indeed, and we're ready to start the new weekend here. The week is already long for the Gators, and I saw you before practice today. Big day for the Gators, which they all are right now. How did this week go for the team in general since last Saturday night?
Yeah, I really believe, believe it or not, I think we gained some confidence as a result of our experience Saturday night. I think obviously didn't get the result that we want, but I think the challenge that we presented for the players in terms of the mindset, the attitude, they were ready to compete. I thought they played really hard in the game. Obviously turned the ball over way too much. But, we're right there in the middle of the fight. And the intangibles of the team I thought were impressive. And obviously we got to clean it up a little bit in terms of how we take care of the ball on offense. But the defense played outstanding. I thought we were really good in the kicking game. We executed that part of the plan and really neutralized their returners. So, there's an opportunity there, right? I'm more confident than I have been at any point in this offseason about this team as a result of what we saw Saturday.
Yeah, I guess I would like you to expand on that a little bit because there has to be something that gives you that confidence. What was it in particular?
Well, we left about 150 yards of offense out there, so, we're close to getting points on several occasions. And I think if you pair that with the type of defensive performance we have, I think you get a different result. We gave them a pick six. We gave them 3 right before the half. And then we threw an interception right on the kick line right there when it was a 10-point game. So to me, in my mind, that's 13 points. So I think that if you do that the other way, that'll get you a win.
We'll talk about the defense in a moment. I do want to just run headlong into the Lagway situation because that's front of mind for a lot of folks. I look at DJ Lagway and what he did in high school, and even last year as a freshman, as a young player, he's still young. It's a guy that probably hasn't faced a whole lot of adversity. Like, the guy's just won games, and he's performed at a high level. And when you take a game like that, I wonder how he's handled it. How was he in the moment, Coach, and then how did the week start for him?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think what impresses me about DJ is it is all about his responsibility to the team, right? When you hear him talk about it, the first thing he says is, hey, I let down the guys, and I think that that's what motivates him. I think that's what makes him impressive, in my opinion, is just his ability to improve, to be at his best so he can do the best job he can do for his teammates. I've seen players rally around the guy. These type of experiences when you have a guy who is special, that has character and humility, and they respect as a leader and as a competitor, they come to his defense a little bit, so it kind of, I think it's a little bit of a spark. I do think for him, it's important to keep it as technical as we can, right, because it's all very correctable. And we have to understand the guy missed spring practice. He misses training camp. This is literally his fifth week of practice. So it's part of the growing pains of the off season that he's had, right? I think it's important for us to all kind of frame it up that way. So I do think that he has kind of flipped the switch a little bit this week, and it reminds me of how he was last year a little bit in terms of he was just trying to stay afloat. He was that rookie that was just trying to keep his chin above the water. And that may be a good thing for him, because he's not worried about anything else except getting ready for the next opportunity. And I think that, I like the response that I see from the players. That's the most important part.
Coach, when you look back, and I'm sure you watched the tape with him, what did he say about, like, I didn't see this guy or I didn't go through my progression properly? You said it was fixable or correctable. So what was it that eluded him that obviously now he's out to fix?
Yeah, I think it's pre-snap assessment of the defense and then kind of assuming certain things are going to happen. One of them he just missed inside, right? The corner route, the first one. I do think the others are just assessment of coverage and then skipping steps in his progression. I do think that the fourth one sailed on him, I think he's got to have better situational awareness in the Mayday 2 minute before the half, and then the 3rd and 7 on the 36-yard line. When it's a 10-point game and the analytics are saying, hey, let's make it a one-score game, right? So he needs to manage that situation better.
He put it in the air 49 times, if I'm not mistaken, Coach. How much of that was dictated by what LSU forced you into? How much of that number are you good with?
Yeah, there was quite a few screens in there, too. I think there's probably 4 or 5 screens. But
do you consider those an extension of the run game?
Yeah, okay, absolutely. Right. I mean, all these perimeter throws, the screen game. LSU was heating us up. I think they were they were run pressures, right? So every pressure they could dial up to disrupt the running game. So we had to combat that. And I think we all would like to go back and do it a little bit different when we lose, right? Mm-hmm. So, I think in general we got to be a little bit more intentional about how we run the ball. And I think that's, especially given the dynamic of the game. So that's what I would say looking back at it.
Defensively, Coach, how pleased were you? From my vantage point, looked pretty darn good on the defensive side.
Yeah, the film was as impressive of a game as we played since I've been here, I would say. Just the tape is very clean. The fundamentals, the alignments, the eye discipline. I mean, every player on the same page. We gave up a handful of big plays. 2 mental errors in coverage, but in general, I mean, they had less than 200 yards offense outside of that last run. So the coverage and the rush working together, I mean, we're all over the routes, and it was very difficult for them to run the ball. It was a bunch of car wrecks happening out there when they tried to run it. So, we'll have a big challenge this week in that regard. But, again, the challenge is can we do that consistently? And can we go put the offense with that? And then I think we'll have a chance to win a football game.
I was probably like most every fan after the game. Wanted to kick my backpack down the road, all that stuff. Coach, the more I went back and watched, you and I had a conversation on Monday. I just feel like y'all are so freaking close. I mean, not to use that kind of language, but that's what – and I'm wondering – do the guys feel that way?
Yeah,
do they understand that, I guess?
They probably feel it more than anybody else in the world, I would tell you that. So this is a group that's invested a lot, and I think that they're very aware of all parts of the game. We give them a great summary cut up on Mondays. It's typically about 35 plays, offense, defense, and the kicking game, things that we did well, things that we need to address in the future. So they know how close they are. And I do think that, it's why it's a great game, because it requires execution, and we need better.
We'll take audience questions here coming up in just a moment. We'll look ahead, of course, to the matchup with the Hurricanes before Coach leaves us tonight. And that special guest arriving here at the bottom of the hour will be the starting left tackle, Austin Barber, tonight. So that'll be a very good conversation. Gators, don't forget to score a taste touchdown at your next tailgate with Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Florida Athletics. We'll continue with Gator Talk, presented by Dream Finders Homes, official home builders of the Florida Gators, after this timeout on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota. Let's go places. Get 1.99% APR for 36 months on a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma Hybrid. Offer valid through September 30th, 2025. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $28.64 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Hey Gator Nation, this is Vicki Brown-Worski, Director of Gators and Powell Herd. As the Bank of Doing and official sponsor of Florida Athletics, Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field with interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources. Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
Hey, college football fans, I know you'd do anything for a win on game day and an ice-cold Bud Light. Because whether you're tailgating in the parking lot or parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light turns a win into a win-win. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Joe, what are you and Mary doing for the Gators game? Want to come by my place and watch it?
No offense, Mick, but your place is more humid than Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, and that place is nicknamed The Swamp. Why don't you guys come over to our place instead? We'll have some snacks, hamburgers, hot dogs, cold drinks, and cold air.
That sounds good, Joe. I don't know who to call about the AC. There are so many companies out there. How do you know who to call?
That's easy, Mick. Call the company we always call. Charles Berg Enterprises.
When your home comfort is on the line, trust the name Gainesville has counted on since 1967. Charles Berg Enterprises. Charles Berg Enterprises is still family owned and still guided by the values Charles Berg believed in: integrity, reliability, and exceptional customer care. And they use the best equipment on the market. Train. It's hard to stop a train. So if you don't want your home feeling like the swamp and you don't want to get swamped with high electric bills, call Charles Berg Enterprises today and experience comfort you can count on. Visit CharlesBergEnterprises.com or call now to schedule your next service.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
This is former Gator quarterback Shane Matthews, and you're listening to the home of Gator football, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Live from Miller's Ale House in Celebration Point, you're listening to Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes. Once again, here's Sean Kelly.
Visit your local Toyota dealers or explore setoyota.com and take advantage of the deals on the full line of vehicles. No matter your destination, Toyota goes with you. Toyota, let's go places. Sean Kelly, Billy Napier, back with you on Gator Talk. I know we're going to hear from Sue tonight because she's already got paper in hand. Sue, I brought my A game for you. I'm going to beat you to the punch. If the current rankings hold, now we know they won't, but if they were to hold, Florida, Sue, will have played 8 AP top 15 teams in the regular season. 8. That would be the most any team has played in a single regular season since the AP poll's inception in 1936. And Florida will have played 6 of those 8 games on the road. Hello. So when we talk about,
sounds like a great chance to go on a run here.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Coach, are you ready for audience questions?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Sue is not going to be up first, but Dante has the microphone tonight. Dante, who's up first tonight with Coach?
All right. First up, we got Jose.
Okay.
Hi, Coach. First thing I say, wish good luck Saturday. We need to try to get too many penalties. That's what kills penalties. Every week, what's wrong with that? What's up?
What's up with the penalties, Coach? Pretty direct there to start.
No, I think in particular Saturday we had a few holding penalties that were costly. One of the things that's happening to us is that we're protected on launch point up front, and then we get a little bit off schedule and the quarterback escapes the pocket. And then that's where we've had issues, right? A number of our holding penalties up front have been in scramble situations where they're unaware. They are protecting a launch point, and then the quarterback's moving. We've had to spend a little bit of time on that in terms of it's kind of like playing poker. You got to know when to fold your cards, right? So when you get outside your framework and you're engaged with a guy, you got to let your hands go. So that's been a point of emphasis. And look, I think there's been a few that I would disagree with too, to be quite honest. But that's not my job, right? They got a hard job, and we also do as well. So in general, I do think you're spot on, and it's certainly something we need to address.
Don't feel bad, Coach. There's many of us that don't agree with some of those flags. Go ahead, Dante. I think we have the
Yep.
Now we'll get the stat from Sue.
Get Sue on here.
Hi, Coach. Hi, Sean. As Sean said, we're really close because I'm looking at the stats, and I was just talking to Terry, and I said, we're really good. I mean, there's nothing I can look at these stats that say, okay, this really stands out.
Yeah.
So we are really, really close, and I'm proud of the stats. We're really doing a really great job. So I had to find one. So I was looking at the scoring by quarters.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at, we are definitely strong in the first and the second quarter, and then our scoring goes down in the third and fourth.
Yep.
What can we do to keep it pretty consistent throughout and increase our scoring in the third and fourth quarter?
No, I agree with you. And I think in particular how we start the second half is important. You know, a little bit of a emphasis on second half scripts. And then obviously we have to, you know, everybody likes to talk about halftime adjustments, but we're literally talking about 12, 15 minutes. You know, you're making adjustments within each possession. I mean, nowadays, especially because you have the iPad. But in general, I think that our execution has not been as good in the second half. So that is a point of emphasis. I think for me, this week in particular, we've kind of tasked some people with helping us organize thoughts between possessions. And then we're getting different things. Once we get to have success, we get a few different things in the second half as well. So, I think you're spot on, and I think it's something that we need to do better.
All right. Dante, I see you way in the back there. Who you got?
Yep. Now we got Andrew here.
Hey, Billy. Big fan. So, despite the start to the season, have you noticed any new vocal leaders, especially in practice this past week?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, we have it's one of the things about this team, we've got an impressive group in that regard. You know, I do think that we got some guys that have been even more vocal. Cam James is a guy in particular I've been very impressed with. Very mature, got some wisdom, coach's perspective. Hayden Hansen would fit in that category. I do think Trace Mack is a guy that also has perspective, has seen a lot, been here year one. This is his fourth. So he's always got really good input. Those three stand out to me in terms of the way they've handled themselves this week.
All right, Dante, you hold there? Good, because we're up against a break. We'll take the break. We'll come back. I do want to ask Coach about Jaden Ball. Jaden Ball, who kind of showed us yet another part of his game this past weekend. More questions if you like. Otherwise, we'll get soon to Austin Barber at the bottom of the hour. We'll continue after this timeout on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Gator fans, this is Coach Billy Napier. Dreamfinders Homes is the official home builder of the Florida Gators. They continue building quality new homes from Jacksonville to Orlando to Tampa. Headquartered in Florida, Dreamfinders Homes focuses on beautifully styled, quality built new homes in the most desirable areas across the state and at the best value. Visit dreamfindershomes.com for all the available inventory and great interest rate incentives. Go Gators!
My best friend Riley loved going to the beach. She was a great swimmer. Then one day, during a swim meet, she collapsed. She had cancer, Hodgkin lymphoma. She spent months getting care at UF Health. The doctors did so much, even put her in a clinical trial. I wish we could go to the beach right now, but she's working.
Out of the water.
She's on lifeguard duty. Maybe we'll head out when her shift is done.
UF Health. Human progress has no finish line.
Are you ready for some Gators football excitement, fans? Get ready to take your game day experience to the next level with Janet King Commercial Cleaning Services, the ultimate partner for a winning clean. Janet King has been a leader in the commercial cleaning industry for over 50 years, providing top-notch commercial cleaning services to businesses across Florida and beyond. Not only does Janet King provide exceptional game day cleaning, but they also offer tailored cleaning solutions for all types of businesses. For commercial cleaning services, go to janetking.com. That's JANIKING.com.
This is Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp Data Bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call us for free information at 1-800-558-5497. Again, 1-800-558-5497.
Join ESPN 98.1 this Saturday as the Gators take on the Hurricanes at Gator BTW's for the official Gator Watch Party. Games, prizes, beer, and food specials. Corner of Northwest 83rd Street and 39th Avenue in Gainesville. See you this Saturday night. Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. Call Daughtry Tree for a free property risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Be safe. Visit DaughtryTree.com.
Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes, continues. For more of tonight's show, here's Sean Kelly.
Get ready to chomp. The official block party of the Florida Gators, Chomp the Block, is back at Celebration Point Friday, October 3rd at 6 before the Gators take on Texas. Throw on the orange and blue and get your friends and family out. The block party, of course, will include great food, live music, and, of course, great people, too. We continue here on Gator Talk with Billy Napier. Sean Kelly back with you live from Miller's Ale House tonight. Coach, I've got two kind of more global college football questions for you. I do want to ask you about Jaden Ball, but Dante has one more audience question before we do that. Dante, go ahead. Let's finish up in our audience segment here.
All right, we got Daniel.
Hey, Coach. So from what I heard last season, we sort of simplified or changed something up with the defense. Could the offense see some changes to help them become more efficient?
Yeah, I think so. I would tell you the big thing is, I think one of the things is I think DJ, as he gets more and more reps, as he gets back into his rhythm, I think we've got to do what he's comfortable with, the things that he likes to do. I also think that as he gets more healthy, right, like I think he's probably the healthiest he's been in terms of his calf, right? So now his ability to run could be a factor. So I think you could see some of that maybe activated this weekend. But, yeah, in general, it's all about what the quarterback can do, and it's all about giving those guys up front, getting them in positions where they have a hat for a hat, and let these skill players go to work. But definitely I would say that's part of the puzzle here.
Very good question. Coach, Jaden Ball had a career-high 7 receptions at LSU this past Saturday night. He did not have a catch in the game.
He should have had 8.
Prior. He should have had 8. Did you tease him about that a little bit? Maybe a little bit.
A little bit.
Coach, what makes him a good pass catcher, for lack of a better phrase, and obviously you saw some success with that.
Yeah, so if you dig into Jaden's history as a football player, this guy was a receiver, right? He was a Wildcat quarterback, and he also played receiver. So this guy has been running routes. When he was a young player, that's what he did. Now he continued to get bigger, and then they used him as a Wildcat guy. He also was an all-state basketball player. This guy's one of the best basketball players on the team. He played point guard in basketball. He also played linebacker and safety, right? So he just has an extensive experience running routes, the basketball background. So that makes him really unique. He's loose hip. He can change direction. He's got great ball skills.
Yeah, he's 6'1", 231. I don't think I want to see him out in space. That's just me. Coach, one quick note about Caleb Banks. His injury will have him away from us, or at least the playing field, for a significant amount of time. Obviously a shame because he just got back.
Yep.
Coach, refresh us on how you'll not replace him. You can't do that, but how do you shuffle the deck there up front defensively?
Well, that's a deep room. We'll benefit from that. But I do think, Jamari Lyons and Brendan Bett provide presence there. And then you have Joseph Mbachu, Brian Taylor, Jeremiah McLeod had a really good game last week and showed up and made some plays. But in general, I think that room's deep, and there's opportunity for some of those guys. Tavares Brown is the other guy. So if you went to our practice and training camp, you would say, who are those guys, right? And that's a bunch of these guys that are getting ready to play more. So it should be fun to watch them.
Yes, there were several guys. I was like, hey, where did he come from?
That's right.
Coach, there's 2 college football stories now. One will come more so next week, but this week it looks like we're now a final step away from eliminating the spring transfer portal window and get back to just one for the year? I just wanted your opinion on that question first.
Yeah, no, I think it's beneficial for all the coaches out there for sure, right? All these gray hairs I got on the side of my head waiting around through that spring portal. But in general, our game has become very much a business, and there's a professionalism of it all. So you want one window of free agency, much like the National Football League. Once the season's over there in early January, there's a window where players there can be movement. Some of that's healthy attrition. Some of that is just fair market value, but at least we don't have to do it again in the spring, right? And we know who's on our team, and it kind of compartmentalizes. Sign the high school players in December. You have a month to kind of figure out where you're at with your team, and then you go get what you need and if you do lose a few. So, and then you can move forward, right, with the team that you have. So I think it's beneficial for the business side. We're under much more stringent budgetary components than we have been, right? It's been the last few years just whoever has the most money. You can just keep spending until, you were done. Now you're going to have to report your cap every year. So there's no way you could stay under budget if you had 2 free agent periods each year. So it's good. It's healthy for football. Now when it will be, how long it will be, that's the decision that's coming.
Okay. Our very smart fans know that we're going to 9 SEC conference games next year with 3, not quite permanent, but 3 permanent opponents. Although the news is going to come out next week, we'll know who Florida's playing those 9 games next year, and we'll know the 3 partners, which will then be subject to change every 4 years. So I don't know how permanent that is. Coach, the question I have for you is, if you got to select Florida's 3 permanent, not really every 4 years, who would you want that to be?
Yeah, I'd say it'd be Georgia, Tennessee, and probably LSU if I was picking. I think that's where the history's at. Be hard to imagine the Gators not playing those 3.
I would pick those 3 myself.
Yeah.
We'll see how wrong they are come next week. Tuesday, right, Steve Egan? Tuesday, we'll know that. Before we get to Austin Barber, let's finish our one-on-one by previewing Miami. The Hurricanes are ranked 4th, and they're undefeated. And what is your team up against on Saturday night?
Yeah, I thought that they first of all, I would say they've made a lot of moves in the portal in the offseason. There's a lot of new faces. Obviously, it starts with Carson Beck on offense. You surround him with a veteran OL, veteran back and Mark Fletcher, and then new skill, right? Outside of that, tight end group's not the same. The receiver group is not the same. And then defensively, the 2 edge players are really unique. Mesidor and Bain are 2 of the better players in the country on the edge. I do think that they have good players on the 2nd and 3rd level, a lot of rotation at those positions, but it starts with the edges. It's going to be a line of scrimmage game. I think that both fronts on our team are going to have to answer that challenge, and then I do think quarterback play is going to be really important. We need to protect ours. We need to affect theirs. And then the game's going to come down to what it always does, turnovers, explosive plays, red zone scoring, hidden yardage in the kicking game. And it's going to be a heck of a football game, and it'll be an electric environment down there Saturday night.
Coach, you and our veteran defensive players have faced off against Carson Beck now on a couple of occasions. What is the same about the Beck that you've seen, and what is different now that he's in a new system?
Well, look, this guy's one of the best quarterbacks in the country. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he struggled a little bit last year. I don't think Georgia had the same front or the same skill players that they've had maybe the year before. And certainly we all know playing quarterback, it's a lot about who's playing well around you. And then he's benefited from a change of scenery, right? So overcoming the injury, maybe things, I don't know what was going on there, but he's got a fresh start. And, Notre Dame, Bethune-Cookman, South Florida, and then here we go into the next one. So I got a lot of respect for the guy. I think he's a good player. And But I want to beat him Saturday night, I'll tell you that.
There's a long line of that. Peck's doing well. He's 79%, just a little shade over 800 yards, 7 touchdowns, 2 interceptions thus far. Coach, we have 3 things to give away tonight, one of which is an autographed football by yourself.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind choosing our first winner tonight? Again, if you come to Gator Talk Live, you get a red ticket.
Read that. I don't have my glasses.
Sure. Last 4 numbers here. 1789 is our first winner tonight. 1789. Going once. Going, there it is. Oh, the young man that asked a very good question at the end. All right. Austin Barber coming up. Don't forget, if your pet bleeds orange and blue like you do, you better enter the Florida Credit Union Pet of the Game contest and earn wagging rights all season long. Submit a photo of your pet showing off their Gator pride, and you can win gift cards to the UF Bookstore and Gallo Car Wash, plus a VIP ticket package to the Florida State game. You'll, of course, also be eligible to win Pet of the Year honors. Enter today at flcu.org/FCU, PETS. Our show tonight presented by Dream Finders Homes, official home builders of the Florida Gators, and that show is Gator Talk, and it continues after this on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Gators, Chris Doring here. Growing up in Gainesville, my dream was to be a Florida Gator. I was honored to be a part of a team that changed it all in the mid-90s. Drawing on that same determination and work ethic, myself and my team at Chris Doring Mortgage put forth relentless effort to get our clients to the closing table and into a home they love. Find out how we can help you with a purchase loan or a refinance. Visit ChrisDoringMortgage.com.
Chris Doring Mortgage, powered by MortgageAdvisors.com, NMLS 701-68193-7321, Equal Housing Lender.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
If an insurance company is there to sell you insurance, shouldn't it also be there to service it with real people? At Florida Farm Bureau Insurance, we're here to help. We're focused on your specific needs. That's why we have local agents working for you in every county across the state, offering competitive rates and fast, friendly service. It's more than insurance. It's the kind of treatment you deserve. Find a local agent at ffbic.com to set up your free, no-obligation insurance review. Farm Bureau Insurance, helping you is what we do best. Proud to support Gators Athletics.
This is Gator Talk, presented by Dream Finders Homes on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is former Gator quarterback Shane Matthews, and you're listening to the home of Gator football, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
This is Gator Talk, presented by Dream Finders Homes, your home for all things orange and blue. Once again, here's Sean Kelly.
Ready to kick off your retirement? If you don't have a defensive financial plan that includes the best offense for your goals, visit guardingyournest.com to meet Talon Wealth, the official wealth management team of the Florida Gators. Compensation paid to Learfield for partnership with the Gators. Welcome back to Gator Talk, presented by Dream Finders Home. We're here live at Miller's Ale House tonight, the home of the Tush Push Burger, which was introduced to us by Jake Slaughter on a previous episode of this radio program. And one of the purveyors of the Tush Push joins us now, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome fifth-year senior out of Jacksonville, Florida, left tackle Austin Barber.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. The Tush Push has been a what for the Gators offensive line?
Yeah, it's been a joke, a running little joke in the room for a little while.
Yes.
Every time they bring up Miller's Ale House, they say the tush push and start chanting tush push. So
see, and Coach already pointed out, basically an Emmy-winning performance by you in the television commercial, and Coach,
I played the commercial in the team meeting one day.
Yeah.
Just to jab at these guys a little bit.
How'd it go over?
Oh, it was great. Yeah. You should have seen the first one. Jake, he's improved quite a bit, is what I would say.
Yes. Well done. And Hayden Hansen, by the way, as we found out last week, is now doing television commercials too. So the big boys who never get the credit, right? All the skill guys get all the love and the pictures. Well, guess who's doing more TV commercials? The big boys up front. So, Austin, congratulations on that. Coach, what makes a good offensive left tackle, and why would Austin Barber check those boxes?
Well, first thing I would say is this is an incredible story because this guy has developed. I mean, this guy is a fifth-year player, and I've seen incremental improvement each cycle, and now he's one of the best offensive linemen in the entire country, and he's playing his best football of his career. Yeah, just getting a little bit better each week. But I would say, first of all, he's smart, he's tough, he's dependable, he has character, you can trust him, and it's important to him. He takes it personal, and a work ethic, an attitude, and an effort second to none. So, and he's matured quite a bit as a person, as a leader. It's been fun to watch, man. I can remember when I first walked out there on the practice field the first day, and met Austin, and he's come a long way, and we were right here at the finish line.
Do you feel like you're at the finish line, Austin?
yeah, I mean, I ain't got nothing left. I ain't got no more left.
You're a preseason freshman All-American. We already know about the honors last year through the SEC. How does one shoulder that kind of accolade? Do you pay attention to that? Does it raise your level of play?
I don't really pay attention to it too much, but you obviously see it on social media and stuff like that. So, I always try to raise my level of play every single week, especially in this conference.
Coach, when you look at how that group works together, you need a Austin Barber, you need a Jake Slaughter.
Yeah.
How do they raise the level of their teammates' play, other than making sure they're taking care of their man, I guess?
Yeah. Well, I would say that both have played a lot of football. I think offensive line is the most developmental position, right? There's so much to learn from an information standpoint, the way you communicate, and then there's a set of fundamentals that go with the game. And then you have to get physically strong enough, So I think it's critical for young players to have veterans that they can observe, that they can ask questions to. And that's what these guys have done. They've taken these young guys that were a year younger than them, 2 years younger than them, and they've brought them along with them, and a lot of those guys continue to get better. So you think about Caden Jones made his first start last week, but he's been in the program. This is his third year. So I think he's had a chance to be around guys like Austin who played thousands of snaps, and knows kind of, hey, this works, this doesn't work. Hey, do this, don't do that. There's a lot of that in the offensive line room.
No doubt. 5 starts in 2022. Now, Saturday night will be his 30th career start. What a milestone here for Austin. Wow. Austin, when you think about your relationship with Billy Napier as your head coach, how similar is that to Billy Napier as the guy who's calling the plays and leading you guys as an offensive unit? Is there a similar dynamic to that? How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I have full trust in Coach Napier, and I've said that from the beginning. And, I've stayed through the whole process of everything because I truly believe in Coach and how we do things on the field and how we do it as an offensive, as an offensive unit. I really, really appreciate Coach.
There's a trust there, Coach, right? I mean,
yeah.
And look, I don't want to peel back the curtain too much, but Coach's message, a part of it this week, is about older guys or vets or guys that are having success to pick up and help along someone else, put them on your back, carry them along with you, because seemingly the group has to finish together. I thought of immediately yesterday as one of those guys, Austin, and that's a responsibility that seems natural to you. Why is that? Was there something in your past? Is it just being time on task? What goes into not only carrying yourself but somebody along with you to accomplish a goal?
Yeah, I think I had a guy like that my freshman and redshirt freshman year, Richard Garage. I mean, he brought me along and showed me the ropes. He was here for a long time and played a lot of football, and he taught me what was right, what was wrong, and now I'm trying to use those for the guys we have in the room.
Do you relish that opportunity?
Yes, I love it. I love trying to help the younger guys because they gotta come in next year and play, and I just have full trust in the guys that are on the field.
We're going to continue with Austin Barber here a little bit. We're going to talk about what he's up against this weekend at Miami. Coach is about to get back to his work tonight. Final thought from you, Coach, whether it be about Austin or where your team is heading into the weekend.
Yeah, I'm excited about putting it all together. I think that's the challenge here. We've been talking a lot about if each individual player, each position group, each unit is playing at its best, our best is good enough. And if you're a competitor, these are the type of opportunities that you sit around and dream of when you're a kid. So we're excited about getting on a plane tomorrow and going to Miami.
Coach, as always, good luck. Thanks for your time and your thoughts with us here tonight. Head coach Billy Napier with us, everybody. We'll continue with Austin Barber in just a moment. And I did not point out Austin as being the guy I thought of about picking up somebody else and carrying him because he's 6'6" and a quarter and 314 pounds, but he is, and we'll talk more about that when we come back. Friends, your ultimate Florida Gator shopping experience awaits at Alumni Hall. Shop the best and officially licensed Gator gear from Nike champion Peter Millar, New Era, Yeti, and more. Spend $150 and you'll receive $10 in Hall cash for your next shopping visit for family and friends. Don't forget, gear up for your next tailgate, which is coming up in 2 weeks. See them online or in Gainesville, Alumni Hall, where Gators fans shop. Sean Kelly with you, back with more Gator Talk after this on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey Gators, when you bring Hellman's creamy buffalo chicken dip to the watch party, you can be a couch coach, cheer too loud, or worse, bring a friend who knows nothing about football.
How do they get the yellow line to move on the field?
Because when you do dip with Hellman's, you can do no wrong. That's a Hail Mayo. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Florida Athletics. Bring out the best.
At ViStar Credit Union, we go the extra mile to bring University of Florida fans better banking. Open a ViStar Plus checking account and unlock up to $570 in annual savings. Enjoy perks like getting paid up to 2 days early with direct deposit, identity and phone protection, and so much more. All for just $5.99 a month. To learn more, visit one of ViStar's local branches or visit ViStarCU.org. ViStar Credit Union, proud partner of the Florida Gators. Go Gators!
Gator fans, this is Coach Billy Napier. Dreamfinders Homes is the official home builder of the Florida Gators. They continue building quality new homes from Jacksonville to Orlando to Tampa. Headquartered in Florida, Dreamfinders Homes focuses on beautifully styled, quality built new homes in the most desirable areas across the state and at the best value. Visit dreamfindershomes.com for all the available inventory and great interest rate incentives. Go Gators!
This is Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority Tax Relief. Every Gator football game all season long, right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Live from Miller's Ale House in Celebration Point, you're listening to Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes. Once again, here's Sean Kelly.
Gators fans, heat up the swamp with a homecoming sweepstakes presented by Comfort Temp. Enter now at floridagators.com/chill for your chance to win 2 tickets to the Florida-Mississippi State homecoming game, 2 pregame hospitality passes, your name called on the radio broadcast, and a $250 UF bookstore gift card. Don't miss out. Enter today at floridagators.com/chill. Steve Egan is here with us tonight, of course, in his 30th year now, engineering and producing these Gators broadcasts. I'm Sean Kelly, and our conversation continues with left tackle Austin Barber. Austin, we talked about your role as a veteran leader. Your role as an offensive lineman also can be construed as bodyguard for the quarterback at times. Your young quarterback struggled last week. Coach and I talked about it. We've all talked about it this week. What did you say to DJ Lagway, either in the moment or after the conclusion of Saturday's game? Because I did see you guys together.
Yeah, I said, I still believe in you. You're still the guy. Don't be down on yourself. I mean, there's been times where you don't play up to your standard that you want to play as, but, it's football. And I was like, we still believe in you. We still trust you. I mean, go out there and go have fun and sling it. That's what I was saying to him, just trying to get him to get better.
To get better. Yeah. Along those lines, too, and you guys went through this as a group last year, I've seen teams run into some adversity, and all of a sudden they start to splinter and can kind of faction off a little bit. It's a large dynamic. There's a lot of guys. Oh, yeah. What have you learned about keeping a locker room together from the inside?
Yeah, I mean, we have our locker room is very close. We have great leaders in that room, and I just think we won't splinter. That's what I think. We love each other. We try to play for each other, and one thing about this group, I don't think we'll ever splinter.
Your specific group of offensive line, 3 games in, how would you and your mates evaluate the way you guys have performed thus far?
Yeah, I think we've gotten better every single week, and I think we're going to continue to do that. And just there's some things that we got to clean up, and it's the penalties. And I think we've put a big harp on it in our room is to eliminate those things so we can keep the drives going. But I think every single week we've been improving, and we've been passing really well. So
it's one thing to identify a problem; it's another thing to then put the fix to it.
Exactly.
What's the meeting in the middle there?
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
I mean, that's the one thing I can think about.
You've got your hands full a little bit. Coach mentioned Mesidor and Bain, those 2 edge guys for the Hurricanes this weekend. Mm-hmm. What do you have in front of you, and do they flip-flop? Will you see just the one guy on your side? Give us an idea of what those 2 guys are like to deal with.
Yeah, I'll see both of them on my side. They'll flip, but I think they're really good players. They're Ruben Bain's a highly sought-off prospect, and Mesidor is really good as well. So it's gonna be a fun matchup for myself this week, and I think the whole offensive line.
You're a native of Florida, so
Jacksonville.
Right. Yep. Does this game have a little extra juice, even from the Jacksonville vantage point?
Oh, yeah. I think growing up you hear about the Florida-Miami rivalry. You don't play as much, but when you do, it's time to go out there and play.
Time to go out there and play.
Yeah.
Do we include tight ends as offensive linemen? What's your take on that?
Yeah. Yes. They go there, put their hand down, and we combination together. So.
Could you be a tight end, I guess is where I'm going with this.
1,000%.
Oh, 1,000%.
1,000%.
Silky mitts, is that what you're telling me?
Oh, yeah. I think I got the best hands on the offensive line, and top 2 or 3 in that tight end room.
Do we have confirmation of this? Like, is there qualitative or whatever it is, qualitative proof of these hands? When was the last time you caught a football?
On Friday before the walkthrough, I snagged a one hand from throwing the ball around, snagged out there.
Snagged out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Even with your gloves on and whatnot?
No, I can't do it when I got those fingers taped up like this.
Let's talk about that for a little bit.
Yeah.
When it comes to, obviously, traditionally, pads in the pants, mm-hmm. shoulder pads, mm-hmm. helmet. In addition to that, what do you equip yourself with on a game night?
So we got knee braces. I got spat on. I got ankles taped. I got my elbow brace. I got my hands looking like this.
For those of you on the radio, think Spock.
Okay. Exactly. All right. Yeah. Got wrist rockets on the wrists. Tape over top of that.
What is a wrist rocket? Other than when I grew up, there was a slingshot. Was it called a wrist rocket? What is that?
So you put it on, and it prevents your wrist from going back too far. So it just sits like this, and you have power when you punch.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And then I tape over top of it so it doesn't move. So when I hit somebody, it doesn't go back.
What's the sneaky thing that you don't want officials to see?
I think I'm pretty clean cut this year.
Is that what you were referring to before practice today? Because I was trying to get his teammates to kind of rat him out a little bit, give me a little scoop for tonight. And they all said, well, he's much better this year. Is that what they were referring to?
Yeah. There's some things I ain't got to worry about this year.
Hardest thing to do at a practice for an offensive lineman is what?
Running from period to period. Like transition from one side of the field to the other, or going outside from the indoor. I'm gassed. Absolutely gassed.
I have no doubt you're going to be an NFL tackle. If you could choose, which franchise would you want to play for?
Anyone that gives me the opportunity to go play and perform out there.
See, he's already a pro-level guy dealing with the media like myself. Very safe, Switzerland-type answer there. Very nicely done.
Thank you.
I can't handle the tush-push burger here at Miller's Ale House. Perhaps three of us can split it, but thanks for bringing that into our world. Thanks for being a part of this program for the years that you've given to us here, and we wish you nothing but the best the rest of this season.
Thank you so much.
Let's go stick it to the Canes on Saturday night.
Let's do it.
All right, one last thing I need you to do, Austin. I need you to pick out a winner here of the Alumni Hall $25 gift card. If you'll read the last four numbers on this red ticket.
1770.
1770. Steve Egan's first year with the Gators. 1770. We'll get that. There it is, off to our right. Austin, thanks. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
See you in Miami.
Yes, sir.
Yep. We'll wrap up our program tonight. A couple of notes for you out of my notebook, and we'll give away one more prize when we continue here on Gator Talk, presented by Dream Finders Homes on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
My best friend Riley loved going to the beach. She was a great swimmer. Then one day, during a swim meet, she collapsed. She had cancer, Hodgkin lymphoma. She spent months getting care at UF Health. The doctors did so much, even put her in a clinical trial. I wish we could go to the beach right now, but she's working.
Out of the water.
She's on lifeguard duty. Maybe we'll head out when her shift is done.
UF Health. Human progress has no finish line.
Hey Gator Nation, this is Vicki Brown-Worski, Director of Gators and Pow Herd. As the Bank of Doing and official sponsor of Florida Athletics, Wells Fargo is supporting our student athletes on and off the field with interactive financial health curriculum and empowerment resources. Wells Fargo has a game plan for the full student athlete experience from their first semester on campus through graduation. Learn more about what Wells Fargo is doing to put people and communities first by visiting wellsfargo.com/impact.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota. Let's go places. Lease a new 2025 Toyota Tacoma SR5 for $279 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through September 30th, 2025. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $42.78 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
This is Gator Talk, presented by Dream Finders Homes on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
This is former Gator quarterback Shane Matthews, and you're listening to the home of Gator football, WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
It's Thursday night, and you're tuned in to Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes. Once again, here's Sean Kelly.
Gators fans, you can make your game day even more memorable with exclusive collectible cups from Simple Modern, the official drinkware partner of the Gators. For each home game this season, Simple Modern has created a unique limited edition design available only at the Swamp. You can find them at select concession stands inside Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. All 6 are different. Those collectible cups will rotate through the home schedule, and the new design coming up is in front of me here, royal blue. I just go ahead. I haven't said the name brand, but Yeti-style cup, but better, from Simple Modern. And this is the Gators print that you'd find in the end zone with the teeth surrounding it. That's going to be for the Texas game coming up. And we've got a cup to give away tonight. Our last prize is one of those Simple Modern insulated collectible cups. If you got your red ticket, 1765 is our last winner tonight. 1765. There he is. And he is here with us as a new guy tonight. I love that. You can get more information about those cups at floridagators.com/stadium cup. Soccer's on the pitch right now at Oklahoma. Got a big home match on Sunday. They're in a really difficult part of their schedule. Samantha Bohan and George Gums on the Gator Tales podcast, which came out this afternoon. Split the last 4 meetings with Miami. I don't know when we'll play them again after this one. Steve and I, none of us have been down to Miami to take on the Canes at Hard Rock since 2013. So it's been a minute. So we'll look forward to that. As I mentioned, kickoff is at 7:44. Let me leave you with one last note, because we're optimistic, right? Aren't we? A win against Miami would be Florida's highest-ranked win since beating number 3 Ole Miss in 2015. So that's what we're going after against number 4 on Saturday night. For Steve Egan, Billy Napier, Austin Barber, I'm Sean Kelly. So long for just a while. We'll see you Saturday on the Gator Sports Network from Learfield.
You've been listening to Gator Talk, presented by Dreamfinders Homes, building throughout Florida, official home builder of the Gators. Tonight's show has also been brought to you by UF Health. At UF Health, we believe human progress has no finish line. Visit humanprogress.ufhealth.org to learn more. Meldon Law, official injury and accident law firm sponsor of the Florida Gators. We won't back down. Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Do dip with Hellman's and do no wrong. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank of the Florida Gators. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation of the Gator Sports Network.
Hey, Joe, what are you and Mary doing for the Gators game? Want to come by my place and watch it?
No offense, Mick, but your place is more humid than Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, and that place is nicknamed the Swamp. Why don't you guys come over to our place instead? We'll have some snacks, hamburgers, hot dogs, cold drinks, and cold air.
That sounds good, Joe. I don't know who to call about the AC. There are so many companies out there. How do you know who to call?
That's easy, Mick. Call the company we always call. Charles Berg Enterprises.
When your home comfort is on the line, trust the name Gainesville has counted on since 1967. Charles Berg Enterprises. Charles Berg Enterprises is still family owned and still guided by the values Charles Berg believed in: integrity, reliability, and exceptional customer care. And they use the best equipment on the market. Train. It's hard to stop a train. So if you don't want your home feeling like the Swamp and you don't want to get swamped with high electric bills, call Charles Berg Enterprises today and experience comfort you can count on. Visit CharlesBergEnterprises.com or call now to schedule your next service.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Charles Berg.
Your home for Gators football. WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app.
Right pistol, 59 laser.
We now interrupt your home for the NFL. WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM exclusive presentation WRUF radio with our media partners. The NFL is on the air, right here on Gainesville's only home for the National Football League. We are ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
And the Buffalo Bills.
Shotgun snap, Allen back, Allen looking, bouncing, looking at the 20-yard line, being chased, rolling right, heaves one for the end zone, it is caught, a diving catch, Coleman caught it in the end zone, touchdown Bills!
the mindset that we have is, never get too high, never get too low. Try to find the middle and understand that, it's never as bad as you think, but it's never as good as you think. There's always things to improve on, and each and every week, that's all we're trying to do throughout practice.
Kickoff is less than 15 minutes away. Let's head to that stadium and join Jason Horowitz and Ross Tucker.
Orchard Park, New York for a Week 3 AFC East showdown between the Miami Dolphins and the Buffalo Bills. Hey folks, how are you? Jason Horowitz joined by former NFL offensive lineman Ross Tucker, who's been a couple of years here, about 20 years ago, and welcome here to Orchard Park. Scott Graham will join us from our Westwood One studios coming up at halftime. Ross, we've got a pair of teams here that certainly over the last few years, this rivalry has gone in one direction. The Bills 9 straight at home over the Dolphins. They have beaten Miami 15 of their last 17 matchups. And at this point, going into the game tonight, Buffalo comes in 2-0, and Miami comes in 0-2.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jason, every single indicator would give us the indication that those numbers are going to continue, right? I mean, Josh Allen, 13-1 against Miami in his last 14 games. It's extremely impressive because this is a big rivalry. These franchises do not like each other. I can speak to that from having played for Buffalo. And the Bills fans, they remember the 70s. They remember the 80s. They remember, to some extent, the 90s. So they are loving this era of Bills domination over the Miami Dolphins. And certainly they're hoping and, quite frankly, expecting it again tonight.
As we drove into Highmark Stadium in the parking lot, the Bills Mafia outside had stuffed dolphins that they made you run over with your car. Promise, it was just a stuffed animal. So to that point, they are all about coming in tonight to, quote-unquote, squish the fish. But the reality for both these teams, Ross, and we'll start with Miami, is their 0-2 start. The two games haven't looked the same. They get blown out in Indianapolis. They lose 33-8. Then they come back home against New England, get off to a bad start, but they have a fourth quarter lead before giving up a kick return for a touchdown. But they got the ball late with a chance to win, turned it over. 33-27 is very different than 33-8.
Right, and guess what else? 0-3 is very different than 0-2. This is a critical game for the Dolphins. To try to stay competitive, to try to stay in this thing, they need to pull off what would be a major upset tonight. Certainly, their offense and their firepower and the way they looked on Sunday against the Patriots, that gives them an opportunity in every game they play. When you have Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Devin Achane, you have a chance just because of the sheer speed and explosiveness that those guys bring to every football game.
And Waddle was questionable into the night with a shoulder injury. He is active and expected to play a lot tonight for Mike McDaniel in his fourth season. And the other part to this, too, Ross, for Buffalo, if that last 9-10 minutes of the opener against Baltimore doesn't go the way and they don't have a 15-point last 6-minute comeback to beat the Ravens, they're 1-1. And the reality is they gave up a ton of yards, 235 on the ground against Baltimore in that 41-40 comeback. And then last week against the Jets, pretty much all on the ground. Josh Allen did not have a touchdown pass or run himself.
To have the ball go off of Dawson Knox's hand and then Keon Coleman scores the touchdown. They had a lot of things that had to go right for them to be undefeated right now. But these are the games where they have to take care of business. It's Super Bowl or bust for the Buffalo Bills this year, and by far their best chance to get there is if they can secure the #1 seed.
The Dolphins in their road white jerseys and white pants are racing out onto the field from the tunnel to our right. The stadium lights have gone dark, and everyone in this sold-out stadium has their cell phones up and the flashlights flickering, waiting for the Bills to stampede out onto the field. Stay with us. We're working our way towards kickoff. It's Miami and Buffalo. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority tax relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063. 800-908-7063.
Priority tax relief.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
ESPN 98.1 FM, 850 AM, WRUF.
Fireworks blasting into the air, smoke going off from the tunnel to our right. Lights are still down. And the Buffalo Bills in their home blue uniforms and pants now out on the field waiting for the starters to be announced on the offensive and the defensive side of the ball. Along with Ross Tucker, Jason Horowitz, happy to have you back with us. It's Thursday Night Football here on Westwood One. It's Buffalo and Miami. And it's time now for tonight's winning playbook, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. All right, Ross, what does each team need to do to win tonight? Let's start with the visitors from South Beach. What do the Dolphins have to do to get their first win of the season?
You know, it's probably surprising to say this, especially with all of the injuries that the Dolphins have at the cornerback position. But I think they need to stop the run, Jason. I mean, the Bills had 224 yards rushing against the Jets on Sunday. You know, James Cook went for over 130 yards. You can't just let them run over you, play keep away with the football, and dictate the game like that. I think you got to stop the run and hope that Josh Allen has a bad night. I know that's hoping, but you really aren't going to be able to take away both. That's probably your best option. And then offensively, I think they need to run it enough, right? We talked earlier about Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and obviously they want to get the big plays in the passing game and all that stuff, but their offensive line's not very good. They've got injuries on the right side. They need to run it enough to just keep the Bills' defense honest and not let those guys tee off on Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, they do get Jalen Wright back. Hasn't played yet the first two games. He's back from a knee injury to join Devon Achane in the backfield. All right, quickly, Russ, the keys for the Bills tonight to get to 3-0.
Well, pretty clearly, right, when you are the big favorite, I could talk about turnovers and all that, and somehow the Bills have won that 24 straight games, which sounds like an impossible stat, but it's true. But the big thing is nothing deep or explosive from the Dolphins, right? Make them go the long way. Don't let Tyreek Hill or Waddle get behind you for a 75-yard touchdown. Those are the game-changing plays that the Dolphins can bring to the table. And then when the Bills have the ball, attack those corners, right? I mean, we know about all the injuries, Artie Burns and Storm Duck and Kohu. Like, attack the guys that they have out there at corner. You're trying to improve this receiving core in Buffalo. This would be a pretty good game to do it.
Yeah, two very different offensive outputs for Tua Tagovailoa in the first 2 weeks. We'll see what they have tonight, and the opening kickoff is coming up. You're listening to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One.
My whole identity had been wrapped up in being a soldier. To have that so violently ripped from me when I was wounded, I was lost for a very long time. When Wounded Warrior Project came into my life, being around the other warriors, people that had similar experiences that I did, it was a game changer for me. Having King join the group, that was the beginning of a really good friendship.
But it's
it's a good time. I first heard about Wounded Warrior Project through CQ. And at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I qualify. But having been a part of it, it's kind of taught me that it's not just the wounds that you can see, but it's those that you can't. When you do something like a peer support group with Wounded Warrior Project and come together from different walks of life, man, the growth is incredible. If not for Wounded Warrior Project, I really don't think that I'd be here today.
See how we help warriors combat stigma at woundedwarriorproject.org/combat stigma.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What is your next success story? At University of Maryland Global Campus, you can succeed again with more than 135 affordable online degrees and certificates to help you move your career forward. From cybersecurity and AI to healthcare and MBA, our programs help you build critical thinking, leadership, and communication skills that set you apart in today's job market. Designed for working adults, focused on the future. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Welcome back to Thursday Night Football on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Advantage Gold.
This is going to be a 61-yarder from the left hash with 10 seconds remaining. Snap by Ferguson, hold by Martin. Kick by Bass is long enough. And it is good! Bombs away for Tyler Bass, who bombs it from 61. It's a career best for the Bills kicker. Unbelievable.
That is Chris Brown on WGR Sports Radio 550 Buffalo. The last time the